Hello everyone. How are we doing? What better way to wake up than some StarCraft 2? God, they put the freaking patch live since I last streamed. Crazy business. Didn't think that would be the case. Crazy business. Hello everyone, how are we doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is the Douyu Cup 2026. And because there's a big French tournament this weekend, they decided just to invite a bunch of old players to play. Group D today is Oliveira, Yeshi, XY, and Trap. Later on, Group A, soO, TY, Coffee, and FanTaSy. Tomorrow, you can watch Neeb, FanTaSy, and Impact in Group B. And Scarlet, Innovation, Deer, and Colorza in Group C. That one's nuts. It's gonna be some good fun, guys. They've got a massive stage. Oh, I'm bringing Oliveira out. I feel like my YouTube video is gonna get demonetized today. Scarlet gonna win with this busted patch. Surely someone figured out how to beat Zerg, right? Sure. Yeah. Ooh, Trap. The boy, he realized there was no more tournaments, so he yeeted out at the right time. Trap has the potential to still be very good because he was playing more recently than most of these guys. Although Oliveira obviously played very recently as well. I love that we've got Get Hyper in the background. That's nuts. Apparently we have the Chinese guys volume, but I don't know if they're going to fix that or not. Hopefully we get to hopefully we get to fix that. Hopefully that's not going to be in-game. Is this a casual tournament? I mean, it's $20,000 offline with some of the greatest players of all time, so not really. Not really. It's an outdoor event. I think the stage is outdoor, but they play inside. Like, I think they play, like, backstage, but there's, like, a stage outside that they put the games on or something. Because there's no PCs or anything on the stage, right? Is this going to be played on 8 workers? Unless they've made a mod? I would presume so. As much as I hate the patch, I'm not saying this out of hate for the patch. I kind of hope they don't play on the mod. Simply because the players have not exactly had a lot of time to to prepare, because no one knew when the patch was going live, right? So I've seen a bunch of the guys over the last week or two laddering and stuff. Like my friends list has been absolutely full of people with like Trap laddering, Innovation's been laddering and stuff, soO's been laddering. So all these guys have been laddering, so I really just kind of hope that actually it's not on the patch, simply because they've actually been practicing, and it would be cool to see what that looks like without just throwing the patch in there. So yeah, we'll find out when the first game starts and we see how many workers there are, but yeah, we'll be finding out soon. The patch is great, can I stop whining? I literally just said, despite my feelings of the patch, this is why. Because I don't think there's been enough time for the guys to practice on it, and I think there would be better games simply based on that, considering these guys have not played in a long time. Yeah, even when I literally preface it, saying I'm not whining. You guys just trying to wind me up, I swear. Professional rage baiters, it feels like it. It's live and it'll be reverted. We have to accept it and go on. You're stupid and an idiot, so I'll just accept that and ban you. How about that? That was easy, wasn't it? Jeez. That was nice. Literally didn't even say a bad thing about the patch. Getting hate. Can't win. I woke up at 6:30 for this, guys. That is not the usual schedule of a StarCraft streamer. I ain't messing around. If you want to try rage bait me or something, I'm just gonna ban. I am in. My ban button is ready. We are playing on new maps. I imagine it is gonna be a new patch, guys. I'm very intrigued then. Fun to see what these guys come up with. I hope they get rid of the Chinese commentators, though. They literally gave us a clean feed to cast from, so if we have the Chinese commentators in the background, that would be very unfortunate. But if they are there, then they're there. It's not the end of the world, but see what happens. Oh yeah, they are there. All right, well we're just gonna talk over it for now, guys. I think they're quiet enough. That's not too bad. I mean, I can mute them, but then we'd have no game sounds as well. As we are gonna be on the new patch, indeed. All right, Trap in the top left-hand side, Oliveira in the bottom right of At Eternity's Edge. This map felt pretty big during the TLMC. There's a lot of bases, you're pretty far back from each other, and once you expand to the third, you don't really have to expand toward your opponent anymore. Those three bases in front of the main and natural are all in that kind of forward line, right? So if you want to, you can kind of hold basically like a top corner of the map, and that's going to mean that, you know, as you take a fourth, as you take a fifth, yes, you might get drawn and stretched out, but you're not going to end up in this position where you have, you know, the advance towards your opponent. Your opponent's going to have an easier time pushing into your bases and stuff like that. So, yeah, let's see what happens as we take a few moments and get up to 14 workers. And we have our racks and our gas down. You want to see some high level 8 worker play instead of just clickbait YouTube? Well, you've seen it. First minute's gone, and now we can continue with our originally scheduled content. Because everything, I mean, real talk about the patch is that I watched a lot of PTR games. I obviously had a massive rant when it first came out. Everyone cried at me and got pissed off at me, so I've watched about 150 PTR games. I've actually been counting them so I can make these points live. I watched about 150 games. I've yet to see, I think in about 3 games it mattered that we started on 8 workers instead of 12. It's the 8 worker part is really, I think the worst part about the 8 worker part actually, and because originally I was like, man, it's gonna be like, ooh, it's gonna be slower and whatever. I don't even know if that part's that bad. I think the worst part is that they're trying to balance the game around 8 workers again, and it's kind of crazy how much change goes into that specifically, I think. So, yeah, it's kind of crazy how much change goes into specifically balancing around 8 workers, and I think that's the part that's maybe most concerning, but we'll see how it goes. Travis going to open up with a couple of adepts. Warp Gate is going to be on his way, so you need to get essentially some 2-gate adept pressure on Oliveira scouting. He did scout, right? Did he go across the map fully with the SCV? Maybe he didn't, actually. Oliveira scouting is going to give him the idea of what's going on. He's already high ground command center, so pretty safe to begin with. As you are going to see those two adepts shading through the center, going to take the watchtower. I'm just going to be, like I say, having a couple of adepts to pressure with in these early stages. The Reaper goes the long way around, so he's going to get into the natural and see a bit of what's up. But, I mean, these two adepts are going to walk up. I mean, it's a full wall, so you don't need anything back at home. And the Reaper being across the map is going to at least give you some opportunity that might not have really come about otherwise. So we're going to start with that. These two adepts starting to poke. A couple Marines already taking some damage. The bunker that's on its way. We'll take shots. Unless the SCV goes to the far left side, it is safe. And the main thing is we get a bunker up, and these adepts are still hitting. This one Marine is trying to get a few hits off. Reactor now done, so additional units will be on the way. There goes the SCV, and we need to get into the SCV here ASAP, because we saw the bunker was taking a little bit of damage. So if you don't continue to rebuild it, it would actually go down. If this bunker comes up and we get a bit of repair going, this seems pretty fine. We're on 3 adepts in total, so we built 1 more at home. We didn't build 2 more. Nexus on the way, Robo facility starting. So we are going to see that Robo coming up now from Trap as well. So building into something a little bit different here. Obviously, we've seen Protoss versus Terran be very Twilight Council dominated with a sprinkling of Stargate typically. Robo is not a completely unheard of opening, but it is an opening which is a little bit weirder, because what you do with a Robo, you essentially would do with the Twilight or Stargate. You're just going to do it later. Like, the Robo can maybe give you an early Prism to harass with. 3 adepts on the map and in a Prism is kind of nice, but it's not super scary against a race that has Cyclones early, you know, and so on and so forth. So you just don't really get a lot from it. Immortals are not as strong in this matchup as they are in others. That Cyclone absolutely melts that adept. And yeah, we'll see what the continuation is here. There's obviously the 2 guys playing live, so they obviously have that big stage to bring the players out onto, and then they're just going to be playing backstage. I saw someone asking, is this like the All-Stars event? It's not quite as high scale as the All-Stars event. The All-Stars event had a massive budget because it was by NetEase, which is who kind of published the game in China. But the Douyu Cup's Douyu is this mainstream platform in China. It's what we're actually casting this off of right now. I just want to make a quick shout as well. Shout out to Saratobi. He's been a kind of, behind the scenes helper for the Chinese scene and stuff, and our liaison to the Chinese scene for a long time. Oh, we're going to kill that Cyclone. I just want to give him a shout out. These Marines are going to get chased down. It's really good for Trap until the tank. Okay, tank's going to be nice. Yeah, I just want to give Saratobi a shout out because he actually went out of his way and personally created all of the casters' Douyu accounts so we can watch this in high definition. Because you need to have an account, but to have an account you have to have like a Chinese phone number or something. He went out and created his whole freaking accounts, like personalized accounts, so we can all log in and have high definition clean feed this weekend. So shout out to Saratobi, going above and beyond. He's not paid for this. Like, he's literally just trying to help us basically cast the games, you know. So shout out to Saratobi for being here. Greens from Bolivia watching the games at 2:10 in the morning. Thanks for casting. Hell yeah. I mean, I thought I was up early, but that is I know how you're feeling because we did the middle of the night casting for the All-Stars event earlier this year. Oh, we lose 2 stalkers in the main base. This Trap gets dropped. A little line of sight blocker to help us out there. That line of sight blocker is going to create some issues. This is a massive main base on At Eternity's Edge. And it's obviously allowed you to kind of come in here pretty early on. There's traps across the map, so the 2 stalkers and an Immortal are going to allow him to provide some pressure as well. He'll turn onto a siege tank here. He'll be able to kill this. There's nothing to save it. His Immortal goes low, but he does keep it alive. As now Oliveira still sits in this main base. A few more pros going down. This tank is also low. We got a couple Zealots walking in. I mean, obviously Trap is building Zealots 3 at a time off the gateways. Again, new changes. Warp Gate costs money, and it is more efficient apparently to build units off of the actual gateways than it is to warp them in. So we are going to be seeing a lot of just... We've basically made Protoss Terran, but worse in terms of production. So you can still make warp gates, you just have to pay for the warp gates. Which is kind of the point of warp gate research originally, but obviously that's a very early thing. You can't really change the cost of warp gate because the early game Protoss falls apart. There's going to be 15 probes going down, man. Oliveira got mega damage done. Even these last 2 Marines getting 3 or 4 more workers is kind of nutty. As you are going to be seeing those 2 Marines loading back up and pulling back away and getting out of there for the next few moments. Certainly going to nibble. Medevac going through. A few more Zealots and the Immortal stepping across. Going to boost back up this side into the third base. Just going to go after a couple of probes. A couple of Zealots are going to step in as well. Just going to see the Marines and the Medevac continue to move around. We are going to lift those up and just take those Marines, drop them back down to the low ground. And we are going to be having another Zealot or two continue to come across and just get into position to try and see what else we can do. Is it true that TOS now sucks and Zerg are OP? Zerg is very good. They changed the lava rate, and Zerg definitely seems very good. Protoss, Protoss basically have to relearn the game, so we're gonna have to wait a little while to see exactly what Protoss are like. But initial findings are that Protoss, yeah, it's going to be interesting because I know there's a few Protoss, top-level Protoss players who just are looking to quit. So it's going to be interesting to see who sticks around and tries to figure stuff out. It's going to be interesting to see how long we leave this for, and if people don't figure anything out and it's just bad if we change it at all. Because, yeah, it's definitely interesting. I mean, obviously you can't put pressure across the map super early anymore because you can't warp in unless you pay for the warp gates. So early game warp gates are super expensive. So, you know, we had that Prism from Trap, but he couldn't warp in with it, right? Which kind of makes this Robo build worse than it used to be, because at least before you had the potential to warp in. Even if you wanted to warp in like 2 additional adepts if you lose the first 2, now you can't do that because you've got to pay for the warp gates, right? So, yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think it's one of the main things we're probably going to see a lot of is SkyToss. Is probably one of the things we're heading into. I think, especially in the PvZ, I think SkyToss is seeming like the big prevailer. Because playing gateway-based, the thing about Protoss over the last few years is since Hero returned, he really popularized the gateway style, which was always a thing, right? Like, I know Hero kind of brought it back a little bit, but like, especially in like PvZ, he popularized playing like these big gateway styles and so on. And yeah, Hero really popularized this, and that sort of style is completely dead now. But you just can't pull it off because it's early game units. You need to start applying that pressure with these early game units early in the game, right? And you can't do that because you've got to spend the money on the warp gates. So the gateway styles are seeming pretty dead, as Trap is also pretty dead in this game. He got out-harassed here. He just didn't do enough. GG's, and Oliveira is going to take the opening match of the tournament. Beautiful. They should buff the units. I mean, the problem is once you get to a good amount of Zeldstalker, they're very good units anyway, right? They just are good units in the right circumstances. The problem is getting them up in a way like there's more to StarCraft 2 than just how good is a unit. It's also about how can you get these units out, how can you utilize them in the early stages and stuff. So, yeah. Heard there might be a chance of reverting to the old patch. Is it possible? Seems very unlikely. I think the only chance we had of this patch not being a thing was it not going live. I think the moment it went live, we're sending it. So yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's actually kind of crazy, but that's the world we live in, guys. That is the world we live in. They just sent it. So they want to increase strategic variety. If I hear the word strategic variety one more time, I'm gonna lose my mind. Trap no blink. Yeah, he opened Robo. Well, he had Twilight Council, right? But I presume he went charge. I mean, he did go charge, right? I guess he just didn't go blink. I mean, all of these Protoss attacks now... I mean, honestly, I feel like it's impossible not to change how... I mean, Protoss... Look at it this way. Protoss has been balanced around the fact that attacks like this, right? Let me read up. Attacks like this one that we just saw are very much so this idea of like Protoss have been balanced around these attacks being manageable from the other sides when they're still able to warp a bunch of units into the fight. So if you're no longer able to warp units into the fight without spending stupid amounts of gas, I feel like it takes away pretty much any early aggression from Protoss. I think by taking away any kind of anything that doesn't involve the Protoss just going up to 3-4 bases and just sitting back and doing things. I mean, we'll see how it plays out, but it definitely feels as though Protoss have lost a lot of possibility in how they play. Obviously, like I say, it's a big change. Maybe we'll see people figure it out, but just on paper, how it now works, you're taking away a lot of the Protoss identity, and you're making them a much campier race. Like, you're making it so that they pretty much have to just sit back and not do as much, you know? They ascended at the moment the A-Worker start got to PTR. I mean, you never know. They could have listened to literally everybody giving them feedback outside of the 10 people on Reddit who are shouting about how great it is. But they did not. So here we are. I mean, it is actually kind of wild just how... It is kind of wild just how... How many people were against it, actually, I think. Yeah, it's crazy that they had such a... Like, the last thing you can do to a game this old is release a polarizing patch. Yeah, and they just sent it. Crazy. Alright. Excuse me. Let's jump in again. Number 2, Oliveira up 1-0. Is this the 8-worker? Yes, this is 8-worker. This is live servers. This is live servers, guys. Live servers. And for what it's worth, I'll not be running my tournaments on a mod. Maybe I'm gonna give it at least a month, but for the foreseeable future, we'll be running on live servers. Just in case anyone's interested. I know there's been some talk of running stuff on like a mod for like the old patch, but like I do think generally speaking, running stuff on a mod is not good for the game. I think fragmenting the community into playing 2 different versions is very bad. So unless like the player count of tournaments goes down dramatically and people are actually refusing to play, then we'll be playing live server. So there will not be a mod that I look to use. Because I just don't think it's good for us. Don't think it's good for us long term. Ring pops out. I'm just going to step forward. A few seconds of this probe being pushed away. Next to the cybercore, on its way up. Reaper is building. Orbital on its way out. Yeah, a couple minutes deep, and we just set up here on Rainfall. So map number 2, fun selection of maps from the TLMC. You obviously knew a bunch of these were going to be making the ladder. Happy that a bunch of them are here. I mean, I was pretty happy with all the maps on the TLMC. I think there was a couple that I really personally didn't want to see on ladder, but even those were kind of fun and unique in their own way. So yeah, I think we've ended up with a pretty fun map pool here. If nothing else, seeing some new maps for the next little while will be some pretty good fun. It's always exciting to get a new map pool. Let's see our adept count building up here on this main base. Next is down on the natural Twilight Council coming through. Adept on the Wolf Gate coming up. Command Center, SCV building. And we do have this Reaper heading itself across the map in the early stages to try and see a little bit of what we got going on right from the very beginning here. So move that across, we get that going. Yeah, Reaper has that range to kind of hit the Adept from the other side of the Nexus, so the Adept has to get around the Nexus, but if you can keep it on the exact other side, it'd be pretty, pretty nice. We're just going to shoot, probe's going to be going off. I'm just going to be seeing the Adept coming back the other way. As the Reaper gets shot down by the Stalker, and the Blink in the Wall Gate coming up as well. One of the Spanish ST creators supposedly spoke with a Blizzard rep and said they told them there was talks of a hotfix or revert of the patch. I mean, I believe the fact that there's talks within Blizzard is just unbelievable to me. I don't know who they would be talking to. There's like one guy that's putting this patch out. I don't know. I think they're going to leave it, honestly. I think they're going to leave it as is. Well, I think they're gonna. I think maybe they put out one more kind of numbers tweak on things, but yeah, I don't know what they do without it being. I don't know what they can do without it being dramatically different. Because, for real talk, like realistically, it is actually just. It needs a lot of changing, but it doesn't need like a lot of changing all at once. We need to change something and then see what the next issue is. Like this is the whole issue with going to 8 workers. The entire game has been balanced over the last 10 years around 12 workers. And so many of the issues from the patch, like I actually think if we just say they put the PTR live and they just cut down to 8 workers, I don't think it would have been so bad. The problem is that they put it down to 8 workers and did a load of other things at the same time. And trying to fix the game up for 8 workers is causing a lot more of the issues than the actual 8 worker count. So yeah, it's an interesting one. Stalkers gather up, Robo facility building on the other side. Again, does feel like Robo is somewhat of a necessity early. So we have our Twilight Council is up, and obviously Temple Archives is already on the way down. So Trap is going to try and get into some Storm early in this game. Storm has been a little nerfed, right? It lost a little bit of damage overall, so it's still going to be a great zoning tool, but does a little bit less damage. So I'm not really sure about that one either. I think Storm got made into almost too good of a zoning tool, personally. It was one of these things where now you do see it being dropped in position, and sometimes you just have those Storms down. Like, if the Protoss gets ahead of you and gets in position, the Storm basically means you can't attack back through. I mean, it's not really a terrible thing, but I think it could have been like 1 second shorter or something, you know? Like, just a little bit of a numbers change there. Anyways, let's get into this one. We do have ourselves the Army of Oliveira starting to advance up the left-hand side of the map. Couple of tanks actually going to do well, and we see one tank going down, but we got a few shots off on the Stalkers. This is about to be an attempted third base, which feels like it's not going to be great, but the timing is good from Trap. He is going to have this pushed away, and the Nexus is going to come down. That probe came from far enough away that this was just fine. As we are going to see the wraparound now, so we're going to be able to kill off everything. Nice cleanup from Trap. And we are going to have ourselves the couple of Marines unloading in the main base, but looks as though he's not sure he can do too much there, so we're going to back away instead. It's got a nice dropping path there up this left-hand side on Rainfall, as do not love this from Trap walking into the tank. Does not feel like there's going to be much done there. Couple of Moors and a few Stalkers just going to gather up as well. So it's going to hang around. Against Impact, Combat Shield +1. A lot of this continuing through for a few moments. Then, guys, got ourselves Storm in the charge up and in production. Yeah, and Trap's had a pretty good defense this game. He lost a couple of workers here and there. Obviously, has to take a much slower third base nowadays. I just don't think the Protoss has a way to take these fast thirds that they were kind of taking in the past, because you just don't have the, without the warping production, it's really tough. So you can see that much slower third base from Trap, which is kind of nice. I think I personally feel as though that this should change a lot of PvT. A lot of the pros that I've heard talking about it though have said that it doesn't really. Oh no, the prism! Oh, Trap, that's rough. A lot of the pros I talked to said that PvT actually feels very similar to how it felt before. It just takes another 3 or 4 minutes to actually get to that stage, which obviously gives the Terran a lot of time to maybe potentially kill the Protoss. It might actually be a good change for PvT. I'm just going to see the Storm is good. Tanks go down. SCV Bioforce still chasing up, as we do have ourselves this army. Going to drop a stim in. I mean, this is a great start from Oliveira, knocking down the prison with the High Templar in. He's obviously very committed to this here and now. Oliveira does not have the supply, I think, to see this through, though. The Zealot charge is going to be good. This went really as well as I could have done for Oliveira, in, going across the map and everything. I do think Trap killing off those early units was nice, but losing his prison with the High Temple I thought was kind of damning, but apparently good enough still for him to get the defense. It's kind of pretty, I mean, like I say, Oliveira lost a lot early game. Trap did not take a lot of damage super early. It was a late, also he's taken a later third base, he's taking a later third base and attacking into a later third base with a Protoss player feels kind of bad as the Terran, right? Like, you want to kill them, but I think this was this felt like an attack from Oliveira that would have killed like a 4-minute third. 4-minute third is maybe not 4-minute third anymore, right, with the new timings, but you know what I mean? Like, the fast 3 base, maybe this sort of attack kills that, but I mean, this is what this push out is meant to deny. But if you see the guys building like Immortals and Charge and Storm before third base, you can't all into that before you see a much bulkier army later in the game from Oliveira. Like, you can still 2-base all in. But this has to hit at like 9 minutes or so. Remember nowadays that they changed the ecos, so the bases don't mine as fast, so you do have a bit more time to set this stuff up. Killing these units obviously does a lot now, these Marines. Like I say, this fight felt actually kind of bad for Trap, because you're going to lose the High Templar here, lose the Prism. A Zealot dropped out of this Prism, so maybe there was only one High Templar that went down. I mean, because the other High Templar lived as well. Trap just had enough. Yeah. I think Oliveira just honestly went too soon. I think if he gives himself, like, I think you got to get up to 5 racks and just properly get, like, 5 racks of production on the way. What's the normal time for third base on with 8 workers? I don't actually know yet, personally. As somebody who does not like figuring out the seconds at which things go down, this patch is a nightmare. There's also obviously like years of just being used to being like, oh yeah, like I can look at this game at 250 and be like, oh yeah, he opened like Reaper or Rax Gas or Gas Rax or whatever combo, you know. So all of that's gone. So yeah, it's a patch of watching a lot of games and you know, instead of watching the action, watching the timer and relearning what that timer says at certain points. As you have Rero, thank you so much for the 54-month resub on the Prime. Also another sub earlier, McCrazy with the 14 months on the Prime. If you're still here, mate, sorry, that was 40 minutes ago when we were getting started. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much for priming us up. Can't say if 6 minutes is late. I think it is late. I mean, look at it relative to the other stuff that's going on, right? Taking the third base when like a Templar Archives and an Immortal is being built is significantly later than those structures, right? So if you're not sure about like the exact minute at which, like, compare it to the other things that used to happen, right? For us, we're pretty much always taking the third base while only on Gateway Tech and warping in Stalkers. So taking it with like Templar Archives up and a Robo cranking out Immortals is pretty much going to be a pretty good indicator this is a later third, right? It may not be late, but it's a more techy third base than what we're used to seeing. Are these only retired players? Yes, the entire point of the Douyu Cup is that because they had to run it this weekend, but then the Maestros of the game is happening, and because Limit didn't know which players would be traveling to France, they couldn't organize all the players to come to China. So instead of getting a big normal StarCraft 2 tournament, we've gotten the invites of a bunch of old retired players to play in this $20,000 tournament instead. Because yeah, no one knew who was going to end up going to Maestros of the game until way too late. They had to organize these players, you know, long before the playoffs of the Maestros got to the top 4. Building a third is actually a luxury. Now you cannot expand that safe and quickly. Not as Protoss, because they kind of removed the main mechanic of the race, and it's extremely difficult to do anything as a Protoss right now. You can still expand super quickly as a Terran. You can still expand super quickly as a Zerg. The 8 worker start did not do anything to affect third base timings. The warp gate change affected what you can do as a Protoss, though. I mean, it affects the timings in the sense of you build it 40 seconds later or whatever it is. But yeah. No, the later third base is very much so a thing of as we have a lag spike. It's very much so a thing of oh, Trap just getting DC. Oh, we're back. Yeah, it's very much so a thing of I think Warpgate more so than economy changes. Pro gonna nibble. SCV takes damage. The SCV comes over, gets back onto that barracks. Builds that up. Pro steps across. And we have the Cybercore coming down from trap as well. SCV gonna do some repairing. Gas gets expensive and Stalkers and Blinks are really gas heavy. I mean, you just get gas at like, you can just take gas at like 11 though, no? Like, you can just take gas still in line with how you would take gas in the past. I think the bigger issue with Stalkers right now is generally just the fact that like you can't warp them in across the map, so you have zero pressure with Stalkers. You can walk 4 Stalkers across the map, but if that's the only thing you can apply pressure with, like, you know, you're never going to find a way in to get anything done. So why bother opening Blink, you know? I mean, we'll see. Like I said, I've watched a lot of PTR games since my initial crash out. I just don't see, relative to the rest of the game, I don't see people typically expanding later. I'm just 5k, maybe I'm wrong. I don't think anyone is wrong. I think it's a time of learning. I mean, obviously, like, don't get me wrong, Blink is nice because, yeah, the mobility of defending drops and stuff is great. But there is a lot to say about, like, if you go Blink now, like, so, like, before you would be able to go, I honestly don't know if this is a bad thing, but I do think Protoss needs something to make up for it. Like, we had a, put it this way, we had a win rate of Protoss that was very, very good in PvT, right? But it was very acceptable. It's not like Protoss were like 70% of the matchup, it was like 50 to 55% depending. Like, it was fairly balanced. It didn't feel good. The matchup didn't feel like it was in a good place, but it was fairly balanced. What I think the issue is that you're taking away a lot of the Protoss options, and you're maybe making the game feel a lot fairer for the Terran because the Protoss can't just go Blink, expand, hold map control the entire time, Terran can never move out, etc. I actually think that's a good move for the matchup, right? But you can't just... While that might be good for the matchup overall, that doesn't mean you got to do something to help Protoss out then, because they're losing so much of what they had before that the matchup was 50-50 with, you know? And the issue that I think that Protoss are going to have is that now Terrans have no way to get pressured, so the Terran can get an amazing army up. And that's where Protoss were losing games in the past anyways, when the Terran could get an amazing army. So what are we going to do to actually, you know, like I say, it's a balancing act, right? It's always a give and a take. You can't just kind of... You can't just strip a lot of what Protoss were doing and expect the matchup to come out just in a fine state, right? It doesn't really work like that. Oh, Oracle goes down. What they had before was bullshit. Yes, I mean, I've been extremely open, you know, despite Reddit thinking that all I care about is... Well, I don't even know. But I've said it multiple times, I don't think PvT has been in a good state. Right? But that doesn't mean you can just take away one of the... Like, TVP is also not going to be in a good state if one of the races cannot play the game at all and can't do anything. Like, if Protoss had to have all of these bullshit things go their way in order to have a 50% win rate in the matchup, we probably have some bigger issues to sort out, right? Like... Yeah, like, this is the issue. I think they've completely stripped Protoss without giving any kind of give back at in any way, shape, or form, basically. So, yeah. Offline turning, hell yeah. Offline turning. Wake up early the next few days, guys. It's gonna be fun. Protoss just had to play with that, relying on the bullshit. Alright, guys, I'm just gonna be straight up and honest. You're getting banned if you just come in and say stupid shit. Like if you are actually just stupid, I recommend you don't talk, because it's too early and I can't be bothered to get rage baited. Because if I can't tell if you're just trying to get a response out of me, I'm just going to time you out. So if you think you're not very smart, don't talk. It's going to go better for you, I promise. And if you can't assess that what you're about to say is dumb, I love you, but I recommend you don't talk. You might just get timed out. Because I can't go fighting chat all the time with dumb comments. I appreciate you might not be trying to be dumb, but if you can't tell what you're saying is dumb, yeah, I'm sorry. Like it's just that you're just getting hit by the you're getting caught in the crossfire of the people that are just coming in here saying dumb shit to try and get me riled up. So. Thanks to Gasness. Thanks for watching. It's it's early in the morning, but it's kind of funny. I actually have woken up super early the last 2 days already, so my sleep schedule is actually fairly well adjusted to this. I actually woke up naturally without my alarm for this, so it was actually pretty decent. Went on a little day trip yesterday, so we were up early to catch a train, and I think the day before, Ali just woke me up super early. He was just prepping me. But yeah, I woke up before my alarm, so feeling pretty fresh. Excited to do a bunch of games. Just gonna see there's depths looking to get in. Phoenix is gonna come in, actually gonna lift a bunch of these Widow Mines up. One Widow Mine fires, that's enough splash to win the game. Oliveira is gonna crush through this army. There's not sure what Trap was really meant to have extra here. He's gonna try and drag the Phoenix in. That's just essentially a sacrifice at this point. Bio Army too strong. And Trap gets overrun. Oliveira will take the opening game of this best of 3. As we try to go Stargate, we play the Oracle into the Phoenix. We get the Charger with it, but just not enough swarminess there, right? I think Phoenix Charge is going to be an interesting one to see develop. I think we might probably have to go back toward more Phoenix Colossus. The problem with Phoenix Charge is that I think it's just an amount of units, but then I mean building units out of the gateways isn't a bad thing necessarily, right? Like, obviously you can't warp into a fight though. Like I say, I think this is such an interesting topic because I think warping into the fight, I'm a Terran player. I think Protoss being able to warp into fights is one of the absolute most frustrating things that exists. But at the same time, the entire race has been balanced around this for years. So if the race has been balanced around being able to warp into a fight to help them defend or win games or attack, like I say, I feel like there needs to be a little bit more love given back on the Protoss side. Otherwise, you can't expect the game to be balanced when you straight up just remove stuff. And like I say, the game actually might be healthier in TVP. I'm not sure, but yeah. The game might actually genuinely might be healthier in TVP. But not if the Terran just overruns every army the Protoss has. You know, like, I think the concept of the game is healthier. We just need some tweaks to actually make something there, so. Oliveira, glad to see he hasn't quit completely. Yeah. Oliveira put out an interview recently saying he would have kept playing if there was EWC. But, all this, which is funny because I remember at the time he quit, he said that even if EWC was around, he wouldn't play. Yeah. It was giving us some different points of view. Oliveira Trap, good old times, man. Oliveira Trap played a bunch of Oliveira Trap played a bunch of cool games back in the day. They were actually very good opponents for each other. If you look at their look, I imagine they went back and forth quite a lot because I think they were both pretty well positioned into each other. Last time they played 2024, Trap went 4-2, then 2-0, but before that, Oliveira went 2-1, 4-1 within the same month. Yeah, these guys went back and forth, especially when Trap came back from military. There was a 2-year gap. Before the military, Trap had a much better winning record against Oliveira, but that's also the time frame in which Oliveira leveled up as well, right? So Oliveira did level up, and Trap obviously came back a bit leveled down from military. Trap was still very good. Trap was one of the players who was actually able to challenge Clem in those in the first days of the WardiTV Mondays and stuff. In the first 3 months of that, like Trap won in WardiTV Monday. He was one of the few players that could challenge Clem in those events. And while he didn't beat Clem a lot, like he was challenging Clem. He made it very difficult. Well, Oliveira announced his retirement, but like a year or so ago. Yep, he's retired. All of these players are retired, guys. It is a tournament of retired players. Maybe some of the Chinese, I mean, I think even the Chinese players have been pretty much just retired. I think the EWC, not necessarily EWC per se, but the DreamHack regionals and stuff, like the regional-based competition, kept a lot of the Chinese guys playing. So I think a lot of the Chinese guys stepped away when that disappeared. Have Pros players ever been underdogs before? Yes. Zerg worse. I don't know if it's impossible for them. Perhaps they need to try harder. Yes, they should just try harder. You know what? I think every Pros player is just gonna suddenly decide that now they've been nerfed, they will just try harder to be able to play as well as they did before. I don't think any of these players that were playing professionally just thought about the fact that they could have just played harder this whole time. It's crazy. They should just win, they'll solve everything. Yeah. FanTaSy coming up next in PvP. Oh no, sorry, that's Group A later on. Sorry. The next match is wait, what is next? XY Yashi. Wait, why is that not on the screen? Wait, do they play 2 matches at the same time? Wait, they're playing 2 matches at the same time? Oh my god. Wait, what? Wait, what the hell? Maybe someone's gonna have to come back to the pro scene. Who's that be, you know? I think all of these guys stepped away for a pretty good reason. Like, whether that's their personal life or they just don't enjoy it anymore. It's very different practicing for like one event and then versus, you know what I mean? Guys, I did not realize they were playing 2 matches at the same time, so apparently XY Yashi is already happening. That's crazy. That is crazy. Wait, is this tournament just going to be miserable to cast? We're going to have 15 minutes waiting for another match, and then we only cast 6 best of 3s, but why is it scheduled over 7 hours? Oh, I don't even know. I don't even know what's going on, guys. Breakfast time. Yeah, I'm not gonna get breakfast yet. I'm not good at eating in the morning, but yeah, you guys get some downtime. I mean, I get to chat. Am I going to home strike up this year? Yes, I am. Do I have any inside info about the Home Story Cup lineup? Yeah, there'll be a bunch of players there. No, I have no idea. They don't tell me anything. You should, I mean, you should look at the last Home Story Cup lineup and probably expect something very similar. To be honest. You know the player lineup next soon. Leak it. Ay, ay, ay. What can we say, guys? The freaking the Zero Space Next Fest Masters runner-up knows more about the StarCraft 2 lineups than we do. Like, game's dead, no? Did I check out RuneScape's DMM All-Stars? Yeah, I didn't watch the live event though, because I'm catching up with it with my wife when she wants to watch it. So, I mean, I know what happened and it looked pretty cool, but I didn't like watch it like super in depth. I don't really like DMM. I think it's a really dumb mode. I don't know. I've never really liked DMM, but yeah. I have another 9.5 minutes to wait, guys. I'm trying to get some info. I'd be surprised if they did the Trap Losers match instead of Oliveira's Winners match next, by the way. Wonder if TY played at all. He was laddering the other day. So he's definitely played a little bit. I don't know how much though. I know like Innovation played a bunch. I saw soO. I don't know if you played soO. If you played European Ladder recently, soO was on Europe. Trap was on Europe. This is the good old days of Chinese tournament casting, guys. 20 minutes of downtime between every best of 3. We'll bring it. We had it good for the All Stars event. we didn't realize. We didn't realize how good we had it. Musical journey. Yeah, the Chinese songs about about the players or something else. FanTaSy is a Terran player? Yes. FanTaSy is a Terran player. I really wonder how much my YouTube's gonna get DMCA'd on this one. Oh, I'm trying to find out some more info about the because like apparently there's gonna be longer downtime between this and the match after, but like I don't know what the actual dealio is, so I'm trying to figure something out, but I don't know just yet. Don't know just yet. Countdown back to 15 minutes. Yeah, well, because they're playing 2 matches at once, so they probably have like XY and Yeshi freaking. They probably have XY and Yeshi playing a freaking banger of a PVT that's lasting 2 hours. Apparently, it's 1-1. I don't know where you can see this, but yeah, I don't know what we can do, guys. What can we do to? Oh, let's do this one early. Actually, hang on. I can't listen to this music the whole time, though. I'm sorry. I just can't. Alright, let's play our daily SC2 player grid, guys. Alright, if you didn't play with us before, here's the idea. We have to guess players that match these criteria, but we have to try and get as low of a score as possible, in the sense of the less people that guess, the better we do. So we have to try and find like obscure players. So we need a player that starts with the letter M, who reached the top 10, has 10,000 plus career points. This is just basically performance over tournaments, is decent, and is in the current top 100. A player that starts with M in the current top 100, I feel like is the easiest one to start with. It's actually hard. I feel like I'm terrible with thinking of players who start with a certain name. So when he asked me to name players that begin with the name M, my immediate thoughts go to Maxed, because I've just seen his name in the tournament today. I guess Maru, Max Pax. They're very obvious picks, though. They're very obvious picks. Maybe Mana is maybe an interesting one. He's a bit rarer. Still a very obvious choice, though. Mixie or you in the top 100? Probably, right? Maples, Milky Cow. Maples is a good one. Maples might be the play. Let's go Maples. 20%! Oh my god. You what? That's ridiculous. Reach top 10. MC is definitely in the top 10. Has been top 10. Was there another big player from the old days who was like really good, like an old Korean who was just like awesome, that began with M? I trying to MVP Jachi. Come on, Helen. MVP MMA. MC MMA MVP. What's the website called? I'll link it to you guys in chat if you want it. Yeah, what's up, Andre? Thank you so much for the 13-month resub. MVP was the GOAT. Yeah, I just feel as though MVP, and I feel like these are all Marine King. Whoa, do you think Marine King was top 10? I think that might be a better guess. Ugh, what? 27.3? There's no way. That's crazy. Oh, no. I need to go back. Marine 27.3. I mean, I don't know how many people are playing, but 27.3 is ridiculous. Majachi. Marine King is not a bad one though. That's definitely a good suggestion. I like that. 10,000 plus career points. Okay, I'm gonna go MMA because I just like MMA. All right, that was not a great set of picks, guys. From South Korea that reached the top 10, who is not very obvious. 10,000 plus career points. I think someone like Duck Duck does not match. No way. What about like what? I don't know what counts as 10,000 career points on the E rank on this website's thing. Like someone like Sniper, maybe. I'm trying to think of like old Korean players who did well, but I don't know if like Sniper did well enough. Like I don't know what 10,000 points counts as. You know. I don't think Sniper probably did enough, to be honest. Need someone who got like a few more. He did a bit better than that, I guess. What about like Danish Bunny? Maybe he did well in some events. I'm gonna go Bunny. That's not the bunny I meant, but okay. Apparently 3%. I was going for Danish Bunny. Oh yeah. Can't they be the same? They probably can't be the same, but we'll try and be a bit more interesting. The bunny I meant is not from South Korea. Oh, from South Korea. I'm so dumb. I was just thinking about 10,000 points. Yeah, for some reason I went off script. Yeah, I totally meant this bunny, guys. Yeah, this was the plan all along. Look, it's 8 a.m. It's hard to be correct. Oh, the next match apparently is going to be Trap against XY. I wonder why they did that instead of Oliveira Yeshi. That seems very strange. South Korea. All right, South Koreans who reached the top 10. God, that's a tough one. I want to say, like, if I'm thinking of, like, old Koreans, I want to say, like, Puma. That's got to be a good guess. Let's go. If I'm thinking of old Koreans, Puma's always... It's such an easy one. Man just 1-1-1'd his way to be in the top. A current top 100 South Korean player. It's so hard to know who's in the top 100. Like, my guess for this is, like, maybe, like, Rebellion. I'm trying to think of, like, a Korean player who plays in events, so, like, they at least have a ranking. Okay, Rebellion's not a bad guess. youngest top 100 players. So they have to be one of the 100 youngest players to ever reach the top 100. I've got no idea what this could be. The goal is to get the lowest percent. Yeah, you scored the less points, or the basically the lower percentage, either the more points you get or the less points you get. And it's either lower points is better or high points is better. Raynor, Maru, Hero Marine, Max Packs. Yeah, these are all very good choices. But do we have a? All right, youngest top 100 players. Arag Fire is very young. Top 100 seems like a safe bet. Now, out of the 100, I wonder who what the list of the like low of the youngest players is, just in general. I'm very curious. Youngest top 100, the youngest players that reach top 10. Reynolds obvious. Stefano was young. But is it like the guys that are youngest right now? Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's the youngest player to have ever broken in the top 10, like all time, guys. I think Stefano was young. Stefano was young, but like that's a difficult guess as well. Maru's like 14. Yeah, but Maru's going to be like one of the most obvious guesses. I feel like you're not getting the point of the game. We're trying to find obscure young players who reach the top 10. When are the games continuing? It had like 8 minutes on the countdown still. 6 minutes on the countdown. People forget about Maru. People forget, okay. People forget about Maru. That's crazy. 5.6% pick this player. That's actually nuts. What the hell? What are we doing, guys? This is the second time in 2 days I've called someone's choice of something out, and I was completely wrong. Yesterday, me and Helen were playing Wordle, and we had like 2 letters, right? And she guessed a word, and I was like, this is such a bad guess. I was like, this is such a bad guess, because in my head I was like, this is such a terrible use of our letters. Entire thing lit up green. It was completely correct. I was like, God damn it. I shit talked it, and like I shit talked it as I typed it in, and the whole thing lit up green. I was like, God damn it. Maybe too many people thought Myra's too obvious. Youngest players for 10,000 plus career points. You know what? At this point, I'm just gonna write Cyril, because if people didn't guess Maru, then they probably didn't guess Cyril either. I didn't see what Cyril was. 5%. I wonder if people just failed to actually guess. Amazing. God, look at us. We were not far off top 1, guys. Yeah. Beautiful. We're locked in, guys. We were ranked 5 out of 6, so we did terribly. We did terribly compared to other people. So we actually did do terribly. We were literally the second worst person who's done it all day. Who's finished it. So maybe our strategy was not in fact great, guys. Maybe our strategy was not in fact great. How's the score calculated? Basically, the rarer, the less common of a guess it is, the better. So the more obscure a player, the better it is, basically. Still top 100. Pog. We get patch 40 now instead of genuinely good Wardy. What will Blizzard take from us next? Yo, if you ask our StarCraft, this would actually be an improvement, so please stop hating. Hey. I'll be one more, guys. Hello, guys. Sorry, I'm back. Apparently, they're not going to be able to get rid of the Chinese commentary in the background of the clean feed. So, this is going to be a thing throughout. But yeah. Why are we in a different place? We just teleported from like a different studio? That's crazy. When did I get up? I got up like 6:20.
这组好在就是说是起码胜者组2名中国选手会师的话，是一定有1名中国选手能够出现的。我还以为你要说这组信号没有充足。他那个。
Our StarCraft seems to shut on the patch now. No. Our StarCraft has a lot of. I mean, our StarCraft has the most people who believe in the patch. Pretty much, if you go on our StarCraft right now, it's like if there's a thread complaining about the patch, comments are basically calling everyone who complains about the patch idiots. You know. Yeah, our StarCraft's not a smart place to go to, guys. It's not a good smart place to go to. This place is
你是
stupid.
培南胜率更高，还是猫姐姐胜率更高？
那应该还是培南吧。
我其实我跟猫姐姐是沟通交流了不少一些小花招的，所以我还挺看好猫姐姐的。
有内幕，
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 有内幕。对，因为培南他最近打的确实很多啊，在欧服前期分也很高。
是的。
但是现在新版本之后，这个神族啊，它的整个 timing 机制也完全不一样。但人族的话，其实是受到很大影响的。
是的，人族的开局感觉影响比较大。
人族现在很穷，真的很穷，是的，
真的很穷。
对。因为红市场只有虫族得到了加强，对吧
Actually, this will be a fun thread. These stupid redditors are paying a heavy price for abandoning Wardy. This is rage baiting the redditors. Jesus. Yeah, everyone was very upset with how I love this idea that I threatened to quit. Can we just talk about this a second? That everyone's like, everyone says I threatened to quit. I said the new patch makes me not want to continue doing StarCraft. That doesn't mean that's not a threat to quit. This is just how the patch makes me feel and how the direction of the game made me feel. Like, it made me feel like it's not worth continuing. That's not a threat to quit. It's not like I was like, change this back or I'm done. It's amazing how, like, twisted and now people are just constantly like, yeah, he was threatening to quit. So freaking childish. Meanwhile, all the people who freaking love the patch are like threatening, literally are like threatening to never talk about StarCraft again should this patch not go through. Like, god damn it, like, so dumb. Apparently now I'm the guy that threatened to quit over a patch. Love that for me.
OK， 可以的。
那我们舞台确实需要一个人族解说来帮我们解说奥利维亚的比赛。明天就是我和鸟哥两个人都坐在这里。
怎么办？我们缺少一个重组解说，因为我觉得后面一定会有很多重组的比赛，怎么办？
没事，嘎姐会说中文。
OK， 然后
但是嘎姐输不了怎么办？
那嘎姐上不了台怎么办？对啊，那怎么办？
Go through? Does it mean this patch may not continue somehow? No, the patch is live.
但是嘎姐在中国待了很久了，她都适应了，好像没什么办法了呀。
那没招了。
那昨天给他昨天他吃那个辣鸭爪了吗？
是的，
吃了。
有点甜，
有点甜，
有点甜。
我只能说，我昨天吃了之后，我红温了，我红温了。
吃的时候还行，吃完也有点。
他那个后劲真的非常大。然后嘎姐说只是有点甜，那还有什么能难倒他吗？没办法了呀。
只能让我给袁飞介绍两家吃完包串的店了。
那只能下来很招了，不能再讲武。
等会让袁飞到后台来找我。
那嘎姐的问题现在落过来之后，还有书本和 Impact 呢，还有两个成熟呢。
This is my favorite one as well. Apparently I had a meltdown, shaking and tearing up in anger about a video game. People are crazy, man. Like, they just make shit up.
他就每天去健身房拍一张，然后在健身房后面搞一台电脑，从头在后面练。
不过 Impact 是真的肌肉星际啊，他现在是真的很壮。
是的。
那书本的话，书本绝对在练习。你们刚刚打起来有感觉吧？
有感觉。
他这个运营很夸张，很快的。感觉刚看3v3的时候就发现他这个虽然没有受到干扰。
There's a community that bored. Oh, I've been Reddit's punching bag since I had an opinion.
看看这边是我们的
So
大将 XY。到底是装堂英他一手，还是最早备战解说席的人族？这边是我们的神族选手 Trap
还是很平静的。
是的。
他只是1比2惜败给别人。第3把，其实我觉得第1把他是很有优势，但是不知道为什么啊，他在家里面被骚扰的时候，他迟迟不升折月门。当时他升了嘛，这个折月门，没注意。
没注意。
对，因为他冷静骚扰的时候，我觉得本身你还是要变一下折月门的。
是的。而且我感觉现在折月门主要有一个优势是，他现在可以劝出刷兵了。他的那个水晶塔就可以直接在外面刷。
对，还是很重要的。而且我还有一个绝招，就是我先铲一轮兵，然后再变折月门，再刷一轮兵，
再刷一轮兵。
对，这样的话就可以迅速支援战场。
是的。
但是我也发现个问题，就是 如果你变了折月门之后，你不等它冷却 CD 冷却，直接再变回去的话，那没有用，它 CD 还要再重新转
，CD 会卡住。
对，就是你再变回折月门的时候，它还要再转 CD。
对，我最近打的时候也是还是变折月门的是不错。
对，它并不能像我想的那样，就是可以就是那个就是
10秒一个追。
对，就是先铲了就裂，然后变折月门，再刷，然后再变回普通门，再造，这样子。
那应该不行。
对，这样是不行的，我想太美了。
看看这边两个选手应该也是准备完毕了啊。
这里不知道他们选的什么地图啊？
是吧？我们看。
Alright guys, more StarCraft 2. X5 is trap coming up. Sorry, I'm fighting Reddit.
右上角蓝色的人族就是来自于 IG 战队的鸟哥 XY。
地图左下角红色的神族就是。
X5 in the top right, trap in the bottom left. As we get this ready to go.
看这边的，我还是比较好奇现在人族的开局啊，就是人族新版本开局，要每个人都不太一样。神族呢？
神族还是比较固定的，但是神族现在有2兵开局。有2兵开局的话，还是可以作为一个主流打法的。但是
打人族的话，要2兵开吗？
打人族的话就是特殊战术，之前 trap 不就在第一。
So, X5 trap, some TVP action.
还是有不错的效果的。
And we get into what is the elimination match here. So I don't know if we're going to see the winners match because they're doing 2 matches at a time. So I don't know what the deal with this is. I'm kind of hoping that they maybe do the other match afterwards or so, but I think they're actually going to do both at the same time. So we're just going to cast X5 trap and see what happens.
这情况是不是有点稍微太慢了？
这个情况应该就是个慢球，
它应该是一个枪兵开了。
枪兵开局。两个现在对于这个死神啊是没有什么想法的。
确实，就跟赛德的先知一样，是吗？
感觉还是现在的 PVC 里面，很有必要去侦查一下的。
是的。这边正常的赛博苍蝇过来焊一下。
现在有点烦啊，虽然神族就农民数量都少了之后，神族拉一个农民过来很伤。哦，这里直接把口堵住，不让你出去了。
但是我觉得这边。 应该是刚才有看到气况，人族是
kind of cool in crowd. I wonder what. So I wonder if the SE boy casters were casting from home on like a studio or something, because I don't understand why they would be like on a green screen studio when Cyan and Maxed and stuff are like casting from the event essentially.
对啊，没有感觉。然后他刚才看到这个气况不是第一时间的。
对，这边会点一下你的气况，看一下你的采集量的。
对。
但是呢，因为现在是新版本，一切都是一个未知数，所以按照以前的思路来考虑的话，可能是不奏效的。太补有可能会多想。
Wednesday coming up, next coming through and get settled in.
对，他这个很慢的2期。
是的。那看他第一时间，他好像是还是点了折月门。
对。他这个开局的话，确实是
感觉2使图会很快啊，他这样的话。
对，他就是第二追猎。
那它的科技感觉会很慢啊？
对，这个开局科技会非常慢。这个开局的话，就是一个追求经济的开局，因为你前面还探路了。这个2矿。
Factory CT has even the Reaper coming into position, stalking the Wargate coming around. Just gonna see the Adept shading through the center of the map and heading over to the right-hand side. I'm just gonna try and see what's going on. As we have, the Adept shade about, try and see what's up, and get a little bit of action put into place.
这边是一个第2个主死神啊，什么情况？能看到呢？没看到。
Here is on the way through. Getting Twilight Council, the Nexus come into position.
这边的话要看一下 trap 家里面家里面持续产追猎啊，一点都不偷。有在留追猎。
We have that Stalker continue to patrol back and forth. Reaper and the Marine coming through. Adept and the Stalker will be getting going.
他有意识到不太对劲。
这边鸟哥是一个 VF 出一个小车之后接2兵。
鸟哥这个开局感觉，这怪不得会被先知戳到啊！他这个开局完全防不了野先知啊，前面也没有侦查。
能打农民，还能再打一个吗？帅婆没有操作，还走了。
但这个使徒进来了，完了，一个手打3线了。
怎么办？鸟哥家里没有兵啊，鸟哥。
对，这怎么会让使徒进来的？
打断一下。
Couple workers go down on either side. There's a doubt going to be here. Trap obviously should be a pretty hefty favorite against XY. I do think XY played more recently than Trap. And obviously, new patch really allows for a lot of different things to potentially happen and stuff as well. And you got the Woody battling Reddit in the background. No, I was battling Reddit when this game started, but I actually was just replying to Loco. He asked me about something, so I was just replying. Sorry. Getting distracted because of the fact we're casting off a clean feed. It's been a while since I cast off a clean feed. My focus is not there. It's because obviously we don't have the clean. It's not actually a clean feed. We actually have the Chinese commentary, but because we have the Chinese commentary, it's I don't have the game sounds loud, and so my brain's not locking into the game. So I apologize a little bit. Yeah. Stim and Marines coming up. Couple of Auto Mines, the Medevac coming over. Why would there be multiple Chinese casting teams, or just multiple streams or games? Well, there's a bunch of different Chinese casters, but there's I mean, every time there's a Chinese event, they always rotate around like the 6 or 7 guys who cast. But like I said, I don't know, the SE Boy guys were casting from a different studio. But I wonder if they were casting. Yeah, I wonder if it's just a bit different as to. I mean, maybe they're casting the other game that's happening right now as well. Maybe they're like they're swapping mainstream B stream or something.
新版本人族就是你等到你有钱造房子，你就一定会卡人头，你要么就停一点东西，先把那个房子补了，
那很亏运，
然后你就亏钱，反正得亏一样。
因为人族的房子建造速度要慢一些，比别的族要好像是21秒，对吧？
对，
房子
这边 trap 追猎前压了吗？看一下，鸟哥已经投出去了。
然后这里的话，
追猎压制，
没有坦克，没有地堡，导弹车还正好出来了，这是有闪追的。
跳，哎，没有敢跳，
没有敢跳，他不知道你后面有什么东西。
那这边 trap 的家里会不会打到呢？
家里面也有追猎在防守，但是不太够。这边正好在铲兵。
哎，这边还没有变泽月门，
是的。
围城。
With my few Marines dropping into the back of this mineral line, Color Pro is going to go down. Trap having to run, losing about 3 workers.
可以接受吧？但是通过这波骚扰啊，川普在鸟哥家里面4个追猎也是开始挂机了，没有进行后续的这个牵制。两个这波骚扰还是很成功的。
鸟哥这边坦克很慢啊，其实感觉刚才一开始可以跳一下的话，应该是能跳到东西的。
是的，这边川普被牵制住了，没有忙得过来啊。 两个主矿几乎是零防守。
鸟哥这边是地图右下角又出来了一个渡鸦吗？还是
这个速度的话看起来像渡鸦了。哦，果然是渡鸦。
Raven gets around that bottom side, so he's going to go a little bit of journey. Oh, we're going to get some first-person view of Trap right here. So he's checking out his observer. Production always great in these Chinese events.
两个要打一波，所以一直没有开3矿。
他可能是想先人进闪电把人族的第一波兵吃掉，然后找机会反打。
这边装了4个叉。 看一下，渡鸦应该马上到，渡鸦已经到了，
但是这边有电池。
哦，有个电池，但是哦，能量2个炮台的话也是可以的。是，没有舍得放啊，那之后可能没有机会放了呀。闪电要出来了，直接给他反馈吗？
这边闪电刷在哪里了？
哎，咬个渡鸦！哎，
渡鸦在神族家里旅游了一圈。
这个侦查的成本是不是太高了？那么冷静呢？冷静能不能抓掉？
抓不掉，抓不掉。
Prism trying to get into the main base. That Cyclone is going to deflect a little bit. So you're going to be having ourselves the combat chill coming through. A few Marines stim up. The Observer's still going to be there. Yeah, the production's always really nice. Seeing the first-person views of players is always really good.
这个渡鸦送的太可惜了。这个你怎么评判这个渡鸦走位？是仁义吗？
Yeah, Prism heads over that left-hand side, but a Marine Marauder still gathering up, and the armor upgrade coming into place. And you see the tank and the medevac continuing to get into play. Forge is continuing to finish, and that next is about halfway done right now. We're going to scan out over to the left-hand side.
没有换闪电吗？还是叉子？这个赶踹普并没有选择一个空投棱镜闪电去电农民的一个操作啊。
他应该是刚才那个棱镜被导弹车挡住了，然后没有再去的意向了。
好，两个这边很聪明啊，绕2船兵空投出去。面对闪电开局的神族，那走正面是一个不明智的选择。他这样空投是绕开对面的强势正面啊。
泰夫这边好像是没有变泽月门，所以他没有办法刷一把闪电之后给充能，然后直接电一把。
是的，好，正面给压力。
这边
哇，这个投的很漂亮，这样运输就能点掉吗？
是的。关键是家里的2船兵。
川普看到正面这么多兵，他能想到家里2船兵吗？
Well, scan comes out. We are going to see the medevac moving over. A couple of medevacs and Marines heading around the bottom side. Obviously, XY looking to keep some drop potential going. We are going to see the Prism into the main base. A few Zealots going to unload here. Obviously, this is nowhere near as scary as it used to be. I'm not going to lie. Hold that thought. We actually going to see a bit of fight in the center. We are going to catch the tanks on siege, so Trap is going to be coming through. XY trying to STV pull, always known as an aggressive Terran player. Storms in the main base defensively against those medevacs. The medevac on the picture-in-picture very nearly went down, does just live. We should really go over there right now and see how the rest of that drop is going. That drop in the main base is now actually doing something. Well, we're not watching it on the screen. Bio pushing through the center. It's going to be seeing that bio coming through. A couple tanks are going to be there. A couple of these outs going down. Big storm again, hitting a lot of stuff, man. These storms are putting in work for Trap. Another massive storm. If he wasn't taking so much damage back at home, this would look a lot more comfortable for him. And so do you see the Zealot Stalker force gathering back around? Tanks are going to get sieged up. XY still pressing forward. And we are going to see a little bit more of this bio already unloading and just getting to the front. Looking for a little bit more of a shove in here. Three Stalkers going to engage on forward. I'm just looking to see what's going on. Zealot's going to charge on through. The Immortals are going to fire up. And we are going to get the cleanup here. This bio force, I think, is going to go down. I think we're going to get this shut down. So much of the bio that remains is low HP, so I think the warp-in should be good enough to clean it up. The Stalkers blink onto the loading medevac, and Trap gets a hard work defense there for GG in game number 1. Man, what I was laughing at was like, the Prism flew into the main base. I was like, oh, Prism. I was like, wait, this Prism is useless. I'm so used to the Prism meaning like an additional 5 to 10 Zealots show up, and I'm like, oh, actually, like a Cyclone and like 4 Marines actually defend this. This is really crazy. I will not lie, the inner Terran in me is like, oh my god, what a great update. Protoss can't do any of the bullshit I've been dealing with for the last 5 years. Actually legit kind of feels good as a Terran player, but like I said, I think there's a lot more higher consequences coming on.
感觉 trap 这个打法，他一定要上来想办法把人族第一波兵吃掉。对的，只要不吃他就特别亏。是的，他这个开局基本上就是赌你出门，你不出门的话，他也没什么办法，他也没法进攻。不过确实能看得出来啊，这个闪电削了10点伤害之后，鸟哥结结实实射3把电，但是部队还活着，太活着。这闪电现在还是弱了很多啊。是的，感觉现在巨象可能会更好一点。
Yeah, the TVP matchup is so weird. Like I say, we've been talking a lot about TVP. I think it is a very interesting matchup. And I do think that TVP is in this interesting state right now where I actually wonder if like the state of TVP feels a bit better in terms of like the long game and how the long game might work. But I really do not think it's going to be okay for Protoss in the long run, you know? I just don't see how we can take so much away from Protoss and expect them to be okay in the matchup. So the matchup might be in a better state in terms of like, I think the theory of how the game plays is better, but in practice of how the game plays, I don't think it's good. Does that make sense? Prism's a medevac that doesn't heal with half the lift capacity. I mean, Zealots are 2 supply, right? So it actually has the same lift capacity as a medevac. It's just Protoss units are more supply heavy. I think maybe this is an interesting point of view. It's like, I think it's really showing the difference of like 4 Zealots versus like 10 Zealots, right? Like Zealots are super tanky units, and when you get like a bunch of them in play, god, are they hard to get rid of. But man, when this Prism flew in, it felt like it was going to do nothing against such a minimal defense. Like the difference in defense necessary from a Prism from now versus a week ago is actually insane. And maybe that's a good thing. Yeah, it's interesting. Like I say, obviously the Prism can still be threatening if you make the time to make the warp gates, right? But that's expensive. That's going to take a while. So don't expect that to really be much of a thing, I think. Prism should only be able to warp in 8 supply at a time. I think is the problem just that Protoss scales in such a weird way? Like, you need to have options, right? You need to have strength, but then, like, the moment you can start warping in that many units, like 15 gateways available, is it just too much? Like, yeah, I don't know. That's I do think that, generally speaking, I don't think warp gate or warping in was the problem versus just the interactions of the warp-ins. Like, obviously, warp-in is the core of that problem, right? But, like, that's also the core of the race. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, Wardy, but the patch sucks. You don't have to apologize to me. I've been saying the patch sucks since the moment it got announced, but... Yeah, I completely agree. I'm just trying to think through the theory of it. Like, if nothing else, it's a fun time to be, you know, well, not for me, because all I ever do is talk about what's on the screen. I can't possibly analyze anything. But it is a fun, you know, from someone who watches a lot and likes to think about how the game works, it actually is kind of a fun time to discuss a lot of the core components of the game, how things work, how matchups may play out, and so on. Like, in that regard, it's fun to think on. I don't disagree. I think the patch sucks as well. But, it does, like I say, it raises some interesting questions. The patch can suck, but, like, the outcome can be bad, but the things it raises can be positive, right? Like I say, don't get me wrong, I really do not think PvT is going to be in an okay state at all for Protoss. But I've been saying for a long time that I think Protoss versus Terran is a bad matchup in the sense of it just feels very unfair. And don't get me wrong, Terrans can camp out on 4 bases, but like there's something that didn't feel right about Protoss taking 8 or 9 bases and the Terran camping on 4. The fact that Protoss can do that is silly, and the fact that Terran can survive on 4 bases is also silly, right? Like the matchup was in a complete state of disarray, and you know, like I say, probably still is. But it's about finding ways that you can address those. Like, how can you stop the Protoss player from just mass expanding all the time? But, you know, while also, you know, so that the Terran can play out on the map and actually do things in the matchup again. But at the same time, you've got to do something to make it so that the Terran doesn't get control of the map and then also has the Giga amazing late-game army as well, right? 8 workers already got that explosion. I don't think it got... I still don't really believe in this 8 workers stops these explosive builds at all. Like, the thing about 8 workers and what people think of is like 6 worker starts in the past used to be very slow, right? But the thing is that the game got figured out so much since then. The 8 worker start doesn't really stop like explosive plays like this. I don't think. It just makes them happen like, say, a minute later, but everyone's stuff happens a minute later, right? No? The issue with the thing about the 8 worker start, the thing is if you go back and like watch a bunch of like 6 worker start games, the core concepts of where they end up are still in the game now, right? The difference is people figured out how to get 3 bases safely, and that's not necessarily just because you have so many minerals you can throw an expansion down and not care. It's because it's actually just possible to defend earlier in the game with, you know, less stuff, because people figured out how to defend with that stuff. And a lot of, you know, aggressive stuff got nerfed and we promoted taking safer thirds and so on and so forth. And that will still happen with an 8 worker start, right? You can still get the fast 3rd base. You can still defend on low unit counts. Maybe there's a couple of deadlier options, but it's also much more easy to figure out because, like, if they don't expand now, like, you know they are very committed, right? So... But like I say, it's like, yeah, it stops the explosiveness, but everyone's builds are less explosive. We have weeks and months testing to draw safe conclusions, yeah. Which is kind of why throwing a massive patch like this out in a game that is dying, it's unfortunately kind of actually true, is actually very scary, you know? You know what would have been great is if they released a patch like this and they also like, hey, by the way, EWC's back, you know? Because then everyone's going to work their butts off and play and test things. Right now, you're throwing a complete rework of the game out there with with less inspiration for the top guys to play than ever before, you know? It's a very weird scenario that we're in. It's tough. Like, you have people who've been playing this game for years who are still full-time who do not want to play in tournaments right now. Like, I tried to invite a few people to a tournament, try and get something going. The response was so negative that I just canceled the tournament. Like, it's not... like me, and maybe it's just too soon, but right now it doesn't seem worth trying to run a larger event because people are not interested in playing. So it's a very weird state. And the problem is if you leave it like this too, like the problem is like I don't like you say, like it probably takes a very long time to figure out because yeah, the game's complicated. The game is not really in a state to be left for a long time in such an unfigured way without support to keep it churning along, you know? It's a very weird situation, honestly. It's a very weird situation. A few pros go down as this harassment starts off. It's been a pretty good start from Trap, no? Loses a few pros, but he's killed a bunch of units along the way. He's getting towards that storm. He's getting that charge up as well. He's going to see Stimpack, Combat Shield, and the +1 continue to come through. And sorry, just to clarify, I'm not an observer in the game, guys. Yeah, so when I was screaming last game about going to the minimap, I can't observe. This is a clean feed. That's why we have the Chinese commentators behind us. Because this is just a clean feed. So we're just, I mean, it's not actually a clean feed because they've got the Chinese commentary on, but it's meant to be a clean feed. Because they're playing in China, they play on the Chinese server. And the Chinese server is not allowed to... You need a lot of special permissions. You have to download a different version of StarCraft to play the Chinese server. Then you need a Chinese account, which is really difficult to get and stuff. So, yeah, it's... we got to watch this through the stream, essentially. So... A couple of Widowmines around the top. There's going to be some Prism coming through. A couple High Templars and the Zealots just going to make their way over. I'm just going to be seeing our armor upgrade coming by. Combat Shield coming up. Marine Marauder will continue to come across as well for a little bit. Oh, stream lag. Hoping this just comes back, guys. Again, we're watching off of the Chinese streaming service. Oh, is this me? No, I'm not dropping frames. I'm still live, right, guys? My Twitch just also froze in the same moment. Oh, we come back to a bunch of storm drops. No! Horrible moment to miss out on a little bit of. 17 SCVs go down as the storms drop into the natural expansion. As we are going to see another storm dropping into place over here to deal with a couple of mines. Only a couple of probes going down. Does feel as though Trap has pretty good control of this game at the moment, so... I mean, he's getting to 1-1 upgrades. It's obviously going to help you out a bunch as well. Bio Army pulling back out to the front of this third base. Elimination match here, guys. It is GSL group, so, you know, straight up 2 matches lost and you're out. And XY lost to Yeshi off stream. Trap obviously lost to Oliveira on stream in the opening games of the day. He does seem to be favoring this kind of faster storm setup. I wonder if the... It's interesting. I wonder if Colossus are kind of... I wonder how Colossus works with, like, gateway units that are more difficult to get to. I wonder if Colossus require more kind of support from the gates. It's also an interesting one. Oh, but a shot hits that prism. Stuff like this is why no one plays SC2, no one wants to watch one movie raising 17 workers. I mean, that's just not true. People love watching workers die. In fact, especially in terms of viewership, it's one of the best things. It's one of the big issues they actually had, is that one of the things viewers like the most is big momentary explosions. And one of the things players like the least is big momentary explosions, believe it or not. Great EMPs, by the way. Oh, loses the prism as well. Well, and he stepped forward with the Stalkers, trying to get a few shots off. But yeah, it was one of the interesting things they had with balancing during the ESL Pro Tour era, where like the excitement of the big explosions was there for the viewership, but players didn't like playing into it. I mean, at the end of the day, that is StarCraft 2, right? Like, you cannot just leave your natural expansion open to be storm dropped. Like, at the end of the day, it's also like the Terran can also do stuff against this. You can also pull your SCVs away more effectively. You know, it's the beauty of StarCraft. There's counterplay as well. Unfortunately, you've got to... I mean, you can... The thing with StarCraft 2 is it's a fast game. So things dying slowly and things happening slowly doesn't happen in a fast game, right? That's just not how it works. Stalker stepping up, few Marines taking damage, Ghost stepping away. Fire Army pulling back a little bit. When the answer to storm drops was get good mine drops was get good, yeah. To be honest, like, Again, it's just the game we play. If you don't like it, that's fine. But like that's just the game we play. It's not like it's only one race that has access to the quick kill things. Like Banelings blow shit up, Widowmines blow shit up, Disruptors blow shit up, Storm blow shit up, right? Tanks blow shit up. You know, like every race has these elements to it. As we're gonna try and bland the CC, I don't think he's realized that there's a few minerals here that need mined. The gold minerals need mining out so you can take this base. So he needs to work on that for a few moments. There's a few Zealots going to run into this mineral line and just going to go after a few SCVs. So a few workers have to pull away. 6 workers going down. The couple of Zealots turn back onto the Sensor Tower. Stalkers trying to come about. Storm drops into place. Again, Trap doing a pretty good job of zoning at the front. Just trying to delay the 4th base. Obviously hitting this left-hand side at the same time. Getting a good amount done over here as we continue for a little bit. Panzer lands down into the low ground. Since Tower sets up, missile turret will begin to build. We do see 6 additional Stalkers. 3-3 upgrades, the Prism speed coming over. 2-2 on the way from XY, as well as the ship weapon upgrade coming up as well. For the moment. Hey, what's up, KLRS? How you doing? You know it's serious when my boy KLRS hits the Twitter about the patch. Trap now has 4 Colossus. There are some Vikings. We're going to hit a big stimmy here. We're going to start diving through. The Ghost in the front. Kind of melding. We do lose 2 of the Colossus. Anti-armor missile comes in halfway through this. Storm will zone nicely to give Trap space to move back. As he runs an Archon through, unfortunately. That part's not going to be too great. The Bio Army still coming through. Another couple of Storms coming down. The Marines continue to drop. Vikings in some trouble. Colossus continue to fight. I'm just going to be seeing the Storms continue to drop down. This Bioforce getting wiped out. GG says XY. And Trap is going to take game number 2 of this best of 3. GG's. Alright, Trap getting it done. He played well here. I like this style of getting towards that Storm. Seemed very confident and comfortable for him. He was able to put himself in some good positions. He was able to see himself through. I wonder if we're going to get to see any of the... I wonder if we'll see any of the Oliveira match, or if they're actually just going to have that completely off stream. It's just bollocks. The whole will persevere. I don't know if all are persevering though. The players do not seem like they are going to persevere right now. The community survives Swarm Horse, we can survive anything. Yeah, but at least we knew there was going to be another expansion. You know? It's a little bit different. Oh, what are those? They have pins of the players? Oh, is that's an old school innovation thing? You saw Clem like your tweet? Yeah, I just said this like 10-15 minutes ago. I was trying to organize a tournament. I just cancelled it because people don't want to play. It's actually pretty sad. It's actually pretty sad. Alright, guys, we watch some highlights here. Actually, like I say, I liked how Trap played. I think he showed some potential. I mean, Oliveira just kind of ran over him in the couple of games. The one game that Oliveira came about, Oliveira lost. He kind of... I really think he just attacked in a weird way after a rough start. I think he needed to wait a bit longer, but... You saw a rumor of modding for tournaments coming up? Yeah, it seems like... It seems like we probably... I mean, I think Maestro's is definitely going to run on the mod for old patch. I think that makes sense. The entire rest of their tournament happened. They already have the top 4. It's this weekend. I think the problem is... I mean, I think the very genuine problem is for big tournaments is that this was on PTR for a reason, and it should have been on PTR for at least another few weeks, especially after the most recent changes. Or they should have updated it more quickly, so we actually had 2 more weeks of new changes. The problem is, and the changes were so crazy, a lot of people didn't think they would go live. So if you run on the current patch, all the Protoss players are just like, we don't know what to do, and it just makes bad games. Like, it's too big of a change to just throw out there so quickly. So I think right now both Maestros and Home Story Cup want to play old patch. But I do think, I was saying myself, I don't think running on old patch is healthy for the game. Like, you can't just split the community like this long term. So I was I'm not gonna run old patch myself. Personally, we're gonna run new patch. But at least for the foreseeable future, unless people literally don't play. Like I said, I've already had to cancel one tournament idea I had because people don't want to play, but yeah. I think it's rough because, like, if people don't play, what can you do? You know? I wish they'd play Home Story Cup on the new one. Yeah, but is it really fair to basically, like, there's a bunch of players where you're basically like... The problem is if these guys, like, travel and fly somewhere and their race is quote-unquote unplayable. Is that fair? Like, Home Story Cup should not be the testing ground of a patch that should still be on the PTR. You know? Like, that's the core problem with this entire thing. Is that we have a Honestly, if we tested for longer, like, I think a lot of people would be more into it. A lot more people would come around to it. It's the lack of transparency and the pushiness that that kind of has messed it all up, I think. So it's not like Home Story Cup is super serious. I mean, it is the biggest offline tournament we have outside of Asia. So it kind of is pretty serious. RSL qualifiers coming up too. Yeah, but RSL's online. So it's a lot less commitment to play in RSL, because in RSL you just play, and if you lose, you lose, right? You give up a day of your time. It's not like Home Story where you have to fly out to Germany, and then you're there for the entire weekend, even if you lose on day 1. Home Story Cup used to be the testing ground. Yeah, but those patches were not as game changing as this one. That's the issue. It's the severity of this patch. The patch is changes so much that it's difficult to have that. It's difficult to justify testing big tournaments. And also, Home Story Cup thrived from being the first tournament to be on the patch, right? Nowadays, it's like one of the big offline events that we get. So, yeah. Am I going to Home Story? Yeah, I am. This time next week, I'll be sat in Amsterdam airport waiting for a layover because apparently I can't even fly to Germany easily. Crazy. Crazy. Pros is shook about time Toss has to innovate. I said it before. If you say stupid things in the chat, I'm just going to time you out. I don't know if you're rage baiting or if you're just being dumb. And I can't tell the difference, so I'm just timing it out. I can't deal with rage baits, guys. It's 9 a.m. in the morning. I've been up since 6:30. We're not messing around. I'm sorry. Do you not have any sort of communication from Blizzard? Some people do. Not a lot of people, though. Are you talking about 8 workers at the start of the game, new patch? Yes, 8 workers. But honestly, 8 workers is the least egregious part of the whole thing, I think. Hope they have aircon in Crefeld. Oh no, it's going to be a hot, sweaty weekend. Germany don't believe in AC? Hmm. You hate it? It's so slow. Yeah, I mean, it's slower, but honestly, I think we have bigger issues than... It's weird. I think we have bigger issues than the 8 worker start, but also some of these issues have come about because they're adjusting for the 8 worker start as well. So, yeah, I don't know. The basement does have aircon. I mean, the best part of being in the basement is usually the fan that just blows air at you. It's just nice to be hit by air. But that's really a premium position to be able to stand in front of the big fan, you know? Alright, guys. I just have it muted because I'm actually a little bit unsure about all the songs and stuff they're playing for my YouTube. So apologies if you're missing out on some of the music and stuff, but that is just the way of it. I don't know what the downtime is. They had a longer downtime planned out originally, but I'm not sure if that's something they're going to go for. Alright, guys, just chilling. Like I said, we had a timer, but now the timer's gone. So I guess we'll see what takes place. Sorry, I'm just yapping with Loco on Discord, guys. Toss Girl tribute video. Yeah, the Chinese scene has a lot of fun videos and throwbacks and stuff. This is definitely a bit of a throwback tournament they're putting on, so... Can't decide if this video is I married Toss Girl or I have a strange fascination with Toss Girl. Oliveira is retired, yes, but this is... I don't know if you looked at the rest of the bracket, but everyone in this bracket is retired. That is the idea of the tournament. They didn't know who was going to be able to play and who was not going to be able to play because of the Maestros of the Game event this weekend. So they decided to run a completely old school event. Yeah, they decided to run a completely old school event with old players. What's happening? Chinese StarCraft, man, like Chinese StarCraft events, you get it's a different vibe, you know. It's just a different experience. You have a slight feeling of cringe. That's okay. Yeah, it's not that serious. You can close your eyes. We don't have to. We don't have to be too scared about it. The whole thing. Yeah, this stream is these videos have a lot of throwbacks. Yeah, if you're not aware, guys, these are like Chinese fan videos, and there's like songs attached to them which are about the players and stuff, and yeah, it's a big thing. Like the Chinese StarCraft scene is actually kind of crazy, you know. Like they do some really crazy things to the players they like. When's the next game? Well, we don't know because they took the timer away from us to play these videos full screen. So I think the issue is that the games off stream are taking longer than the games on stream. Apparently, Oliveira and Yeshi are 1-1. Oh my god, guys! Maybe Protoss is saved. Maybe Protoss is saved. Husky got you into watching pro matches, HD StarCraft. I used to love watching my not necessarily my intro to StarCraft, but my 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 experience with StarCraft back in the day when I was first getting into it and stuff. I used to love watching IPL because IPL was always on like at night when I was going to bed. So I'd always go to bed like watching IPL games, and IPL was really cool because it was always on like basically every day. You knew you could just turn it on, something would be happening, right? And obviously they had like the big IPL brackets that led to the offline stuff, or they had the IPL Team League, right? So there was always something, at least most days of the week, and because it was always on at like the same time, because they would just take a bunch of replays and just cast them later. This was much more accepted back then, but because it was always on at the same time, like this is why my stream was always this is why I always thought about trying to standardize my stream, which was really difficult to do because, you know, when I was doing a lot of events in the past, it was very tough to you know, it was very tough to, like, you know, be like, oh, I'm just going to cast these days, these times, and so on. But nowadays, you know, we pretty much always cast at the same time, right? And obviously events like this, we cast at a different time. But I think there's so much power in just being like, hey, I'm always pretty much always going to be live at these times on these days. Like, consistency is so important in streaming. So that's what I usually do with your stream for lunch. Yeah. You know, you sit down, it's lunchtime, it's like, oh, you can turn my channel on, and most of the time we're live. You know, we try and be live every day. Obviously, you know, lately I've actually tried to have a bit more of a life sometimes as well, but there's like a lot of power to that. So yeah, it's very cool. Start with day 9. Yeah, I watched a bunch of the day 9 stuff as well. I watched everything when I was getting into it, you know? I found, oh my god, 25-minute countdown. They are absolutely sticking to this schedule. Holy shit. Play a 1v1 on the new patch? Yeah, it's only a 25-minute countdown. I don't know if we'll have enough time to get our economy up and running. Got you. We got him. We got him. Staying up while you had zero money, watching MLG and IPL late at night while buying a single monster, and she's a treat. I remember when I was at uni, especially watching like MLGs through the night and NASL. There was also I also watched Day 9. I remember one time, I don't know why, but Day 9 was playing Amnesia: The Dark Descent, and I watched him literally all night long. And then the next day, I was like 6 a.m. when he finished his stream or he finished the game. And I had like I had labs the next day, which is like, you know, practicals basically, which is like basically it's like the only full day I had at uni, like 9 till 5, like 1 hour lunch break. You know, because usually in uni you have like an hour, you know, a couple hours here, a couple hours there. I had a busy schedule doing physics, but like labs was like 9 to 5, and I stayed up all freaking night watching freaking Day 9 get scared shitless. Ay ay ay. Is this turning playing the new patch? Yes, it is. Sorry, guys. I'm just, like I said, I'm up into loco. What we just have 20 minutes of downtime, man. It's kind of crazy. Yo, what's up, Chibapoo? Thank you so much for the donation. Let me just translate that. What's a CLP? A Chilean pesos. Thank you so much for the 10k Chilean pesos. It's about, guesstimating about 10 USD. Thank you so much for the super chat. Wardy, don't become bitter. Thank you for always making content. I'm not becoming bitter. I don't know about you guys. I feel like I'm being very positive about the patch today, no? Like, I don't think it's good, but, like, you don't have to think something's... Like, I can think it's bad, but, like, we're discussing, like, the ins and outs, like... You know, like I say, I like maybe a little bit of the direction of TVP, even if I think it's not necessarily in a good state for Protoss. Like, I feel like we're being fairly positive, no? No? Is your fault for being the convo? Oh, Chaos, we have been talking about the patch all day. No, we're good. I mean, I literally pulled up our StarCraft early and started fighting with people because, yeah, our StarCraft has this obsession because I had that stream where I basically complained about the patch when it went live, or when it went, when the patch notes went up. I had this stream where I complained. I was pretty negative. I was pretty passionate. And, like, now the entirety of our StarCraft, all they can say is that I threatened to quit the game and that I'm a man-child. I'm just like, bro. I swear down, if threatening to quit the game to me is to be like, this is it. If this patch goes live, I'm done. If you better stop this patch right now. Meanwhile, what I actually said was like, patches like this make me wonder whether it's worth continuing because I don't like the direction of the game. But that's threatening to quit. So, yeah. And now every time someone links me something on our StarCraft, it's someone else who's just writing about how, yeah. Writing about how I threatened to quit and that it's great. It's amazing that Blizzard didn't put up with my nonsense, and now I'm backed into a corner. I've got nothing else to do with my life. I'm like, God damn it. People are crazy, man. People are actually crazy. Wardy deleted all of his comments because he promised he would quit streaming if the patch went through, but he has no backup plan, marketable skills, or job prospects if he does that. Yeah. You know what, guys? I just did nothing with my life for the last 15 years. Crazy. Full-time zero-space commentator confirmed. You can't believe you enjoy the comment section on Facebook over YouTube on our vids. It's actually nuts. People are just crazy. Yeah. The best part is I'm actually beyond caring, but I can't. I feel like so unjustified letting people just chat shit and not at least replying. So I now chat shit in return. And then like I feel I just have this need to reply because like they're just so dumb, but like yeah. Time to move to Stormgate. Oof. Yeah, the internet is broken. Internet's actually a shitty place. Everybody's complaining about the patch and the way it's done. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people who are still very pro-patch, to be fair, so... I need to check out, I saw you post a short about your... Was it your cousin's game, James? Made like a roguelike RTS? I needed to check it out. Axom Conquest? That seems fun. I watched the video. That seemed cool. You know what we can do, guys? You know what? How about this? You know what we can do? So, Helen just went out for the day. Now, Helen has a YouTube channel, guys. Helen, the wife of WardiTV, has a YouTube channel. Now, this is not related to StarCraft at all, but she has a YouTube channel she started up, and she actually had, I mean, if you ask me, this is pretty good success. Her first YouTube video had 400 views. She has a video with like nearly 1,000 views. She's gaming. However, she started off in the game, and she most recently put out this video about building a giant turtle in Pokopia, and she's very sad because when she did Core Keeper stuff, it was very positive and it got decent viewership and people actually watched it. And then she spent 150 hours building a giant turtle, and obviously YouTube, she's now realizing how much YouTube algorithm sucks and how it's impossible. So I'm going to give you guys a link to Helen's giant sea turtle Pokopia build. And if you guys would like to go and give Helen a like or a watch, it would be amazing because she does a lot to keep me from crashing out on the stream all the time. So if you guys have a few minutes, because we are literally 15 minutes out, and Helen's video is perfectly 14 minutes long. Now, you don't have to watch the whole thing, but watch it for a couple minutes. Give it some love. Give it a like. Go give Helen some love because she's the, you know, the foundation of WardiTV, the reason we've not completely crashed out so far. So yeah, and I mean she's actually super pleased because of her thumbnail as well. she made an actual like I see this thumbnail, I'm like, holy shit, this looks like a Loco thumbnail, you know, like, oh my god, like there's a freaking marine on the map, you know. I kind of agreed. So yeah, supporting the wife, hell yeah. It's like I say, it's just her fun passion project, but she's kind of sad. Like it's kind of like a catch-22. Like she actually had like very good success to start off with, and then she tried to do a different game, and like YouTube's like, wait, you made 8 videos about one game, and now you made a video about something else? There is no way we are letting anybody watch this, you know? So yeah, if you would like to see my A, shitty editing, and B, Helen's amazing tale. I mean, for anyone that doesn't actually want to click on it, I will show you what she built. So this is the SSN in Pokopia, which is like a rundown ship. And so she had the idea of, she thought it was ugly. So she was like, I'm going to make it into a turtle. And having watched her do this, it was pretty ridiculous. And she actually made a giant turtle. And then you can see later on, it looks even better in the daytime. And when she's actually finished it, this was like the outline of it. Hang on, there you go. She actually made a giant turtle. Not only did she make a giant turtle, but she made an underwater passage where you can go inside, and the entire turtle is livable. So so there's the downstairs of the turtle, which is like the body, and then there's the upstairs of the turtle as well. It's crazy. So yeah, I thought it was very cool. I watched her do it. She lost her mind making this thing. But yeah, she was so yeah, TLDR, go give Helen's video some love. Because she's actually very surprisingly creative. I never realized this about her. But yeah, she's very creative. Actually, the other thing I'll show you guys is she actually where is it? I actually think this is one of the coolest things. So this is a game called Core Keeper. It's like a building game. She made this thing. She made like an actual disco in the game. Hang on, can I unmute it? How do I unmute it?
Building in Core Keeper.
This is actually cool.
I really just want to blow off some steam. Well, that's why I made a club with a working disco in Core Keeper.
How cool is that? She has a fucking lighting up dance floor. This is like one of the most unique things that anyone's made in this game as well. Well, maybe not the most unique thing, but like it's such a cool idea. Like these are just,
and if you want to see,
like when you understand it, it's like these are just like they added like an update where there's automation, and so like these things are like sensing you automatically, and you can like basically have automatic sensors based on when you move. So she like made it into like a freaking disco dance floor. She's freaking so clever. I thought this was the craziest thing. Like Like, I freaking married her, and like I had no idea she was this smart. Like her big goalkeeper base too is absolutely nuts as well, because like she has like a full on like, yeah, the whole thing's actually crazy. Like I say, not telling you guys you have to go watch the whole thing or anything, but like it's actually wild how creative she is. It's actually wild. Yo, yay, she defeated Oliveira. I can't believe Oliveira's just lost off stream. What the hell? So yeah, give Helen's YouTube some love, guys. I actually didn't promote it before now because I actually just didn't need to. Like I say, it actually kind of popped off in the goalkeeper community. But she doesn't want to just be like a single game creator. She wants to just make cool bases in different games and stuff. So we're gonna leech that power, and yeah. We're gonna leech that power, and we're gonna leech the power of the StarCraft community and inject just a bit of love into her videos. Just a bit of love, you know? So yeah, go check it out. Like I say, it's very cool. I'm probably going to mention it like once a day or once every couple of days. Maybe I'll mention it twice. I don't know. Like I say, I think it's freaking cool. Give her a like and some screen time. Super cool. Hell yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. Like I say. It's not like she's trying to become a YouTuber. It's just a fun little passion project. We're not trying to like make this some big thing. But I think it's cool to get behind people's passion projects, you know? It's fun. Should plug it every day. Yeah, like I say. So the crazy thing is with the goalkeeper stuff. Like her first, she posted in like the goalkeeper Discord, which, like I say, this is like an indie game, and like a lot of people do this, but like she actually got like a lot of views on it, so I was pretty impressed. And then the freaking goalkeeper devs literally posted her video onto their Twitter, and then they did it again. Like they posted 2 of her things on their Twitter, like completely unprovoked or anything. Like this was, I thought this was crazy as well, honestly. That was super awesome of them, but obviously she's she's hitting this mild problem of she's hitting this mild problem of like I say, success and into success into trying to do other stuff is very difficult, you know. So yeah. But I honestly like it's crazy how creative. So I try to build something in Pokopia, and my god, is it like so dismal in comparison. My attempt of building Pokopia, like it was like I built something kind of cool, but like it was kind of whatever. Like it was like a little dino land with like a lava waterfall and stuff, and it looks okay and stuff. But like I just threw some things around, you know. Meanwhile, one day she woke up and literally what happened was she was trying to think what to like do as like a project, and she was like, Ellie literally brought her turtle toy upstairs, and Helen was like, I think I'm going to make the SS Anne into a turtle. It actually looks so legit. It's freaking crazy. Yeah. Whole thing's crazy. Oh, we're back. This countdown was shorter, no? Did they cut it short a little bit? We're like 7 minutes early. We're like 7 minutes early coming back. All right, we good? Are we sending it? Trapping Yashi. Gonna be a bit of PvP, guys. PvP is probably one of the matchups I've seen the least on the PTR / the patch, because Protoss players have been losing, so we haven't really seen that much PvP. So I'm kind of intrigued as to what this looks like, to be honest. I am kind of curious as to what this looks like. Hey, James, by the way, do you ever play Guild Wars? Kind of curious about if you play Guild Wars. You did? Guild Wars 1 or 2 or both, or do you play them a lot? Do you play them not at all? Both? Man, I just got into obviously they announced like Guild Wars 3 and said it was coming and stuff, right? I was like, man, I really loved it when I played Guild Wars 2. So I started playing. You've seen me log on? Yeah, I started playing like whenever that was. And I leveled back up to 80, and then for some reason I didn't try and find my old account originally. I just connected a new account with Steam, but then I actually got access to my old accounts. I have an actual a character made the day after the game came out, which apparently is super crazy. Like you get a bunch of stuff and so on from birthday presents. Hey, I'm having an absolute blast in this game. It's so much fun. It's so unique. Your name's in the game? What? No way. You see your inventory and go crazy. Why? Because it's such a mess? Sorry, Dreviah, sorry, I was on a rant, but what do I do besides StarCraft? Right now I'm playing Guild Wars 2. Usually I play RuneScape. I'm a big RuneScape player, but I'm a bit burnt out on RuneScape right now. Old school RuneScape specifically. And otherwise, I play Riftbound now as well, which is the League of Legends TCG. That's pretty much my that's pretty much my life. That and walking the dog and stuff, you know. There's a stone near the PvP area which honors the World Championship winners and talent that commentated, and you commentated. Damn. That's nuts. What, in Guild Wars 2? That's sick. I'm gonna have to go look at it. That's so funny. That's actually wild. Will kill Horace being Crayfeld? Are you kidding? He probably has like 7 different PUBG broadcasts that day. He did 3 seasons. It was really fun. Yeah, I like I said, I just thought I'd get back into it, but it's like it's actually gripped me. And you know what it is? One of the things I always praise old school RuneScape for, which is like the ability to kind of jump back in whenever and stuff. It's kind of true in Guild Wars because it's like it's not about progressing gear, right? Like once you get geared up, you're kind of just geared up. Outside of maybe getting like different stats for like different content or whatever, but like. Yeah, it's kind of cool. You considered it, but you remember Jim. You should just come for a day or something, James. Come on. You can't just not come to Home Story because of the AC situation. Just use some of that PUBG money to buy us an AC and put it in the basement and sit next. You can sit next to it. You know, Jacob bought a freaking poker table for Home Story Cup. You could be the guy that buys us AC, and you'll forever be legendary. You should if you have the weekend free and you're not coming, you should absolutely come. Come on. It's the most ridiculous thing I heard. There's no way. You've been saying you were going to come for so long. Ay. It's just some mild peer pressure from myself. Couple of Adepts Spyline coming through. Assembler and the Nexus coming up. The Adept and the Warp Gate continuing to play on both sides. That's going to be seen our Proby coming down, popping down a battery. Going to get that on the way, and this Nexus and the Probe coming up. The Adept and the Warp Gate continue to come around. And we are going to be seeing the Robo facility dropping. So Trap is just going to throw down a Proxy Robo while Yeshi expands. Obviously, the big interesting point is going to be that proxy builds are kind of strange now because you pretty much have to invest into the warp gates, otherwise you're not going to be able to warp in. Right? Yeah, she is going to see the couple of Depths from Trap moving through. Yeah, I mean, it's super interesting because, like I say, you have warp-ins are non-existent, right? Unless you pay the money, but surely you have to pay the money if you're going to throw an all-in. I mean, that's just what my nature tells me, because obviously Protoss, and that's how Protoss works. It's so weird to think of Protoss builds being aggressive without Warp Gate. Like, it's such a core concept of how Protoss works. Like, it's so hard for me to see the game beyond them being able to warp things in. And like I say, I know we can make Warp Gates, but like that is such a high cost to invest into early. Void Ray on the way as well. The problem is you have to warp in, you have to get warp gates here because you're going to need the Stalker count to break through the Void Ray. Like, almost definitely. Right? Like, this is almost definitely just like something that is necessary to have happen here. Kills the pylon. That's actually pretty sick. But like I say, we don't have the. That's so sad we don't have the Stalker count because we kind of need the Stalkers to deal with the Void. I tell you what, we're gonna have to do a lot better as on the Observer side of things is like keeping track of how many warp gates we have. You know. Because, like, obviously beforehand we didn't really, you know, you don't really pay attention, but, like, now it's going to be important to know how many warp gates are available versus gateways and so on. Again, guys, deciding match here. Winner of this goes to the playoffs. The loser is out. Oliveira already eliminated. Off-screen elimination. No. I'm so dumb. Because we watched the losers match. Sorry, Oliveira is through into the playoffs. It's early, sorry. Oliveira is into the playoffs. Of course, that makes so much more sense. Yeshi lost to Oliveira. Yes. God damn it. I'm dumb, guys. Sorry, Yeshi. It makes so little sense to me that they put Oliveira on the winners match on the second stream, on like off stream, like to the point that my brain can't even comprehend it. Trap just lost his prism, but is he gonna get both Void Rays? Oh, he gets both Void Rays. That's game ending, I think, for Yeshi. That's not worth the prism. Like, the prism is obviously very powerful and does a lot for you, but the prism is not going to be the be-all and end-all here. Like, the Stalker count is, and now you've just lost your batteries on the low ground, so you lose complete control. These Void Rays are so much more important than the prism, and I'm sure Yeshi didn't think he was going to lose the prism. Both Void Rays, sorry. Going for that. He's going to lose another one. This is GG. You just don't have the units to deal with this. The Stalker count looking good from Trap. But this was, honestly, this looked horrible for him if these Void Rays don't go chasing the prism, right? Prism doesn't matter with the new pylon. Yeah, because you can warp in. Warp-ins are just normal, right? You don't need a gateway anymore. So if you invest into the warp gates, then yeah, it doesn't really matter. Well, obviously, micro is nice, but at the end of the day, here, Stalker count is king, and giving up 2 Void Rays means you don't need as many Stalkers to... Because here he took 3 shots to kill a Void Ray through the battery. But that doesn't matter when there's only 1 Void Ray. Now if there's 3 freaking... if there's like 3 batteries, if there's 3 batteries and 3 Void Rays, you can't just take 3 shots to kill a Void Ray, you know? So yeah. All weapons are 4 seconds, yeah. I probably have the patch notes up just to actually reaffirm things, obviously. Numbers change. I didn't cast any patch yet, so in terms of actually some of the ins and outs, I'm not 100% sure still. I didn't cast any of the patch. I've just been watching. 没有跳出上个版本的思维，导致自己在点能进的时候死掉了2个虚空，这个失误太大了。是的，但总的来说，我觉得现在因为新版本之后开局没有固定的情况下，大家的选择现在都奇奇怪怪的。我觉得其实我一直觉得 trap 的这个打法也不是那么的科学。你不觉得也很奇怪吗？很极限，这个完全就是解释给机会了。我觉得不给机会的话，trap这不就是。 就是感觉就是完全打不下来啊！对对对，就是很奇怪。Where's this hosted? It's in Wuhan. All expo halls look the same. Yeah, they just have a layout. They just print them. And he's coming up soon. Yeah, FanTaSy versus soO is going to be the first match of the second group. That is scheduled for about an hour's time, so I'm hoping that actually is just in an hour. That would be nice. But although if this series finishes now and we actually have like 45 minutes downtime, I'm going to lose my mind. Maybe I should order food right now. Maybe I should order some food. What should we order, guys? Here are the options. A place is open? Oh yeah, we have a bunch of breakfast places now. Uber, like, food delivery really kicked off here since COVID. COVID basically revolutionized how the UK works, and now people actually order food, so everywhere does delivery. It's pretty sick. It's like the one good thing to come out of COVID. Shitty cities like where I live actually have multiple options to order food all day. So we can. So one of my personal favorites is Pablo Eggs Go Bao. These are like breakfast bao buns. Pretty great choice if you ask me. Breakfast bao bun. I don't know if I'm feeling the breakfast bao bun. Also, Helen might murder me if I have a Pablo Eggs Go Bao without her. No way that exists. Yeah, it's literally called Pablo Eggs Go Bao. That's great. My other big alternative right now is the is there's just like a little like it's called the it's little food place near me. Just like very basic breakfast. I think I might order that. Like I say, Helen might murder me on the other one. Breakfast burger. We should actually cast the game. Sorry guys, I'm getting distracted. Trap Yoshi game number 2. Coming up here on Rainfall. And yeah, guys, the Chinese commentators in the background, apparently the clean feed is not actually a clean feed, so I don't think they're so loud that it's annoying. I'm just talking over them and it seems fine to me, and if usually I have a big issue talking over people. Usually I have a big issue talking over people, but it's not really that bad today, so I think it's kind of fine volume-wise. Doesn't mean that game sounds a bit quiet, but I think this is a little bit better than casting with no sound at all. Where should you go from this Lumbridge place? No way you just logged into OSRS, James. There's no way. Yeah. It's fine, not ideal. Yeah, I know it's not ideal. I think it's better than having no sounds at all, though, in the background. I really struggle to cast when there's no sound. Like, I don't know why this is, but my focus is like, I will start reading chat and I'll forget. I think because my brain has been trained to, like, if something happens, the game sounds happen, right? So I will start reading chat and, like, going off topic and, like, looking at chat and stuff. And I will completely forget to go back to the game because I'm, like, waiting for the sound cue to be like, oh shit, something's about to happen, and so on. You know? I'll just, like, my brain's been trained in this way, so... Just have a soundboard, but that doesn't work because you have to have the... Because it doesn't work in distraction. I guess I could play my own sounds for the fights. That'd be pretty sick. You couldn't cast without sound back in the day too. It's weird, isn't it? Right? Like, it's weird. Cast PUBG without sounds? Surely that's nuts. Surely PUBG is one of the most important things you need to have sound for. You got to hear, like, can they hear shots in the distance? Is there something they're reacting to or something? Like, no. This is like a core gameplay mechanic. Surely what you hear while observing certain groups of people on the map is, like, core to understanding what else is going on as well. Like, if you hear certain weapons, like, in the distance and stuff, you can be like, oh, another team's picked up this or something. Oh, that's funny. Good sound design elevates so much, yeah. Oh, that's cool. Should cast a guitar here again without sound. Trial Council from Yoshi, by the way, is Trap is going to be expanding himself this time around. So he's going to expand a little later, but he is still going to expand. So that is going to be a starting point for us. At the moment, as this hallucination comes through, a couple of sentries in position. Gonna nibble at the hallucination for a moment or so. We should cast chess with sound only. Oh my god, guys. What was the selection process for players of this tournament? I'm pretty sure they just reached out to anyone anyone they could reach out to that they thought would come and play. Specifically, probably focusing legendary names and players who are very popular in China. Obviously, a bunch of Chinese players, and then obviously the old players as well. No Europeans? I mean, Kelazer's kind of an honorary European. It's kind of difficult because getting players from, like, Europe and stuff is going to be much more difficult on the visa. But I actually think Kelazer probably had a Chinese visa already. I believe Kelazer speaks a little bit of Chinese, unless I'm crazy. I know Scarlet already had a Chinese visa from earlier this year as well. So it's probably like a case of just ease of access to China as well, and for some of these guys it's much easier than others. Some European countries don't need a visa for China? That's nuts, really? That's wild. Man, it's funny, my passport expires next year, and the reason I have the passport I have now is because of going to China. Because they rejected my passport when I went to get a visa. Because it had like a tiny watermark on it. And it was the craziest experience. I went into my visa interview or whatever. It's not really an interview, it's just like, you just go into the visa office and you hand the stuff in that they need, right? And the dude looks at my passport for, like, literally like a second or less. throws it back at me and starts yelling, "No visa, damaged passport, who do you think you are? Go away, get a new passport if you think we're..." Like, this was actually the craziest experience I've ever had. Like, he was literally yelling at me and, like, literally threw my passport back at me. It was, like, literally the craziest thing. I was like... So then I had to get, like, this was for me to cast IEM in 2017. It was, like, my first big event. So this was obviously a big panic. So I had to go to, like, the passport office near where I live the next day. I got, like, an emergency appointment and stuff. They literally told me that they wouldn't renew my passport because there's nothing wrong with it. And I was like, he looked at it and he said there's like that it's damaged. I had to convince them that I'd been to the visa office. I had to show them I had train tickets to Manchester to go, and like a visa appointment to convince them that my passport had been rejected because of damage. Otherwise, they wouldn't renew it on like an emergency request. Because they were just saying it's absolutely fine. Like, this is one of the craziest experiences I ever had. Like for them to be like so reactive, like when I tried to get the visa versus like me trying to fix it, and like they wouldn't do anything because they saw no issue with it. It was like actually like completely baffling. Yeah, and in the end, one guy agreed. He was like, well, it's like, he's like, there's like a tiny bit of like, when I say like water damage, it's like, there was like a slight mark on one of the non-photographic pages or something, like on the page opposite the photo page, there was like a slight mark. And he was like, yeah, honestly, it was honestly crazy. But then they made me a new passport in 20 minutes. This was also crazy. Like, they literally then were like, okay, fair enough. And they just printed me a new passport, and 20 minutes later, I had a new passport. And that was 10 years ago. Actually wild. What happens if you say you lost it? I mean, if you say you lost it, there's like a process. But like, the whole point is that I was flying on like Wednesday, and I went to get my visa on like Thursday to pick up on Monday or something. And so this passport meeting was on the Friday, so I needed a same-day passport, which they don't just print for any reason. And if you lose it, that's kind of more on you, whereas if you get rejected from the visa, they take it more seriously or so. Like the only reason I got it same day is because I got rejected from a visa, and I was like, I need it for work. That's the only reason they printed it same day. It was crazy. Really wild experience. It didn't help that the only reason it was so last minute is because ESL sent me all the information really last minute. Like, I'd been asking for it for weeks. My favorite part of this whole story is that then the same day I told ESL, I was like, hey, I need the stuff updated for my new visa thing because I got a new passport, right? And then like 2 weeks later I was in Valencia, because the whole thing was I was going to Valencia, or like a week later I was going to Valencia, then I was going to Home Story Cup, and then I went to China, right? So it's like, in ESL, I told ESL this, but ESL were like, well, in our eyes, you've got 2 weeks still, so it's whatever. They literally messaged me while I'm in Valencia after I talked to them about this many times. They're like, hey, just checking everything's okay. I'm like, no, nothing's okay. I got a new passport, and you guys didn't, provide me with any of the stuff I actually needed. You didn't give me any of the stuff I actually needed, and you're asking if it's all good. It's only all good because of my own doing. You did not help at all. So that's the story of me having my current passport, and all brought along because we're talking about Chinese visas. Anyways, we really did not talk about this game. So that was a thing. As Trap is going to step forward and try and fight. He has so few ults compared to Yeshi, so I'm not really believing in Trap's... I don't really believe in Trap's army. He's catching up a little bit. He's ahead on workers, which is going to be nice. So he is catching up over time in terms of the economy. Starting to take a 4th base on both sides of the map. Plus 2 attack upgrade. Going to finish up from Yeshi as well. Couple Stalks going to shoot. Zealot is going to get caught. We have a couple Archons. And Wardle is just swinging away. I mean, Trap has belief in his army. He does have some good tech units here. I'm not convinced that Yeshi is not just going to run into him with that many Zealots and just have a good time. Like, don't get me wrong, the Archons are great against the Zealots, is what you want, but, like, is it enough? Because that's a lot of Zealots. Now, Trap has a few more Zealots just showing up, so that's going to help him a lot, too. Upgrades even in this fight. Battle beginning. The Archons putting in the work. Trap doing a great job preserving his Archons through this, keeping them alive, but now they're getting overwhelmed a little bit. 2 of them going down now. 3 going down. They run away. Trap trying to retreat back. No! The lag spike. The observer.
OB 掉了，
还好。
没事没事。
感觉解释不好打了，解释农民好像是停了。解释就是被这个冷静吐回来了。
Moving to Paris was a bit of a bit. Mate, I'm so sad that EWC is like an hour flight from me and like we don't have anything there.
双方的兵力啊，解释应该是打不下来。
It's very sad.
还有2个电池。
Crazy. All right, we're back into. I mean, Yeshi, I think, is on a push that's ending this game. I just don't think Trap is gathering enough stuff to actually fix things here. As you can see, Azal's still coming up this ramp. Stalker Zarkon's pushing through. The Immortal going to be there. Team Azal's going to charge in. GG says Trap. Yeshi ties it up 1-1 in this deciding match of this opening group of the event. All right, I'm definitely going to order food now. I just don't know what I want to actually order, though, is my problem. I always order the breakfast wrap, but I'm wondering if that's a good thing to eat while streaming. Probably not.
对。
Oh.
我觉得今天的这一把的话，我们看得出来，整个打法上来说，确不还是前期有2个兵营在刷兵。解释是解释的打法，我觉得现在就大家还是比较能理解的新版本的。新版本的就上来我是补兵，然后我要进。
Is that a McDonald's breakfast angle? Is that where we're at?
这个是我觉得现在。
I don't really love that for me either, to be
现
honest.
今为止版本里面比较合理的一个理解吧。
对，就是
确不的理解还有点。
你纯运营纯防守的时候就一定不要开门。
对他纯防守，他开了2个门，2个门就是50-50，然后在那里刷兵又比别人慢，明显就感觉人口要低一些啊。
他主要是。 运营慢了，他农民少太多了，他少了10几个农民。
对，所以总的来说，我觉得这个打下来有那么点问题。确不的理解好像。
Yeah, don't joke. Someone will make it.
对的，而且他出人进，
Screw. I'm just gonna go for the previous option and just send it.
人进骚扰一波回来以后，马上就可以进攻。
是
250块钱一个。
250，一个225。
一直都是250
吧，250，
很伤啊！对，
我250，左边点根水晶，右边点根水晶，我还省50块。
对，
那刷兵一样的嘛？
你还多人口啊？
啊，对，
对吧？冷静其实用处没有想象中那么大。
冷静现在的作用是进家，就唯一有一个作用就是飞到边境。
对，
家里面刷兵多一个进攻的一个手段，其他好像感觉没啥用啊。
已经冷静已经慢慢的要被淘汰了。
就是外面点水晶。
对你正面打兵还是没有用啊，正面。 现在其实防守的话说的话，大家细节其实慢慢的都变好了。
Alright, guys, getting into game 3 here. Gonna be getting going very soon.
就看接下来这把呗，谁能出现？
As we have trapping the Yeshi winner into the playoffs, the loser is out.
旅游，好吧。
Sucks that Zest isn't there. Yeah, I don't think Zest has any interest in going back to StarCraft. He really was just like, no, I'm done, and he just walked away, you know. He just walked away, and he really, like I say, he really did just walk away as well. Like he got out of there, he dipped.
好的，我们看一下出点位啊，这边蓝色的神族选手就是来自于韩国的 Trap， 出现在了右上角的2点钟的位置。
You're chopping down trees and confused what to do. What is your goal, James? Like, what are you just trying it out? Are you just like, are you trying to make a video? Like, will this goblin kill you? Yeah, probably. I mean, no, you can fight a goblin, but it's going to be a slow process.
看这把开局吧，这把感觉双方的开局。
The best thing you can do in RuneScape is quest, because if you quest, the quest rewards are very, very good. And you get like, you can skip a bunch of early levels by questing. And with like a little bit of like being not dumb, you can essentially like do some quests where like, you don't have to kill anything, you just have to run past some high level mobs and you might get one shot a couple times, but then you can like skip a bunch of early levels. But if you're, it also depends if you paid for membership or if you're free to play or what, you know. But I mean, you can also just chop down trees and wander around. Like there's no rules, you know. It's a great game if you do not want to, if you can make your own sense of direction. It's a terrible game if you are not good with that scenario. 2 gateways each year. Played on Washout. I enjoyed this map when it was in TLMC as well. As that probe heads around the upper left side, try and see what's going on. And again, gates, cybercores coming through, probes in production. Again, this on the way through. Here, drop that pylon down over to the left. Just going to put that in position. Again, gateway, cybercore, all coming up.
开局上来说都是比较标准的开局，却不做了个小心思吧，就是野鹰跟水晶让人感觉我在外面好像要。
Yeah, you need to go get some. You need to go. Why are you in Death's room? Yeah, well, the first time you die, you get taught about how death works. So you have to talk to him, and he'll explain how you have to go get your shit back and stuff. And yeah, because your stuff goes in a gravestone, so you have to run back to it to get it back. But then if you don't want to run to gravestone, you can also claim it from death, which is fine early on. But later on, it costs a bunch of money, you know? So it do be a thing. It do be a thing. Couple of depths gonna come moving around. And we are gonna have Yeshi first to expand once again at the opening point of this game 3. TY groups in 40 minutes, yes. I can't believe they're doing 2 matches at a time though with loads of downtime. It's really sad. Because it means that we're not going to watch the first TY game. We're going to watch FanTaSy against soO, which I like FanTaSy soO, but I would have liked to also see TY's games. That's going to be killer tomorrow when the freaking Innovation Scholar Dia group's on. That group is nuts. That's going to be really sad. I'm actually upset at this. Actually upset about this. The fact that they're doing 2 games at a time. That's very upsetting. Very upsetting. Yeah, this is obviously, just to, again, re-clarify, guys, it's a very chilled out cast because anytime there's like 20 minutes of downtime between games, it's very hard to keep up the energy and bring it back and stuff, so we're going to be very chilled out over this tournament, I think. Very laid-back experience for you all. Flight Council Nexus building up, couple Stalkers and the Probes will come along.
他压制了，但是他这个水晶是不是有点搞，有点远啊？是的。这不是上来送追猎吗？
还好，2个追猎换2个哨兵，这样的话，我觉得还是能接受的。
也是追出去。
These Stalkers going to shoot, a couple Stalkers going to be hitting. We're going to be making our way around for a little bit, so trying to see what's going on. A couple more Stalkers going to come into place once more here, so we just get that started. Bring this around and see just what's going to start happening for the next few moments.
对呀，甚至我觉得造品走出来是不是还近一点？因为你本身还要节约6秒钟嘛。
感觉是的，应该好像都是一个队点。有。
It's going to see the Dark Shrine going to get popped. Just going to put that into place already. We are going to be seeing again Gateway, the Assimilator continue to come up. Centering a few Stalkers, gather the Adept will step through and a few Stalkers coming up as well.
但是好像确实没有这个，却不没侦察哎。 他怎么侦察却不？
他家里应该会有哨兵吧？
他没 VR 呀。
我说有。
Dark Shrine coming up again. Oh my god, my voice.
他不放吗？
他现在可能压力放了，
肯定要放，能防住。我觉
得。Oh, we do see the color hallucination going to move forward, as I might be able to talk again.
然后打3矿1步随便赢，因为他农民领先太多了。这个确不到中期的时候肯定落后。
Probe coming over, trying to see what's happening on a little bit of a journey for the next few moments.
看到了。
没 VR 吗？
假装不看到，哎，假装没看到吗？
不是假装，他以为是水晶吗？
啊？假装没看到，
哎，真的很像水晶。
看到，
真的很像水晶。
但是来不及了。
来不及啊，这个 VR。来不及啊，有点慌。开刷了，这个刷的比以前快多了。
DT just going to warp in, so yeah, she's going to have the DTs coming in. Trap is on his way to Robo, but it's quite far away, so he might not be able to deal with this. Actual warp-ins, guys. So he makes a couple of gateways into warp gates. He can get some warp-ins across the map, so those DTs are going to arrive fast. Obviously, does not need a gateway for the fast warp-in now. It's just a simple pylon warp-in already. We're just going to be having the DTs going to go swinging through. A couple of workers already going down. We are going to be seeing the blink coming up again. 9 workers going down, 10 workers going down, 11. You're seeing the stalkers and the sentries coming through. A couple of probes starting to go down. Sentry gets jumped on, gets sniped. We are going to be seeing Trap just realizing he needs to do some damage. Losing a ton of workers, facing elimination right here. Yeshi looking to advance through into the playoffs, eliminating Trap here as he gets himself a ton of workers. Now, he's not dealing with the stalkers very well. Trap does have a cannon building in the back of the natural, so he will get that up. He will be able to kill a DT here in the next few moments, although he's going to lose another stalker on the picture-in-picture. DT's at home from Yeshi are putting the work in. Trap is down 15 workers, more army supply, but again, that's not going to matter. We need detection. He does have an observer. Oh, the Immortal is kind of huge, because the Immortal against a stalker count that's beaten up is going to be very nice. Sorry, excuse my voice, guys. My throat's dying a bit, as we do have a couple DTs dead. I mean, Trap's going to stabilize. Down 5 workers, still in 3 bases, so recovering is absolutely possible here. What's interesting is that now Trap has... I mean, is it better tech? He's obviously up against an Immortal, but he has Stalkers to poke around with and to try and do things with, so he's still got a fairly playable position at the moment. 2 Stalkers gather up. It's going to be seen again the charge, the few probes, the gate and the cannon coming up and online. Again, just going to see this DT still wandering up to the top side. Mortal going to shoot. Stalker's going to try and turn back into this. The few Stalkers going to blink in after the Stalkers for a little while as well. And we do have ourselves the Stalker still chasing. PT walks into this 3rd base, just going to go after some of these probes, but there's a cannon here, there's a Zealot nearby. Good to keep the DT alive. Trap, you can still see, is just suffering. Now his army supply is down from this early game damage. DT comes back over. We are going to see the few probes pulled in, so we clean this out. The Stalkers are going to step up and going to go after this pylon already, so chipping straight onto this one. Again, +1 charge on the sentry. Coming through for a few moments. Again, our gates coming up. The Temple Archives continue to get into position. Continue to build by on this one for the moment. So again, we bring a lot of this about. A couple of Mortals, the Stalkers, and the Sentry still gathering as well. How often does Inno play? Inno basically plays whenever the Chinese guys invite him to a tournament and make it worth his while. Yeah, he doesn't play outside of... He did ladder a little bit in preparation for this tournament. I saw him online playing some games. But, yeah, he plays a bit, he preps a bit, he looks at the maps, he picks good builds. He's a very smart guy, right? He can pick up a lot and make a lot of stuff happen with very minimal prep. But, yeah, generally speaking, Inno is not playing regularly. You missed Trap. You missed Trap too. Trap was such a sad loss to the scene. He was playing at a very good level. He was just like, oh, no EWC announcement still? I'm out of here. And then there was EWC the year that he quit, which is even sadder. We could have at least had another year of Trap playing at a high level, you know? Very sad. TY is active in Brood War. Honestly, like, all of these guys are still going to play. I know TY is maybe more active in Brood War, but like at the end of the day, like a lot of these guys will still have a lot of the mechanical skill and stuff. I mean, we saw Innovation at the All-Star event earlier this year. He looked amazing. I actually got like jitters watching Innovation earlier this year, that All-Star event, because I was like, oh my god, it's Innovation. And like, the best part was he played like Innovation too, you know? Like, he actually played like Innovation. Guys, I'm going to have to go get my food. This arrived so free, so I'll be right back. 1 second, sorry. No, is Trap dead? No! God damn it. Almost perfect timing. But alas, it was not. I ordered... This is crazy. I ordered my food literally at the start of Game 3. This arrived so freaking fast. This is crazy. Alright, Ellie, you're gonna sit down. Do you wanna come say hi to the stream, Ellie? You gonna come say hi? I was like, I don't really want to say hi, but I will watch the food. Look at her. She's just like, I'm gonna sit here and just wait to be fed. Oh, is that good, is it? Is that good, is it? Ellie had a fun day yesterday. She went to her friend's Maze, not Maisie's. We weren't at Maisie's, were you? At Molly's. Oh, so she's a bit tired today. How's my Utrecht tournament? Oh god, so good, man. I mean, I crashed out of the main event, but like, tournament is actually so good, and there's so much stuff worth playing in the side town. I'll show you what I got.
这边我们也是听到导播给我们的这个通知啊，就是我们后面的比赛就基本上全部要放到主舞台打了，就是把所有的 A 组的所有的比赛都要放。
Yeah, so in the opening day, I played the big like pre-regional event, and I went 4-1, which got me 30 tickets. And basically, like tickets are like you can buy like extra things with them. So basically, on day 1, I won 30 tickets. Then the second day, I crashed out of the main event. I went 0-4. Wasn't a good day. I played badly, though. Like this wasn't me just being unlucky. Like I just played bad. But yeah, I managed to get up to 40 tickets, which lets me buy a metal card. This is my metal card. It looks sick. I don't know if it's gonna focus. Hang on. It's really hard to show because it's like it's hard to show because it won't focus, but like it's like it's got really good texture. It's in a sleeve right now, so but it's really freaking cool. It's Rengar, yeah. But it's like it's metal. It's like it's weighty, and this thing is worth like $1,000, give or take. So yeah, we put it back in the nice case. But yeah, it's pretty sick because you can like I crashed out of the main event, but I was still able to play and like come away with something that's like actually worth money, you know? It's really cool. Like it's such a sick format. It's so sick. And I actually wanted to play Rengar, so I already had his thing here, but now I have the metal on the other side. So when I play, and the best part of this actually is that these are legends, so they don't like go in your deck or anything, but they like you put them on the table. Like you have them on the table, and like some of them you have to like tap or like move to the side and stuff. So like when you're playing, you use these, but you can actually play with the expensive ones because like you can keep them in a protective case and put them and play with them like this, you know? It's so sick. It's like Commander Magic. Yeah, apparently Riftbound's a little bit like Commander-esque. But yeah, you can actually like. So when I go to my local night now, like I started playing Rengar because I thought I was gonna play him, which is why I got the metal card. But like now I can just go and I can like actually use my expensive card without like being worried about it. You know, like it's not gonna get damaged. It's in the case. Like obviously be worried about maybe being stolen perhaps or something. But like in terms of like playing with it, it's like it's actually really cool. So the fact you can go to a tournament and play and actually have like a like I say, I crashed out of the main event, but I had a good day one, and like I just played some more side tournaments and got enough tickets. And it's like if you don't get enough tickets, you can also sell tickets because these things are worth money. So people are buying like tickets for like 20 euros each. So it's like, yeah, maybe the case will get damaged. I mean, maybe the case gets damaged. I don't think so though. Like I'm not doing anything super crazy with it. So, but it's not like you're like shuffling the card and it's getting bent or anything. And like I say, it's actually really good quality. It's a bit weighty. Yeah, I love it. It's really cool. But yeah, it's really cool that you have... it's really cool that, like, the side events and stuff are so good. Because, like, in Pokemon, the side events suck. You can, like... If I did the equivalent amount of, like, playing side stuff in Pokemon, you can buy, like, 5 packs of cards. It's ridiculous, you know? Can my opponent guess my play? It's kind of like your legend is kind of like playing a race in StarCraft, you know? So like you pick your legend, you pretty much show up with your deck is based on your legend, so like they show their legend at the same time basically, like, and they're always in play from the very start. The legend basically dictates which colors of cards you can play with, and then each legend has an ability so that, for example, Rengar is orange and red. So there's other orange and red legends, but they play differently because their legend ability does something different, you know? But they can play with the same cards as Rengar does, for example. So yeah. But yeah, no, Riftbound's awesome. I'm having such a good time with it. Yeah, Pokemon's terrible. The Pokemon, like, now I've played Riftbound, I've realized that Pokemon TCG is horrendous, and the tournaments are not good either. At least they up the prizes of stuff, but, like, it's still crazy how bad it is compared to what Pokemon should be. I think Pokemon pricing is better now. Like, if you actually, like, you can get, like, hundreds of dollars for, like, top 64 and stuff. And you get booster boxes, which are obviously worth a lot nowadays as well. But, yeah, they increased the pricing a lot in Pokemon, but the thing is, like, these other games have, like, a lot of, like... So, for example, at this Riftbound event I was just at, there was another one in America, and this is the end of set 3. And so what they've been doing is that when you play like a certain legend, if you're the best performing legend in that tournament, you get a special card. It's called a best of. So this special card, it's kind of like the metal one. It's kind of like the metal one, but it has like a different pattern on it. Hang on, can I find a picture of this? It's really hard to find. But yeah, it's nuts. So the Ari that got won last weekend just sold for $115,000. $115K. This is someone that finished. I want to say they finished like top 64, but they were the best Ari in the tournament. Now, this is an extreme case because Ari's A, super popular, and B, the 3 guys who were basically in the running for best of Ari agreed to split the card. And the guy that won it tried to buy the other 2 out of the card in terms of like, he's like, hey, I'll pay your split. But because it's the last best of Ari, there was a Chinese buyer, right, who wanted it. And so basically he kept outbidding until the guy couldn't afford to buy the other guys out of the card. And 115K is the price that went for. But these best ofs are frequently selling for $10,000 to $20,000. It's crazy. But it only happens for like 3 sets. You can only win a card for like 3 sets, a best of, and then that legend is essentially rotated out. You can still play it, but you're not gonna benefit from it anymore. Oh, best of Rift.com, hang on. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, there's one guy who specializes in selling them and making deals with people. 115K. Isn't that crazy? You can see how, like, I'm just gonna zoom in. You can see how it's got like this. It's like they're metal, but they have like this cool like foiling on them. Yeah. What's the Jinx price? The last couple of Jinxes didn't get sold. There you go. 25k and 30k. But like, so there's like 8 of these in the world of each of these cards, because like I say, the set comes out, the legend is, you know, first made, and then you basically have until 3 more sets release. So like, this is the first time they're going to be rotating out. So there was like 3, 6. There's been like 8 tournaments since the game came out, and that's it. Like, these cards that were released in set 1, you now can't win their best ofs anymore. So there's like 8 of them in the world. It's crazy. Just play Ari every tourney. It's actually nuts. You're basically playing like a side quest. There's actually a wild story where like the guy that played Rumble, which is pretty much notoriously the worst legend, apparently the best Rumble player lost his first 2 matches, drew his 3rd match. Oh no, he lost his first match. His opponent didn't show up for match 2. He drew match 3, right? He lost match 4, and then his next 4 opponents didn't show up, because most players are like, oh, I'm out the tournament, it doesn't matter. But for the Rumble guy, he's still playing for the best of Rumble because this is a terrible legend, right? So he won the best of Rumble card, going like 5 wins, 2 losses, and a draw. And he didn't play any of his wins. He didn't play any of his wins. I don't know if that's true, but this was posted on Twitter and it seemed to be like a thing. It's actually nuts. Anyways, I'm going to eat some food, guys. So I'm going to put you guys on the screen so you guys can watch people doing signing. Oh, Oliveira signing stuff. Alright, I'm going to eat some food. I'm going to go quiet for a bit. But I'll let you guys watch. I think new games are coming up in like 20, 30 minutes. Yeah, these cards, like, you can get the regular versions of these cards are worth pennies. They're just rare because, like I say, there's 8 of these editions of them in the world. But they have the exact same use as the normal cards. But the legends are actually, like, the legend cards are like, you only ever need 1 of each. And they're super overprinted, so they're literally like pennies. I throw my legends in the bin when I get them out of packs. Like, they're worthless. But yeah, if you obviously win a best of that can only be won like 8 times before it goes out of production, then yeah. Imagine in StarCraft 2, if you were the best performing Zerg in a tournament, you got like a special drone skin. But after like a year, you can't win this drone skin anymore, and next time it's like a Zergling skin, right? But then these drone skins are tradable. So like over the course of the year, there's like, let's say there's 10 StarCraft tournaments that give out this drone skin. There's then 10 people in the world can use this drone skin, but you make it tradable. People are going to pay crazy amounts for it, right? You know, people are going to pay crazy money because it's like 1 of 10 in the world, and like, yeah. That it's like, that's kind of like the comparison. Can you move UI stuff on Moonlight? What do you want to move, James? But yeah, alt and drag. Are you playing resizable or are you playing fixed? Was it? Oh, I'm gonna have to open my RuneScape, aren't I? Alright. RuneScape tutorial for Kalaris. So when you go to, if you go to like settings and down here and all settings, when you go to, no, you don't even have to go there. You go into settings and you go into display and you can basically do different things. So fixed is like the nerd version of playing this game. Like if you played back in like the OG days, this is like what you played in. Nowadays, because we actually have different things, we can have resizable mode. But yeah, I play resizable classic. Resizable modern's like just a different layout of some things. Personally, I play in this size screen. Like this is literally the size of the screen on my screen. I play like this. Like you can play full screen. If you, oh, I have my rune light locked, so I can't make it full screen. But you can play full screen if you want to. But like the problem is because you do so much in your inventory. If your inventory is down here and you're doing stuff on the game, like over here, this is a long way to move repeatedly. Whereas this is much easier to move, you know? So, I know some people that play, like, super big. But, like, it is genuinely easier. Because, like, if most of your movement is, say you're moving around stuff like this. And then you go over here, like, you're going to be in your inventory and your prayers and your magic and stuff a lot and whatever. So, it being a bit smaller is better. So, like, I think, like, you find a comfortable size where there's a bit more space to see stuff. But it's not like an absolute journey to bring your mouse to the bottom all of the time. Hey, it's fine if you're used to that as well. Like, it works, it's just preference. But yeah, there's a lot of things in the settings. You should definitely set up F keys. So if you go to controls and keybinds, set up your F keys and just sort these out so you know how to click through your stuff easily. As if this game's starting early when I have freaking breakfast. Oh my god. Can you change the awful font of the chat? No. Don't think so. Maybe there's a plugin for it. Alright, FanTaSy versus soO coming up, guys. Next match of this tournament getting underway. I was not ready for this. I'm trying to eat. I thought it was going to be more downtime. It's because I talked about Riftbound for so long. Unbelievable. Oh my god, it's so cool to see FanTaSy. So I'm not sure. I think TY and Coffee are going to play at the same time, guys. So, yeah. Now let me close RuneScape. I have to log into my new RuneScape account as well. Can't go flexing the main account on stream anymore, you know. Don't want to make everyone jealous. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to give Ellie her fair share of the breakfast right now. She's looking at me like, wait, I'm not getting any. I'm like, I haven't got to your bit yet. And she's like, but I've been waiting. And I'm like, I've got to work. So she's not impressed at all.
这不需要先跨过 TY 这一关啊。
然后我们其实整体，我觉得首先另一个地图，这个赛季有2张4人图，然后而且都是没有固定点位，全是随机点位。然后有一张的话，还有一个通道，就是农民可以从家里，然后立马去到对方的家里，是有一个这么个细节的。但是对角去不了，只能上边或下边。
对，这个高速通道的设计还是很有新意的。
这次FanTaSy也是好久没见啊，当年把我们 AK 的选手，希望今天K哥不在现场，不然痛苦的回忆又涌在心头。
说到这个，今天他的 title 上面就没有这个，就少了一个 AK 里面的传奇经历。
我们已经被很多人都 AK。好，比赛开始。
出生在右上角蓝色的虫族。
All right, we're going.
韩国的
We're going game so fast on this one. Sue in the top right, FanTaSy in the bottom left as we kick off into this ZVT. New patch, 8 workers. All the controversy right now over lava buff rates. And the fact that Zerg is unbeatable, they say. Well, we'll find out here today. See how this goes. This better be a 3-hour-long series. I think soO is going to be the favorite straight from the bat. I think the patch is probably going to help him a little bit. I wonder how much FanTaSy played actually. I wonder how much FanTaSy played in like preparation for this. You know, I think soO's a big favorite. I mean, soO was playing as pro as recently as like a year-ish ago, maybe a bit less.
国服有 bug， 韩服现在正常的，对，韩服正常的，国服还没有修复。
他是把防改回了150、150，然后那个虫卵从9秒变成9.5，然后你看慢狗开。
Yeah, maybe a bit less. But yeah, I think soO has just a definite advantage from the very start here. Just from again recency and so on.
你农民已经亏了，然后对面看到你农民过来了，他可以选择不出狗，你也不知道他，对你也不知道他出不出狗，所以就很难办。
而且书本这个开局感觉会玩的。
Then we get set up. Let's see where we go. See what happens. It's nice, you know. We get 2 minutes at the start of the game now to sit here and do nothing. It's nice and peaceful. We just get to sit and wait before actually having to talk about anything. I love it. Ugh. The worker starts our back. Ay, ay, ay.
两死神确实是个说法啊，没有那么应该这个应该还是没有那么怕慢狗了吧？
有可能会怕。如果书本直接去他家里的话，其实这个2级是来不及的。
看一下时间的话，第2个死神出来时间应该是可以防守的。
好，看一下，看到走不走，回不回？不回，靠第2个跟他P双线。但P双线的话，其实你是亏的，因为虫族家里操作。
Reaper moves up. Queen gonna be there. Second Reaper building from FanTaSy as well. Gonna see a few Lings across the map though. Gonna try and harass, but the second Reaper's gonna save this SCV.
也是算过的呀，感觉2个人双方选手都是有研究的。
And G-Smoke, what's up? Thank you so much for the 23-month resub on the Prime. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for resubscribing. Thank you so much for supporting.
这个很聪明。这样的话，等你死神以为没有
Thank
狗
you so
了
much
之后，
appreciated.
之后，家
Thank
里
you,
出
thank
来
you.
2条狗，这个就很难受了。看一下，这边细节很好，等你的死神
Scarlet's also powerful. I think Scarlet may be the favorite for the tournament.
这边
She's very good.
范太的家里面
I think Scarlet's worst matchup was also ZVP,
这怎么办？
which is less of an issue right now. So,
关键这个基地你
yeah.
没有兵去管它。
It'll be interesting to see how it all plays out.
感觉书本有2矿牌啊，2矿牌跳飞龙。
Couple Lings coming running around, gonna get after that SCV as well. SCV taking some nibbles. It's gonna go down, so we actually do delay the command center in the end, funnily enough. 2 Reapers and you lose 2 SCVs and get a CC delayed is not a good sign at all for FanTaSy. Like, to build a second Reaper and still take damage like this from a couple Lings is kind of crazy.
现在的飞龙它就是优化了一个智能啊，它以前的这个飞龙是有弹射的嘛，但是它会 弹到一些建筑物上面，造成了一些无效伤害。
Hellions coming up, that on the way, drones and the overlords coming through. Roadrunner is going to be building the natural expansion, so soO looks like he might just try and send this. The Reapers are going to gather a couple of moments already. We just have ourselves a chance to... I mean, did the Reapers see the lair? Sorry, I didn't notice what they looked at. He hasn't seen the Roadrunner. And the fact it's a lair, with roaches, obviously roach speed available here from soO. Basically just playing 2-base roaches. FanTaSy's playing mech, so actually maybe not a bad idea from soO to go roaches anyway. I wonder if soO kind of thought that FanTaSy may play mech, and so he plays kind of built on that idea from the very beginning. Hellions come running across the map. Roach speed on the way. Carapace coming up. Queen building. He gets settled into place. That was not a wall off. Roach is not ready yet. FanTaSy's going to get a bunch of drones. He's going to see the Queens on the other side. Going to get rid of one Reaper. Finally going to start getting rid of some of these Hellions. 8 workers. Doesn't even feel terrible considering the fact that these 4 Hellions just ran into an undefended natural, you know? Felt like that could have been a whole lot worse, honestly. A whole lot worse. Carapace and Roach Speed both build. It's going to be having the tank and the Hellions coming up. And again, a few units gathering in the center. We are, again, playing mech, so you're going to have a lot of Hellions. Throwing away a few is, really is fine, which is why it's even worse for soO to let those Hellions in, because there's not really, like, a follow-up kind of negative to it. Roach is still stepping down the map. The Hellion's going to be here. Get in again. soO can't let Hellions get in every time, because he's going to be in a lot of trouble if that's the case. FanTaSy is just playing 2 bases, right? No 3rd CC, I believe. Roach speed done. The Roach is sitting on the edge. The tank's not in range right now to actually reach this, so soO going to do some makeup damage, making up for that last round of Hellions, if nothing else. So, okay, FanTaSy does have a 3rd CC, so he is cranking 3 SCVs at a time. And we're just building a Hellion tank, which is... Yeah. Infestation bit starts, we're just going to be seeing the Hellions again. We'll probably get a couple of drones here. It's not been the cleanest of games from soO. This time he cleans up a couple extra. Let's just have... I mean, a 30 worker difference. It doesn't matter if he lets the Hellions... Bro, like, I'm trying to make it somewhat interesting. I'm trying to believe that we're getting something done here as FanTaSy, and that he's not just completely dead in the water. Ay, ay, ay. And it's FanTaSy, he's not going to GG for like 15 minutes anyway, so we may as well keep the cast going until then. Cyclone locks on, gonna get this overseer. Oh, soO's gonna go swarm hosts. Yikes. That is not good for FanTaSy. Well, drones go down. Just gonna be seeing the swarm hosts onto the map. I do think this first round of swarm hosts is gonna be having some success here. We do see the Roach is gonna get in after the Hellions. I mean, only one Hellion gets through. Just see the swarm hosts. We'll see if that can be enough preparation. I don't think we've got enough to deal with swarm hosts at all, to be honest. Oh, these tanks are in... Oh no. I feel like losing... Okay, I feel like actually losing only 2 tanks is a miraculous. I was going to say I feel like losing your tanks like this is game ending, but the fact you only lost 2 was somewhat kind of wild. He's a mega dead. Yeah, okay, he is... He's dead. I mean, he's going to have to drop some locusts here. to save a Swarm Hose, which actually does go down. Oh, we ran the Cyclones back through a Locust.
那这样不赚，他就刷农民。反正这一波怎么守？你看啊，成都现在2矿开，9分钟之后还有这么多人口。
How many drones actually died this game?
不然他这把已经死了20几个。
Doesn't really matter, but like, I actually feel like FanTaSy killed quite a lot of soO's drones.
我可以看一下成都这把死了多少个农民。
But the macro comparison was not really. Killed 29 drones in a 9-minute game. On an 8-worker start as well. That's pretty crazy. FanTaSy going to threaten to knock down the cooling tower to block these units across. Again, the Hellion Cyclone's trying to step back through the Roach Ravager going to be here. A couple more bars going off as well. Is Maestro's being played on a new patch? No, Maestro's will be played on an old patch, it seems. Roach Ravager's going to dive through again. A couple of Cyclones. The Hellion's still getting caught. We are breaking in. The rocks go down. Actually does crush a Ravager. Just soO is so far ahead, it's not even going to be close to mattering. And that is going to be soO doing 2 things. Mid-game aggression is pretty much soO's kind of vibe. And also just mid-game kind of massing units is kind of soO's vibe as well. I think soO fits very well into this patch actually for Zerg. Alright, FanTaSy going to go for the retreat. Obviously, if you can save the 3rd CC here and hope that the Terran Zerg AFKs for at least 10 minutes, there might be a chance to get back into it. So keeps the orbital alive, retreats back to the natural. There is the 4th command center building on the left. soO just walked past it and doesn't care. Okay, now he sends some roaches over. I mean, FanTaSy's goal here, right? Survive this wave of locusts. Yeah, I think we're done. I think we're dead. Ismay's back. All good, dude. I did not time you out in terms of maliciousness. I just genuinely like certain things right now. I don't know if they're rage bait or if they're just genuine opinions. So I'm just erring on the side of caution because I don't want to get rage bait. No hard feelings. All good. There's people coming in the chat all the time trying to wind me up about and just saying stupid shit. So yeah, like I say, I'm just trying to be proactively. Like I say, it was just a timeout. No hard feelings. We're good. I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying either. It's just how you said it before. Yeah, that's all. I also don't think that, like I said, I said repeatedly, I don't think PVT's been in a good state at all. But yeah, it's funky. Alright guys, we're going to take a moment while we get into game 2. I'm just going to mute up and finish up my breakfast because I talk too much between the games. So I'll be right back and we'll get into this game 2. FanTaSy down a game against soO.
这把整体方面就是从运营角度看来就差太多了。基本上FanTaSy在杀了很多农民的情况下，你其实看到他后边他是停了农民的。对。而且这个版本的机械化，至少我们现在没有测试过，整体的感觉就是这个版本机械化强度不够。因为之前的版本机械化是你要利用你的人族的机械化的经济优势飙车，然后去跟虫族兑换。但是现在这个版本就是虫族的经济是比你好的，比你好的情况下，你去用飙车的话，就是完全行不通。 完全换不动的，完全行不通，除非你像老版本那样，然后去打一拳，去打坦克、火车侠，但是也没有试过。就这个版本，你整体就是要打生化。但是现在坦克的火车侠一波的话，碰到黄雾感染，好像也就没什么伤害了就。现在是黄雾，哦对，现在还有个黄雾的问题。对。现在黄雾给刺蛇双喷一丢，坦克没有伤害，完全没有伤害，还是一般。是的。尤其是现在这个版本黄雾不用升级了。对。我不知道他为什么要这么改，就是黄雾这个技能。 刚开始出来的时候是大家没有研究明白，然后很多人都还不用。但是你看现在黄雾这个整体的体系出来了，出来之后，然后就是大家用的都特别的好。它的这个强度实在太高了，还是很需要一个升级。这个单位它虽然这个科技虽然它需要100的能量，但是感染虫出来本身就是75能量，所以只需要稍微等一下，或者从家里面造出来的时候赶到前线就刚好有能量了，这个就太厉害了一点。 基本上放一个黄雾之后，你的枪兵是完全打不动蟑螂的，蟑螂直接变成大牛。完全打不动，完全打不动，而且11秒，这11秒差太多了。这11秒钟已经可以把这3矿全部抬飞了。好，看一下第2章，FanTaSy， 我跟你说改变战术，他不要这么打。如果是他的话，就感觉第一把差很多，机械化这个跟不上的情况下，先报一下点。
好，出生在右下角蓝色的虫族，就是来自于韩国的书本。
Alrighty, guys. Heading into game 2, soO with a 1-0 lead.
出生在左上角红色，曾经把 KZC
Second map of this best of 3. Kicking off right now, FanTaSy is our red Terran.
他这把改了改细节，还是12农民去造，12农民去造就没问题，一定要12农民去造。但是你知道还有个说法，就是你如果11农民去造
Is the new patch so bad to play? I think if you play Terran or Zerg and you're just laddering, it's probably fine. It's whatever. If you play Protoss and it's going to take a lot of relearning, it's going to take a lot of refiguring stuff out. I see a lot of people saying that all the build orders are thrown out in the air, but realistically, if you know how to Reaper expand, you can still Reaper expand. You know, at the end of the day, the Reaper expand is not tied to the supply count of the game. The Reaper expand is tied to the fact that when you have enough minerals, you build a depot while still building SCVs. When you have enough minerals to build a barracks and a gas, you do that, and then you build the Reaper, you know, and you expand. So that sort of stuff still very much so exists if you're Terran, but obviously Protoss stuff is all over the place, because what worked before does not really work at all right now. So yeah, it's kind of depends what your level is and what you're looking for when you play as well. Rex coming up, Hatchcast and Pool building. I really dislike this extra minute that we just have for no reason because of 8 workers. There's never going to be a convincing argument to me that justifies this extra minute at the start of the game added back in. Because these, like what I just explained, the builds are exactly the same. They just happen at a different moment on the clock, you know? I really dislike it. It's such a backward step for the game, but that part we just have to get over. I'm pretty sure if they change anything back, they're actually going to keep the 8 worker start. I'm still a conspiracy theorist, guys. I still think they changed everything else just so that the 8 worker start would go in, and when we're left with just the 8 worker start after everything else, everyone will be like, well, this wasn't so bad. Helps the noobs and the streamers. Well, because you have an extra 30 seconds before the exact same things happen. I don't agree with this opinion at all. We already argued the crap out of this. I literally lost subs over this because I don't agree that it helps anybody. Because the game is... What happens now at 3 minutes is exactly what used to happen at a minute and a half, you know? So, it's not like you're avoiding some kind of super intense part of the game. It just comes a minute later. If the workers increased to 24, would it make even more fast payers? Well, the problem if you increase to 24 workers is that you are limited by how fast your first structure is built, right? So it would be pretty stupid. Because you would just be... Everyone would just have money to spend on nothing other than just bases straight away. Like, then there really is no reason to do anything else. It's a balance now. Like, I don't necessarily think 8 workers is the end of the world nowadays. I actually think the other stuff's much more problematic. But I still think 8 workers is just completely unnecessary. So, like I say, it's really not the end of the world. It's just we're going to see the same. It's not going to do what they. It's not going to increase the variety of builds, I think, is what it comes down to. Which was kind of the point of it. It just doesn't do that. It just... A lot of the builds that exist right now will just get figured out, and we'll just get, you know, in 3 months from now, we'll just have the new timings figured out, and then we're back to the same things, just more slowly. So yeah. We don't get why new upgrades, units, or abilities are an option. Honestly, me neither at this point. Before, I would say it's because it was too much to add in, it was too risky. But I think if you rework Protoss and Warpgate, then you could absolutely just add new stuff, to be honest. I mean, they've added new abilities before, like when they changed the Cyclone change and the upgrade and stuff's been changed, but like, it's always been in reference to like other things. But I do think that
因为你靠你闪电的魔法单位是不怕黄物的嘛，但是闪电被削弱了。
yeah, I honestly at this point I think they could have just thrown a new like I actually think they could have just thrown in a new unit for every race. That actually would have been so exciting as well. Can you imagine all of the different builds and stuff and compositions that would actually come out from that? That'd be actually crazy. That'd make it actually crazy. Even if they're undertuned, yeah, like, I mean, the thing is if you introduce new units, they're the easiest things to fix, right? Because you just change the numbers on them because no one's used to playing with them for years. if the 7 barracks, whatever the hell the new Terran unit is OP, just change the numbers on it a little bit, you know? Like, new units would actually be like, no, I don't think a single person would complain about new units. Like, maybe people would be upset, like, if they're OP or they feel like, or whatever, sure. But no one would say the idea of new units is bad. This would not be a split opinion like the current changes are, you know? Why would Blizzard be designing new units for StarCraft? You can just bring campaign units in or something, no? Man, we have. It's not like Blizzard are designing the patch either. They're just listening to ideas and implementing ideas they're given. Like, realistically, there's no different from them just implementing freaking new units that people have been making for all their custom mods for the last however long it's been. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't get me wrong. Obviously, adding new units is maybe another level, but like, I actually think that would have been so much better than trying to fix Warp Gate or whatever the hell we're doing right now. soO has obviously had a much more peaceful opening. FanTaSy playing bio this game. About 7 minutes deep, and we're getting settled into next phase of the game. There's a couple medevacs load up. We're just going to peel off over to the right side. 2 medevacs into the main base to try and get some damage done, put some work on. And coming straight through. Yeah, melee, carapace, mutas, flyer attack upgrade, all of that coming into place. Bring back the Warhound. I mean, the Warhound was such a boring unit, though. This thing had no, you know, okay. The other day I casted Zero Space, right, on Sunday. And you know what I really loved about Zero Space? Was they had a lot of fun units that were easy to explain. And I think that's like the core of StarCraft as well, right? Let's see this fight. ZOO, think about running in. He's going to back off. What makes StarCraft so cool is so many of these units are fun, but they're super easy to explain, right? Like, the Muta is a fast-flying, harassy thing, right? Easy to explain. The Marine is this little ball of death, right? But dies. The Banelings are, like, they roll in and they blow shit up, you know? Like, you can explain a lot of units in StarCraft 2 very easily, you know? And I think that's what Riftbound did really well, and they had units that were kind of unique as well. Like, they had this little, like, dinosaur rhino that jumped down cliffs, and it can only jump down cliffs, it can't jump up. But when it jumps down, if it lands on something, it stuns it. And it's, like, such a fun interaction that is, like, you know, it's such a fun interaction that's, like, like I say, it doesn't need explaining. Well, it needs explaining, but, like, it's like, oh, it can jump down cliffs, and if it lands on something, it stuns it, you know? It's, like, it's super simple, but it's really fun, you know? It does something fun and different. I really like that. Yeah, I really think there's got to be a way we could add a few things to StarCraft 2, like a couple units where it was just, like, they're just, like, simple, but, like, kind of fun in how they work. The Warhound was not fun. The Warhound was simple. It walked across the map and it killed shit. but it wasn't fun, you know? It didn't have, like, a fun thing to it. It's just a unit you built that was a meaty boy that walked across the map and it blew shit up, you know? But you could kind of build them a little bit too quickly and a bit too many of them for how easy they were to just kill everything. Like, they weren't microable. They were too big to micro around and stuff, you know? If we could rotate units around that each season, I think that'd be a little bit extreme for StarCraft, because I think there's a lot of benefit in StarCraft in actually letting things settle. I mean, even before this patch, the game meta was still developing, you know, week by week, you know? So I think changing too often, too much is a little extreme. I actually really loved the idea when Battle Aces was a game, because I actually thought Battle Aces was the perfect game where, like, you can make a unit freaking OP for, like, a month, but next month in the new season, it doesn't matter because it's going to be a new unit or something, you know? Yeah, I really felt like this was a cool concept. A very different concept. I know Battle Aces was not for everybody, but I actually really thought that that possibility of having, like, a seasonal, rotational, like, quick change thing, where it didn't matter if something was overpowered, because you could put the overpowered thing into your kind of unit composition next time, or it just gets nerfed next patch and it's non-existent, but it doesn't matter because, you know what I mean? It just had the potential to be fun and fresh, and, like, it wasn't traditional RTS. But it was such a cool take on RTS. I really loved it. I was very sad that that's gone. We're 11 minutes deep on at Eternity's Edge. We have seen some meter harassment. Not really doing too much. soO continuing to expand outwards, creep pushing around. 3-3 upgrades on the way from FanTaSy. He does have an upgrade lead over soO. FanTaSy looking a whole lot better this time around compared to that previous game where he just never really got off the ground. I mean, Mech is... I don't know how Mech is on the current patch, but Mech is typically pretty slow to get going, and if Zerg are fast to get going with these new larva changes, then maybe Mech is just a little bit too slow to really do much at all. But this bio game looking a lot better for him. He's been defending decently at points as well. Has a little bit of drop action going on too, so able to get a bit more damage done. Enjoy Battle Base is just not the mortar. The mortar was a bit OP. But then you just nerf the shit out of mortars or make like a hard counter to mortars. Like, I think the best part of Battle Aces was each individual game wasn't too serious. So if you lost to something, it was like, ah, screw that, go next. Or like, oh, I'm just going to make sure I never die to this again. I'm going to make like this air unit which can never die to more. You know what I mean? That was cool. Like I say, it was a very different style of RTS. Bing Bang going to run through a couple overseas overhead. So let's see if he's going down. These middles are very close to getting this planetary fortress. It's going to go down. FanTaSy losing access to his 4th base. Doesn't matter that much anymore because we buffed the economy, so 3-base Terran is even more powerful than it's ever been. So we can be 3-base for a bit longer. Obviously, we do eventually want a 4th. We want to get past like 6-6 workers, but this is not a situation right now where we're like, oh my god, no 4th base, we're doomed. Like, we can mine off 3 bases much more comfortably for much longer. I'm not sure what the timing's off when bases start to mine out, but like obviously 12.5 minutes in the past, main base would be on its way out, natural would start to thin. Now obviously we have the bases lasting a whole lot longer, as you are going to see soO diving into this fight in the front, has a little bit of creep spread still to propel himself into the rest of this bio. Splits from FanTaSy were okay, but not good enough. He's getting overwhelmed, and the problem is if you get overwhelmed like this, a Lingbane Muta army coming your way is going to be tough to get rid of. I'm just going to dive through, new 4th base cancelled. This is an issue if you never get a 4th base up. Obviously, maybe a bit greedy building it on the map, but at the same time, clearly FanTaSy did not think he was about to lose. This fight so convincingly to the point that soO was just going to, run across to the other side. Actually, have the Banelings kind of going a little bit inefficiently here. I think they should have had a whole lot more SCVs than what they got. Widowmine's helping FanTaSy out as well. soO has a ton of money. If you could spend some of that money, that would be ideal. Two more Marines is going to get grabbed. Ling's going down. Couple meters coming in for some more SCVs. Battle Aces stopped working well when the player count dropped slow enough. I know, but it never got out of, like, it wasn't even in early access, you know, it was like in alpha. So, I mean, we can't really talk much about that, right? It never got to the full potential of what I'm talking about, I guess. I mean, I think there was a lot unexplored in Battle Aces when it went down, to be fair. Like, they could have even made each ladder match like a best of 3 where you have to use different deck each time or something as well. You know, like, there's a lot of interesting ways they could have approached a lot of it. But that's what was so cool about that game. It was so open to having interesting things happen. That Widowmine trap, by the way. That Widowmine trap. Ooh, he saw one of them. Oh, he sees the rest. soO's like, nope, not going to run in there. FanTaSy. soO's like, I'm not going to give you guys a clip for this from this tournament. Not yet. Lingbane gets over, Medivac lifts off and retreats away once more. Still got the Ultra Cavern coming through, hatching a couple of drones producing. Medivacs and the mines are on the way. And just have ourselves a few Marines going to unload over to the right.
这么一说，还真把范太子憋起来了。这范太子2攻2防，这波 A 过去，有个 timing 的。
对，这波看书本会不会冲动，因为书本也是3攻3没有升好。
Bane coming around, a little bit of bio coming from the sides as well. Just going to be having the army looking to dive through. Muta's overhead. The Banes are rolling, and soO is going to make a dive in on this. Off creep is not mattering right now. If we can split well against these mines, oh, the Overseer is going to eat some of the mines as well. That's beautiful. The last mine shot was much better. Oh my god, how many mines are there? Oh my god. FanTaSy, the king of mines. Holy. Like, he had so many mines on the low ground, then there was like 5 more on the high ground. 16 meters dead in this game. 31 mines dead is actually crazy. soO remaxes because he just had economy behind this. He's been in a winning position for quite a while. But that was a fight which I think should have maybe ended the game. But like I say, I don't think soO was expecting quite as many mines available as well. I think soO maxing out and just going again here is absolutely just the right call. We'll see if he's confident to go again. Obviously, it's a little rough when you've just had a fight like that and it doesn't maybe look great.
这片矿被书本冲掉的话，就断掉收入了呀，没有任何视野，也没有瞭望塔。书本这里很谨慎，先用这个拟态图虫去开视野，用一头牛去引雷。哇，这里细节拉满了，没有看到你没有地雷，直接去包哦，地雷在上面没关系。
Bane Ultra coming through. I'm just going to go deny this base. That's going to be a pretty big deal.
我发现他是小部队引雷型，这大部队还不太行。
主要是那波地雷确实有点出乎意料，谁会让他在那么后面埋呢？
Bane's Ultra as the mutas continue to come through, just continue to step over, continue to make a bit of a push. Just going to see the rest of these Ultras coming across. I mean, we dive into this base. FanTaSy going to test out his best GG timing here. Oh, it's not even that good of a FanTaSy GG timing. soO, 2-0, getting to a winning position here. We just got to say FanTaSy GG time when it's FanTaSy's time to click GG. This was very reasonable GG time, to be fair. GG. Alright guys, I'm gonna try to finish my breakfast for reals this time. Just keep getting into games so quickly. Ay, ay, ay.
感觉书本这组出现的第一出现的话，应该是稳了。
我觉得看看咖啡不一定。我觉得他刚才那个 TVZ 表现我看了一下，他 TVZ 这个表现现在打至少咖啡的话，我看过咖啡的 TVZ。
咖啡是可能跟他打的
是可以打的，是可以打的，咖啡完全可以打的。
Did the other match play already?
就是 TY 这关，因为虽然 TY 很久没打了，但是韩国的这个 TVT 我说不准。
Apparently TY Coffee is still ongoing.
所以他基本功并没有什么下滑。
对，而且其实 TY 会理解很好。TY 一般他属于那种先跟你打一把，然后跟你打一把之后，他 copy 你流程 copy。
As a fellow Brit, you can only thank me for endlessly sending my PC during this weather. I'm in the north, it's not quite as bad. There's been a couple bad days, but I didn't stream on the worst days this year, to be fair. 38 degrees in Cologne. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Krefeld next week. How come these tournaments get more views with Ryung than official GSL streams? It might be promoted. I mean, Ryung, the Soup streams get promoted on Soup to like basically like front page. Like, so you know when we get Twitch front page, we get boosted viewership. That's very similar to what a lot of these tournaments get on Soup. So there's a little bit of stuff there. But I mean, like, I don't think it's any more viewership than what the GSL gets on the Korean stream, to be fair.
就这把真的输得很可惜，这把真的杀了很多农民，就一直在杀，一直在杀。你看前期一个2矿开，
It's gonna be 32 in Yorkshire. Oh my god.
范太子在杀了农民的情况下，
No, I'm good. It's only 24 here today, Max.
导致他杀那点优势其实没有太大。
I mean, hey, what a great weekend to have to work early before it gets hot.
没有用了，这里的话输太多了。
他第一波宿主
I'll take it. All right, I'm gonna finish my breakfast up, guys.
好，我们现在也打广告，星际快闪店现在吕布在做签售啊，然后如果你们想去要签名或者什么的，可以现在去啊，给你们告个警，因为吕布好像就今天吧，然后应该明天会有个签售会，但不一定会在淘宝店，但明天也会有个签名会，所以你们想去赶紧要签名的赶紧排队。
话就是打不过，整体就是完全打不过，运营差太多了。
第二把其实FanTaSy已经打出风采了，一度很有机会，但是奈何还是基本功差距有点大了。现在
吕布那个小组就这里，你看这里的话，其实是有一个三国探方的 timing 的，而且人族战斗林可是领先的，但是他把你看他17个地雷，他如果能把那个17个地雷都带到正面的话，这个完全是不一样的。
是的，这波应该是能打过的。因为书本这边冲来是完全没想到你后面会有这么多地雷啊，所以中的雷中的非常伤。但是奈何优势还太大了。
是的，今天人现场，今天而且是工作日啊，今天其实现场人还是很多的。星际的展台真的人挺多的，然后大家可以关注明天周末的话是 B 组和 C 组，然后是8进4，还有决赛。到时候到周末的话，应该人会更多一点。到时候想要来看的观众可以提前买票，因为星际区在最里面。然后现场还有一些其他的展台。
我们后续的副舞台的比赛都会在主舞台比赛继续进行。
对，现在后面的话好像是把所有的，至少我不知道明天会不会，好像反正今天的话，所有副舞台都没有了，所有的副舞台今天都到主舞台了。
明天应
这边导播问观众，你们想在主舞台多看点星际吗？啊，他们还是想的导播，那就明天的话，他们说就把副舞台都取消，都变成主舞台这边，所以大家可以多看几场。
对，因为副舞台那边没有转播的，只能过去看，而且那边只有小屏幕，看不到它的实时情况，只能看到选手第一视角。
然后明天的话，尤其是3个中国选手，大家可以来现场都给中国选手加油吧。
是的。
然后
明天我也能上主舞台，本来我在副舞台的。
主要我现在最担心的赛的狗命，赛的现在怎么办？
哎，没事，那明天对吧？那既然他输入比赛之后，还有妹妹安慰他，我觉得
但是成都的妹妹怎么办呀？成都的现在感觉在磨刀了已经。
那就没办法了。
Hello guys, I'm back.
赛的
How are we doing?
赛的说了，他现在基本上如果今天输的话，他后边就要做户外主播了。对，他要去做户外
直播是吧？
对。但是我觉得你们总还是有机会的。Impact
How are we doing?
我希望你们那组除了 Impact 还有谁呀？
逆波
有点
厉害的，逆波最近搜到过他几盘。
我预测你们那下感觉应该是你和逆波。
看 Impact 的吧，说不定他脚趾棍上来就把那个逆波的干下去了。
CVP 现在目前是什么情况 ？CVP 现在看的少一点，但是我看 Showtime 也是赢不了，但是 Showtime 离得很差，他一直在开门。
现在 PV 队我是觉得很难打，就是什么？现在运营情况就是当你第一个现在飞过去的时候，对面3控龙已经到了一半了。
Guys, don't forget, if you have a Prime sub on the channel, you can use it.
就是我尝试
You can support all sorts of lovely StarCraft with it. For example, the wonderful Cranky Ducklings are streaming the same event as us right now. You can go show them some love as well. Use a Prime sub, subscribe, whether it's here, there, anywhere. Prime subs are good to use. So go use your Prime subs wherever it may be. Give your Prime sub a home somewhere. Give the Prime sub a home.
其实今天是工作日，已经是我觉得至少我今天去其他展台我看了一下，就是
If you don't use your Prime sub, it is a wasted sub. Free money. Free money.
现在后边就给观众时间了，我们休息一下，然后一会儿来看咖啡打 TY， 一会儿希望大家给工作人员加油，好吧？给咖啡加油。
You like the patch, not the balance, but the patch. Honestly, okay, like real talk, I will forever be salty going to 8 work because I think it's stupid. I still cannot ever believe this is a real timeline we're living in. But, I mean, patches are good, man. Like, anytime there's a patch, like, typically it's good. Like, viewership goes up, people are excited to see stuff. This patch doesn't feel like that, though, you know? I don't know. This patch doesn't feel like that. I know people are being very feisty, but I think the viewership goes down off this patch in like a month. So, but we'll see. We will see. I think the mineral changes were fun. I would love to see what the mineral changes did if we still had 12 workers. I think the problem is you're like I think the problem is you're like a small change to minerals I think probably would have been fine. I don't know. I still think it makes the game more campy, but that might not be a terrible thing overall. Like, I don't think the need to mass expand, but the problem is like if you then have a race that mass expands and the other race just has to sit there, like Like, I don't find TVP fun watching Protoss mass expand and Terran set on 4 base, and now that's just extended, right? So I feel like the economy gets fixed in maybe like a few minutes early game, but it's just an issue the later the game goes again. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't think like necessarily like a maybe main bases should have a few more minerals or so to like maintain main base economy for like a little bit longer, but maybe not like natural thirds, fourths or something. I don't know. There's so many things you can spitball with. You like the patch because of the toss nerf? Yeah, but then... So, I actually, like, if you've been listening today, you'll have heard me basically say these things, right? Where, essentially what I'm finding is that watching TVP and being like, oh my god, this Protoss can't just warp, like, 10 Zealots in the main is actually really nice. But the game was pretty well balanced in terms of win rate. So what are we doing to let Protoss players still win games? You know? Like, if people were trading games before... You know what I mean? Like, if people were trading games before, what did Protoss get that's gonna keep them from just getting completely blown out? Like, that's my big question at the moment. It's 1 to 2 minutes longer on these bases. Yeah, which is why I think it's probably fine early to mid game, but like if you take 1 to 2 minutes and apply it to like 6 bases or something, then it's a much more compounded issue, right? Or it's a much more compounded like buff. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I think there's just, to me, I think SCT was in a pretty good place outside of, like, really specifically the design of PVT and PVZ. But I don't think the answer to that was making Protoss, like, completely different to what it was. I think the answer is to make Zerg and Terran more competitive at different parts of the game. And do something about the Terran campiness late game, which would also help in TVZ a bit too, you know? Like, at the end of the day, there's no right or wrong opinion on all of this, and I think a lot of points that are made on the other sides are very true as well. Outside of some of the... Honestly, the more I talk about the patch, the more I enjoy talking about the patch, apart from the 8-worker aspect of it. Like, the 8-worker start is honestly just annoys me so much, and hearing people talk about all these things because of the 8-worker start is just not true is tilting. A lot of the other stuff in the patch is very interesting to talk about. I just still don't know if it's in, like, the right direction, you know? Like, do not get me wrong, I do think they fixed things. I do think certain things have been made better and improved, essentially. But there's so many flaws that those improvements are going to be very hard to praise and really appreciate, you know? So, yeah. Protoss been overtuned for like 4 years. Yeah, maybe it has been overtuned, and yet we still can't get a Protoss to win a freaking world championship, or like, you know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong, I think Protoss probably was a bit overtuned too, but I also think like you got to be careful with just gutting an entire core mechanic of a race, you know? I think part of the controversy in the patch is everyone wants to argue about different parts of it, so... You're optimistic? I'm glad you're optimistic. No one else is. I have no faith. Blizzard are like shutting down tournaments, not letting community events happen and stuff. Throwing patches out of nowhere. My faith levels in Blizzard are like an absolute 0, sadly. Like I said, I don't even know how much of it is Blizzard, but the whole thing's just crazy. At the end of the day, it is Blizzard, because Blizzard don't have other people in place to actually make better processes on this, right? Do they not get less warping cooldown in general? Yeah, but you have to pay a stupid amount. Like, the problem is the warp gate change hurts a lot of early game. Oh my god, this man on the left is fighting his paper. Fold it! Oh no, he let it all fall out. Go on, he's got this. Oh, he's getting the technique down. Look at that. 4 pages at a time, 5 pages at a time. He's going to go for 6. Oh, all at once from the bottom. Oh, beautiful. What a save. What a move that was. You see the confidence levels improve at the end? And he was just like, you know what? All at once this time. Holy. It's interesting seeing the old SCG devs react. Yeah, I talked to a couple of the old devs that went to Stormgate and stuff. Yeah. I think the problem is that I think the crazy thing for a lot of these guys that helped put the he dropped them again? No, I missed it. No. I missed it. I was reading chat. I think the problem with a lot of the guys that like worked on the worker changes is that the 12 worker start was such a huge success. Like, the 12 worker start did amazing things for the game. It was extremely positive. People loved it. It was like one of the most talked about positive changes they ever made. And there were some people that were against it, but it was overwhelmingly positive. And then they went through years of the game looking great because of the 12 worker start as well. Right? It removed so many of the issues. It made it so much more watchable. Stuff went up. So I think seeing that core thing that was such a genuine win be taken away is just like a kind of like a what moment, you know? What do you use the middle scroll wheel for in StarCraft? You use the middle scroll wheel to move your camera. It's much more efficient than going to the edges of the screen and dragging it, or keyboard arrowing it around. The player numbers directly contradict my statement. That's not true. The player count increased at Legacy of the Void launch. Because, well, of course it did. It's a new expansion. Viewership went up with Legacy of the Void. Like, yes, a lot of years later, the numbers then began to go down. But people didn't see 12 workers and just quit the game. In fact, most of the people that, even most of the pros that quit the game and now shit on the 12 workers quit multiple years after 12 workers. The game became free, but that was also years later as well. That wasn't in Legacy of the Void launch. You know? The fact of the matter is, guys, if you rewind to our StarCraft from like 10, 11 years ago, whenever Legacy came out, the worker count buff, it was talked about a lot, right? It was talked about a lot, but it was not hated. It was not hated at all. It was loved. It was loved. And there was people who were concerned about it. There was people who were like, oh, I'm not sure. Right? Very similar to people who were, 8 workers start now. Everyone's like, oh, I'm not sure about that. But the general mass output was it was a great change. And the numbers reflected that. So yeah, I can understand that, like, if you're an old dev and you see something that was received so well be turned back, like, it's got to be a weird feeling, no? Do we have a result on TY versus Coffee? Are we waiting for these guys to actually play? I don't know what's going on. I feel like they're not set up. So I wonder if we're going to actually get the TVT cast as well, which would be an extra series compared to what we're expecting. Wait, are they actually playing? Are they playing, but they're not allowed to cast it on stream because it's on a B stream or something? Oh, that's crazy. So we're only going to get... That's crazy if that's the case. It feels like they're playing. He's been in game for like 4.5 minutes. Or maybe he was just warming up. Oh, he doesn't have a headset on, so maybe... Yeah, maybe not. Okay, I've got no idea what's going on, guys. If you've not watched Chinese tournaments before, this is usually what happens. We sit here and just talk and see if we actually get some games. We just cast when games come on screen. Pretty sure I saw more negative comments of the 10-second match start time than the 12 worker start. Yeah. How would I have felt if they changed some of the units out? I don't think they need to change units out, but I absolutely think it would have been cool to add new units. We just talked about this basically, but TLDR, like, if you're happy to make big changes, I think new units would have been a great thing to change because it would have been fun for everyone to try them out. They genuinely would have made people try new things out and try new timings. It's not just timings though, it's also like new compositions, right? New ways that the game works, new ways that units interact. Like there's so much depth when you add a new unit. It's kind of the same as when like they've changed the Cyclone in the past, right? It can completely change matchups. And like I would argue that the Cyclone changes have frequently created a lot more variety in builds or a shakeup than the majority of changes in this current patch. You know? Because they just changed basically what the Cyclone was. It was still the Cyclone, but it did different things, you know? So, yeah, I think new units would have been a great approach. If you're going to be so daring as to redesign Protoss, I think new units would have been a better approach. Because then every race gets something fun to play with too. Like, no one feels left out, and no one feels badly done to either, right? Like, Protoss players right now feel pissed off because their race got shut on. But no one feels badly done to if everyone gets a new unit, you know? Like, everyone gets the fun of exploring and changing and mixing up and stuff. What are they buying, by the way? What are they selling? I want some SE Boy merch. Can we get a guy on the ground to buy Wardy some merch as well? All right, if anyone knows anyone in the Chinese scene who's at the event, I will pay for some cool stuff. The SKT1 college jackets, yeah, they were badass. One SE Boy bobblehead figurine. You know, one of my favorite things over the last few years was getting the WTL gift boxes. Like, actually getting like the WTL gift boxes with cool little StarCraft things in them was always really cool. I loved that. Alright, Oliveira and Sion are back. What we doing, guys? They're like, hey guys, we were done, but the other matchup forgot to start, so we're here to cast TVT out of nowhere.
吕布完了是我，然后我完了之后，哎，导播我完了之后是谁啊？今天淘宝那里还没定是吧？啊，好，就目前我之后还没定，到时候会提前跟大家说。然后，但是明天的话，大家别着急，如果淘宝没要到签名的话，明天就是基本上每个组的选手都会有一个签售会。是的。然后我们 D 组的应该是
Kind of wish the Raven didn't have interference matrix. Yeah, interference matrix is a very unfun ability. Interference matrix is the kind of ability that limits gameplay more so than promoting gameplay, if that makes sense. I speak Korean? No. These guys are Chinese. First of all, these guys are Chinese, and secondly, I'm just making up what they're saying. But I think I do think something happened where Coffee and TY was meant to play, and I don't think these guys were meant to cast 2 in a row. So... Hi, baby. What's up? Oh, do you maybe need a wee? Alright, I'm just going to take Ellie out quickly, guys. I'll be a couple minutes. I'll come back. Sorry for the game starts while I'm gone. A bit of a weird schedule today, and Helen's out as well, so she can't help. So, yeah. Alright, let's go, and then I'll be back as soon as possible for the start of this TVT. Sorry, guys.
希望大家多给中国选手加加油吧，好吧？虽然 TY 很厉害，但是咖啡其实最近也练了不少，看看能不能把这场拿下。我感觉咖啡啊，说实话，把这场拿下之后，现在放松一点，我觉得能拿下输本是问题不大的。希望这个8强还是能多点中国选手吧，看能不能有4个，最好都是4个中国选手，能多一点就多一点，毕竟国内的线下赛嘛。
看一下这张地图啊，这张地图的话感觉出镜率比较高啊。之前的班选的话也剩下的这几张就比较多 ，Lockdown 还有 Eternity。
他们基本都把私人图办了。其实因为现在私人图是还可以，但是其实大家发现都没整体明白到底该怎么打，
就害怕你私人图上有个什么特别厉害的战术，然后中招了。
对，然后另一个其实私人图比较大，它对于虫族来说我觉得是好的，越大的地图。
是的。
然后另一个就是管道那张图，现在大家还没有把这个农民这个管道给研究明白，所以很多都还没有就是搞好。
这个管道的感觉的话，也可以偷偷摸摸在对面家里面点水晶或者野东西，感觉有说法的。
是的，我们今天看一下，主要是我其实比较关注今天基本就剩中国选手这场，就咖啡这场，看咖啡今天能不能出现吧。努力，我跟你说，今天 TY 早上起来就一脸没睡醒的样子。今天 TY 早上起来头发乱着，然后就很懵的样子。
然后还带着他做了个1个多小时的空腹有氧。
对，还做了1个多小时空腹有氧。我们看一下吧 ，TY 全教主很久没有见到全教主的星期2了。全教主当年也是真的很厉害啊，当时马入最厉害的时候就他能赢，
是的，
其他人都赢不了。而且你会发现他的 EPM 特别的高，他虽然正面很软，但是他多线真的很强，就是 EPM 真的很高。好，我先报吧。来，出生自地图左下角蓝色人族，就是前 KT 战队的 TYTY。
我们在右上角红色人族就是来自于我们的国手 Coffee。
大家多给开胃加油吧，看能不能拿这场比赛。TY 这边开局就有点不一样，因为咖啡的理解是，他跟我说的，他的理解是，他觉得这个版本永远都是12农，只要我是死神开，我一定12农民去造这个房子，因为这样的话，我第一个死神永远会比你枪兵死神会快。但是 TY 的话就可以先出一个枪兵，然后再去出死神。你看这时候人都会稍微卡点钱11农民，然后去造兵营，然后气矿。但是这个时候他是第一个死神，一定不会第一时间造，所以他一定会第一时间造个枪兵。我们具体算了一下，咖啡这个开局的话，毕竟之前这么打过，会多15块钱。前期的话，基本上能抠出这15块钱出来，然后看一下是2气还是单气开吧。一般 TY 这么打的话，人族如果这么打，大概率会先双气开。我跟你说，这样打的话 ，TY 会很穷。
他这样的话，可能枪兵都不出了。
这样的话就是死神接2气开，但是他会比咖啡的就这种开局的2气开会穷，一定会穷。
钱财太少了，而且前面。因为你很多建筑，这个农民在造建筑是没法采矿的。
而且你想想，你就算你 TVT 死神快的话 ，TVT 死神快，但是 TY 这边有点没什么变化。我以为他会取消一个先造农民。
Alrighty guys, sorry for that.
挂机了很久啊。
挂机了很久。你看咖啡虽然慢一点，但是这样啊 ，TVT 的话
，just Ellie picking a moment, telling me that you need to go out. Just as the game, just after all the downtime. Why is the audio so low? Because our clean feed isn't actually clean. They actually have the Chinese commentary on it. So if I have it any louder, it's very difficult for me to talk over the Chinese commentators. Obviously now I'm talking, hopefully it sounds a bit better, but yeah, I can't put it up any more beyond this basically. Otherwise I'm basically fighting the Chinese guys to talk. But hey, maybe you guys would rather have the Chinese commentary. All good now. Yeah, no, it was just I was just AFK at the start of the game. That's all. Yeah, I should be a fine volume, and like I say, the game sounds will be very quiet because they're behind the Chinese casters. So unfortunately, just can't really do much there. Oh, whoa! Wow! Man, that's such a huge win. Getting the Reaper on your opponent's side of the map is such a benefit to you in these early stages. It's so good. Continue to go back around. Helene in the SCV coming back over as well. Reaper is going to go down, so still nice. We got a little bit of pressure put on, but that's going to be about it for the moment.
现在咖啡是个小优吧，不算大优。
而且没杀农民 ，T 白套的这很好啊，1个农民都没损失。这样的话，
全教主还是厉害的，而且这后边会有一波。
We have a commencement coming up, so I wonder what made them change the plan of the day. I wonder if this series did just get delayed, because this series was meant to be played at the same time as the other, but It's only just now playing, so I wonder if we get all these matches separately now, if we'll actually still have the win a match, lose a match played at the same time.
啊，出导弹车，
这就是 TVT 之神的理解吗？这也太厉害了，这完全看不出来像没电的样子呀。
他确实打得好，至少目前没感觉是错的。除了
Stoppel coming up, Marines in the cyclone coming through.
感觉像他这种靠脑子打经济的选手，这种对适应这种新版本应该做的最快的。
好，出毒鸦。就是后续的话，你会发现跟上个版本其实差不了太多了，而且跟他最厉害那个版本。
FanTaSy coming into place.
是的，打回到他的舒适区了呀。现在渡鸦会升索吗？
会，还是要升 ，TVT 要升。但是啊，我告诉大家一个细节，我不知道 TY 他会不会有这个操作失误。这个改动其实会让人所有的
seeing those units gathering up, taking a couple moments.
因为很多职业人族选手有个肌肉记忆，他现在把编队的优先级改了。现在的编队优先级是，他会把 放在渡鸦的前面，就是。
Gonna be seeing the Matrix coming up. So Raven on both sides. A little bit of TVT action. Just taking a little bit of time to get set up into anything.
操作的时候去 tape， 然后去扎针。但是现在你要先扎针，再去操作渡鸦去锁，这个会差距很大。因为很多人族选手他喜欢就是，比如我整个编队编在一起，然后我会直接去操作去锁，这样的话我是操作会更舒服一点的。但是他这么改完之后。
Obviously, TVT is usually a little slow to get set up anyway, but in this case, it's going to be a little slower again, as we are just going to catch this Hellion out the front. TY gets a kill, grenades his own units back, but I mean, to be fair, that Reaper was mostly, that grenade was mostly meant to stop the Hellion from escaping away.
舒克贝塔吗？他下了第2个 VS。
这很厉害，这招很厉害。我跟你说 ，TY 真的会打。
On lockdown as well, obviously new maps in this new season of StarCraft 2, so we're going to see these maps. We are fairly familiar with them. Obviously, Castle the Fall TLMC event. You guys might have seen some of these in some other tournaments recently as well, so that's also been a bit of a factor. Some of these maps being played in tournaments for the last few weeks, so it's also been a little something. Telling the Reaper still gather up. Raven Marines, Siege Tank, Interference Matrix all coming through.
但是咖啡这边有一个小变化，就是他是升了锁的，而且他是3个毒鸦，他其实有机会守住这波的。 一定是有机会的，但是他得吃到。现在是完全黑的。
围巾数量差距会很大。
And Reaper Hellion gathering up. A couple of Vikings on the way. Siege Tank coming through. Just going to have the command center still coming along. 2 more barracks building on the side of Coffee. So we're just going to continue with this. We do have double starport from TY. Double starport. This Viking push is a pretty aggressive sort of setup in the TVT. You're able to take a lot of air control, and you can do a lot from that.
我跟你说，咖啡现在推出来是对的，他只要看到对面压出来，就是我不要让你第一时间加到玩矿口。 你看坦克数量明显咖啡多，
很关键，
而且枪兵也多。其实咖啡出去跟他打是对的，出去跟他打是能打赢的。
对，被憋在路口的话就麻烦了。好，这里先架住，好，导弹车锁到个火车，很漂亮。
Brilliant's going down. We are going to be seeing a couple of tanks already going to be there, just zoning very nicely.
这个火柴能2次骚扰一下，可以干扰一下 TY 3ED，很烦这个火车。现在 TY 怎么办？
但现在实质的问题还是正面。 而且我跟你说，他看到3ED这个进度，他不一定能。
See the units gathering up. A couple of Ravens going to be nearby the Vikings as well.
看一下现在怎么办？
那咖啡看到了。
I'm going to try and dive in. Like I say, the air control is big. If we win the Viking fight here, we can maybe start putting some pressure on those Ravens as well, which would also be huge as this push from TY continues to settle in, try and deny this 3rd location. He is going to have his own 3rd CC building on location behind this, so he's going to get his own 3rd up and running.
但是 TY 看到了 ，TY 很聪明，直接往回走，哇，太有经验了。
这个被抓到很难办。
我跟你说，他太有经验了，
他
真的太有经验了。
这个跟之前 TVT 一模一样啊，他太擅长这个了。
但是锁一下，这交个锁个，这个没道理啊，那好亏啊。
但是偷到个围巾。
Once again, you've seen a couple more units coming around. We reposition for a few seconds. Obviously, Coffee actually trying to get across the map a little bit himself. We still have air control here from TY. He's going to have Liberators to help him out.
很要命啊！这能不能把新闻镜拖出来呢？
等我看一下这里，
这边要打吗？躲得很好。
Just going to see all the turrets going on. Oh, nice matrixes as well. Coffee going to give himself a chance to push through for a few moments, trying to find a little extra once again.
解放者也来了，怎么办？他们压力很大。
还行，现在解放者就是没有视野的话打不出去的。
是的，现在。
Well, he retreats. You know, going to go back and forth. Libera left in the center. I mean, both players still pretty similar supply at the moment, so. Still looking very reasonable.
多很多，其实 TY 应该继续往前打的。 T1应该利用自己维京这个优势，然后继续在人族家里去晃。
但是感觉他可能觉得咖啡绕太好了，他压力很大。
Thanks, Ravens moving around. Again, the Cyclones here as well. Coffee now feeling confident to be out on the map.
这个时候自己的科技优势，但是都还没造好，需要等一下。
但这后边 T1运营也不差呀。
这里要打吗？咖啡这个锁感觉。
Scan comes out, we try and see what's going on.
这个是不是要冷静一下，继续锁？
哎，这波可以，还有锁吗？还有锁吗？
Big shot. I mean, again, the air control is nice, but if we can't control the ground, it's going to be an issue. TY getting jumped on here as Coffee is apparently just going to have too much. TY says GG, and Coffee is going to take the opening game of this best of 3. TY, I mean, double starport, obviously, you're hoping to get a bunch done with a shove like that, but it didn't really go. He didn't get a lot done, right? And he got pushed back.
TY 刚刚的，你觉得他如果是你是他的话，你刚刚会怎么样破局呢？
首先我一定不会回家，就是这波他不能回这个运营，就是我必须把你。
All right, we'll take a couple moments.
就是我已经有制空优势了，我一定要在你家门口撞，就是家门口逛，我是绝对不能回家的。我回家我一定是猎，因为你3个满能量的渡鸦，你就算我还交了一个锁了一个导弹车，
对，
就是我必须架你门口，就是我要把你。
Just take a second, then we'll get into game 2. And resume this action, guys. Again, thanks for joining us today for some Douyu Cup action. Being up early, so a lot of downtime in this tournament as well, guys. So it's a pretty chill stream. Apparently, it is going to be 1 by 1 from here on out. So hopefully, a little bit less downtime, and we just get to go. Win his match, lose his match, and decide a match coming up after this current best of 3 series.
就 T1 想回去运营，这个没道理。
对的。
尤其是但是我不知道前期运营是有什么感觉差距很大。前期的话，刚才你们看那波，明显就是咖啡渡鸦也多，坦克也多。但是照理说，你打一波的话，你的坦克应该是会比咖啡的多的，但是他并没有。
感觉还是跟开局有关系。可能 TY 这个自己的开局的话，在运营上面，开局虽然会少个农民，但是后面的话会越来越大这个运营差距。毕竟现在农民数量太少了。
反正，但是我是觉得还好。
people are angry today, no? People are just fighting.
对。他如果不拖那个农民的话，其实他这波真的也有点厉害。但是 TY 他会做一些什么变化，他也在思考。我觉得咖啡就这么正常打就好了，不要怕什么一波。
希望咖啡能稳住啊！第一盘这个胜利很关键。
That's it, yes, I know. It's just they're out in force today. I've already had to fight people on Reddit and all sorts. Ay, ay, ay.
他如果能1名拿下的话。 领先的情况下，我觉得他会做好这个心态的调整。
好，来到第2章。
不管怎么说，咖啡这个时候一定要相信自己，因为他第一盘的发挥非常的好啊，要相信自己的实力。
Game 2 here, TY down a game against Coffee.
他还打挺好，
打得出来，确实打得很自信啊。刚刚的几波游走都做得非常完美。
看一下，出生在来到比赛第2章，出生在地图右下角蓝色的人族，就是来自于前 KT 战队的 TY 全教主。
左上角红色人族就是我们的国手 Coffee， 现在1比0领先。
我跟你说 ，TY 肯定也看。
All right, can Coffee take a surprising win here? Would be huge for him. Crowd would go crazy, I'm sure. Would love it. See Coffee having some success against TY, a legend of the scene, of course.
现在是这样的，对于这个11农民造房的和12农民造房的，其实没有什么太大的定义，都能打，只是打的就是优先级不一样。
11农民造房的话，农民要稍微停一下吧？
不用停，如果是枪兵死人的话是不用停。
当然死神就会慢一些，然后枪兵多一个枪兵出来，那枪兵好像没什么用啊，这个时候枪兵。
Yeah, ourselves the first racks coming down then from TY. Coffee puts his barracks down. He's just a couple moments later on it, so a little bit delayed in his setup comparison, but otherwise pretty similar across the board at the moment.
看看这把 TY 会不会做什么样的调整？上一盘打一波打法啊，并不奏效。
好 ，TY 是单气了，咖啡是2气。你看 TY， 我跟你说，这些韩国职业选手真的调整得很快。 他虽然没有当年厉害，但是他们调整得快，这就是为什么之前你看他们现役的时候，之前练得很多的时候，他为什么有时候我们老
Again, Rex coming up, SCV's coming over.
他们就是你会发现他们的调整能力真的很快。他输了一把之后，然后他立马就是多年的经验积累下来，他就知道他后续应该怎么变。
好，他这边 也依然没有出枪兵啊，等了一会儿就干等。
打偷一点。
Let's see the orbital. Reaper's still coming through, so we set this up again. Get a little bit more going.
这把很偷。看他2级的敢不敢造下边。他如果敢造下边的话，我跟你说，他就把咖位吃死了。我知道你不会野兵，很会打比赛，真的很会。
Again, SCV coming back around. Just going to be seeing the Commencer dropping into place.
看一下咖啡这把会不会去像上一把一样死神直接去侦查。
We do have ourselves Reaper on both sides still. Well, the factory from Coffee, Commencer from TY. It's a little bit of eco versus the aggressive setup. Let's see where this takes us over the next little bit.
其实可以打得回来的，就是我科技会比你快。
是的。一个死神很关键啊，看一下咖啡侦查到对面如果开矿的话，他会做什么样的调整？有没有预想过会对手会这样？
And the Reaper going through, so we take a few moments, we get settled. And see where things get to over the next few moments as the Reaper is going to fight. Coffee showing up aggressively, takes the worst shot. So he's not going to be able to do too much else for the next little bit.
这个能看到吗？没有看到呀。
不是看到枪兵就意识到了，
枪兵就懂了，
就不用看不看了。
OK， 那还很重要啊，毕竟这个时候如果不知道对面的开局的话，会很难打。
我跟你说，他这波一定要去跳主矿。
Gonna move about again. You see a little bit of first-person view here from Coffee.
看一下操作。
Haven't done the demo intro for Coffee yet. Coffee. Good old regional, long regional day is always a fun one to have some silly memes.
哎，居然没手吗？好，手得很快。哎呀，但是操作很好。哎，炸到自己，别急，操作还能操作。好，火车上来了，居然没有堵口。 哎呀，我和 TY 操作有点好啊。
With fight taking on, we are going to be seeing Coffee's Hellion going to get pushed away here in the end, but it is going to get out alive.
感觉有点着急了。
TY，但是你看农民数量领先了，好奇怪，不知道为什么。照理说应该不会领先的。
看，可能就因为 TY 它的运营这样运营会比较穷吧，它这样的话有中间可能会停农民。
啊，他可能应该稍微挺哎，但是也是追得快，
能追回来。二级早，是的。
而且他枪兵会比你多。
啊，矿罗也早，精力。
And I'm going to see that CC finishing up, so just getting that completed. We take a few more moments here. And we do have a natural now done from Coffee, so... Natural done. Obviously, TY has had a natural in position for a little bit now. Working counts even though, and this TVT definitely seems to have a little bit of a chance to set up here.
你看他造的很里边，他就已经把你这个头坦克给屏蔽掉了。你投我坦克，你永远打不到我的双倍。 你只能打到我的那个，你要么投我主矿，要么投我二矿。但是你投下面那个坡口，你绝对打不到我挂件。所以我跟你说，他真的很有经验。
虽然新补丁才上线2、3天，但他感觉他对于地图研究也很到位。
In fact, moving over again, Cyclone, the couple of Marines is going to be stepping across, so it is going to be some more aggression from Coffee, keeping the aggression going here early.
会在路上相遇，但这边是4个枪兵。
好，看到了。
那怎么不管了吗？
Got more units coming through.
往里边走的话，应该打不到东西吧？哎，
感觉应该把导弹车放下来也不。好，看火车这波双线，
这波双线还行。
他这边反应好快啊，这个火车。
Well, Hellion's going across. Couple of SCVs getting caught pretty quickly.
主矿也在打。
4个，主矿还有没有机会？
但是主矿守住了，死了4个农民。
没有小钢炮。还行，农
And
民。
if the SCVs go down, it's going to be clearing up a little bit.
主要是把 TY 的部队牵制在家里面 ，Coffee 现在掌握了这个主动权。啊，现在主动把这个地图中间瞭望塔占据。哦 ，Coffee 大兵前压了，打得非常凶啊。
前啊，反正他别着急，因为其实从上帝视角看来。
Coffee continued to come through the center, hitting this watchtower for a couple of seconds. TY saw the first couple of units, but not the back few. He's actually a TY going to load something up. What are we bringing across the map? Medevac tank and a few Marines going to come the other way. Yo, SK Min, sorry for... I missed it because I don't hear the donation, sorry, when we're in game. But 1,400 bids, love all you do for the StarCraft family. Yo, thank you so much for the generosity of the 1,400 bids. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. The regional DreamHack calls were action-packed days. They were long days, yeah. They were some long days. There was a lot of games, though. It was nice. I think it was better once we cut down away from some of the desk segment-y stuff. Like, I always felt as though, like, coming out of a game and having, like, 15 minutes before the next game started when it's all online was a bit silly, but... Yeah, they were long, but very fun. Definitely missed them.
他能投主矿吗？他觉得投2矿不好，要投主矿是什么意思？中间落下。
但是 TY 的后续的好像运营会更快一点，新闻季更快。再出围巾。
TY 这把也是果然是转换了思路啊，并没有选择像上把那样打激进的一波，而是纯打硬实力运营。
但是咖啡这边2个 B1 放得更快。好，又丢炮台了。
确实是 TY 在基本功上面。
They have a couple Marines going to go after each other. The Raven's going to be nearby.
有些许差距啊，在他先单兵营开矿的情况下，感觉现在运营有些落后了。然后看这个渡鸦，
我跟你说 ，TY 3渡鸦就喜欢这样，他喜欢2个渡鸦走正面，然后另一个渡鸦进去丢炮台。
破坏你的经济，这个有点难受啊。先放一个很。
One turret comes down. A couple of these SCVs going to get blasted against Impact coming through. Vikings tank. Marines all coming up. We've got the reactors and the orbital coming through. The auto turret in the back going to get some SCVs as well. As TY putting some good pressure on. He's pushing out the front as well. Stim not done yet. Coffee is going to see these units now as he gets hit by the first tanks. He's not sieged up preemptively. He's got to be cautious of those Ravens and their matrices, of course.
我跟你说，现在着急是咖啡反而想一直跟你打，但是他不跟你打。
然后他跑了，然后咖啡现在很急。
但是你看这边有一个不一样的是，咖啡是转的枪兵，然后 TY 这边走的是围巾，而且现在 TY 已经把经济给打回来了。但是我跟你说，有一个可能有变数的地方，就是。
We've seen a little bit of a fight coming in. A couple of auto turrets going down. So actually going to try and engage into this. TY is going to get mass matrixed. It's going to be a much better fight here from Coffee. TY put the matrices on the Ravens, but they were too late. So the matrices got off, and now Coffee kills everything. He's going to start going across the map. And Coffee is going to go make a play. Cyclone locked onto the Raven. I wouldn't mind him staying locked onto that. I mean, I think he wanted to. Oh, we're going to lose one of the Ravens here. Gets another Viking firing back a little bit. The unit's pushing forwards. The base is already evacuating as Coffee pushes up. More tanks will be sieging. I mean, this is already great for Coffee. Can he keep pushing through? Honestly, I think he's got the tank count too. He actually hits another Matrix, has Stim now as well. Stimming into the natural expansion is typically going to be a GG kind of move. As the tanks are sieged, the SCVs are pulling in. Tanks hopefully target firing in the background to hit the Marines. TY is going to have to say GG. It's going to be a lower bracket match for him. As Coffee takes the 2-0 to advance in and play against soO in the winners match. TY will fall to play FanTaSy in the elimination match. All coming up here further in this day in the Douyu Cup 2026. Coffer.
咖啡打书本了。
是的，感觉他保持这个气势没有问题的。
咖啡打书本的话，我觉得就是别慢慢打。
明显看出来咖啡的准备还有他的这个气势啊是非常到位的，所以我感觉他后面只要相信自己，保持这样的发挥，拿下书本不是什么问题。
我觉得咖啡打书本就不要着急啊，因为其实从刚才上一把看来，虽然书本现在利用这个重组的这个
统计制，对，
但是就是它的小规模部队操作。
TY is unexpectedly washed. I don't know if he's unexpectedly washed. I mean, it's the TVT, took a couple bad fights. Not super crazy.
肯定是跟不上现在当前的节奏的。
所以我觉得就整体往后边打就好了，别着急，然后慢慢往后边打，然后记得这个兵种的分配。
是的。
别很多地雷很多枪兵，然后打到后面发现打不过。
比如像范戴人那样到了17个地雷。
你17个地雷，你要么投出去，你要么走正面，你不能全在家里啊。
是的。
然后希望能小有第一出现吧。小有第一出现的话，好像就碰不到了。
Alright, guys, I'll be a couple minutes just while we get between matches here, but I think we're going to go winners match next, and then losers match, then decide. I think they're doing all the matches one by one now, so yeah, I'll be back with you guys in just a few more StarCraft coming up. I'll be back with you guys in a second. I'll leave you guys with the highlights while we BRB.
我跟你说，我奇怪的是，我不知道他是不是第二个死神没有直接接出来。他其实照理说那个时候第二个死神应该是出来的。
应该是集点出了些小问题，或者地图太大了。
我跟你说，这 TY 是好久没打了 ，TY 就是人族 TVT 好久没打，你就看他坦克下的这个位置，还有之前的预警。这要是换他之前的话，他一定会提前开预警，然后去提前站位。
不会让你这么轻易的卡的位置的。
啊，这里也
是。
这里的话，其实TY 就不应该架。你看 TY 打到后面，全面优势，他就一定得架。
感觉他这里想的是，你可能不敢跟我打。
不是哦，他这里想的是，你看他去锁渡鸦，他就是我看能不能把那个锁让你锁不出来。
对。
就是你渡鸦往前走，但你锁不出来，然后结果我坦克把你轰了。
是的。
但是其实
咖啡的手很快啊，
手很快。3A 打飞，后面就没机会了。 后边基本就平推了，坦克数量差太多了。
这种短兵相接就是比谁勇啊，明显咖啡更勇一些。
是的，但是咖啡这把其实我感觉有点紧张。这样打其他人的话，就是你看他后边的运营，他后边运营其实整体还是慢的，他一攻一防也没提，他后边5兵也没造。这波要是守住的话，那他就是大裂，他根本打不了。
那也好啊，他的注意力主要是放在了正面操作上面。你看他的手非常的快，就是正面爆发力很强。
就是做的更好一点的话，那就是两边都应该能做得更好。
啊，那做得更好的话，他就是奥利维拉了。
我也现在也做不到那种程度了。
但他这个正面爆发力确实有那几分影子了。
所以下一场呢是导入下一场先是败者组还是胜者组啊？主舞台？
按照之前的话，应该是先打败者组。
先打败者组吗？还是？那就应该是输吧，那就应该范太子打 TY， 他们俩的话随便看看就好了。主要另一场主要的关键还是咖啡打那个咖啡打输呗。
是的。
下一场应该就是黄哥了，孙哥我不知道今天排没排班。孙哥你们可能应该晚点会能跟到他吧，或者要不就明天了。他今天还有一个活动。然后现在签售会也可以，大家可以去排队了。下一场签售会应该是我吧？
大家也在等你了。
啊，就是现在星际，我读一下稿啊，星际快闪店及互动正在营业中，然后大家可以去逛一逛啊。然后下一个就是我应该去签售了，但是就算淘宝店没有那个，就是别着急，因为其实明天的话还会有每个组的签售会。
是的，接下来的一共4天的比赛，每天都会有的。
对，每天都会有签售会。然后淘宝的话就在这里了，就快闪店这里了。
现场的观众们已经跃跃欲试了，可以出发了。
应该是我回。
对。
对。好，那我去签售了啊。行，希望大家一会儿再给国手加油啊。
Hello guys. Just waiting for games, it seems, back at watching the queue. What's the queue? I believe that's the merch stand. Again, if you are somehow in this event right now while also watching my stream, please buy me some merch and I will pay for you. Is this a tournament with the new patch? Yep, new patch is live, unfortunately. Is it Korea versus China? No, it's just old players. Coffee was from China, TY's from Korea, but there's not just like a Korea versus China event. It's just a bunch of old players taking part. You want to know how to buy the shirts with the race icons internationally? You know, find someone in China to send it to you. pretty much. Love the content. Hell yeah, thank you so much for watching. Appreciate you. If you're enjoying today, guys, on the YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe. If you're on Twitch, don't forget to follow. We've already been live for 5 hours. We've got a few matches left today. Are people going to make a mod to play on the previous patch or tournaments, or will the tournaments be played on the new one? So, there's already a mod that exists. I believe Maestros of the Game this weekend will be on old patch. Apparently Home Story Cup will be old patch as well. But, yeah, my own personal opinion, as well as I think the opinion of a few others, is that it's very unhealthy to divide the community and player base by playing a modded version versus live. So I think generally we're going to just be playing new patch for stuff. But, yeah, that's obviously not exactly, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't think the patch is great, but I think it's healthier to play on the patch than not. And hope that they fix some things. I think we should stay on the old patch in tournaments until they fix it. Yeah, well, I mean, realistically, if they, honestly, if they, if in like 2 to 3 weeks players still don't want to play the new patch, there's maybe a possibility I change. Just right now, like I say, I think it's very unhealthy to split people from a mod and live, you know. We should just commit to current patches. That game-breaking bug. Yeah, one of the races got removed. If you queue in as Protoss, it's pretty much impossible to win the game. No, I mean, there's no game-breaking bug. It's just, it's not a good patch. Like, it's just, there's way too many big changes that are not properly or well enough tested. And they've put some very quick fixes in to make up for the big fixes they've made, which have just not been well tested at all, so... Yeah, it's, yeah, it's just very, yeah, it's just not well tested. It just came out too soon. For how big and ambitious it was, it needed a lot more testing. Yeah, I don't think Pros is like cannot win games at all. It's just, it's a big rebalancing, and I would not be surprised if in like a month or two, if it stayed like this, that Protoss was significantly down on win rate. Yeah. The crazy thing about the patch is it came with so many cool quality life visual updates. Yeah. I mean, they get overshadowed by... I mean, this would be like really cool stuff we could celebrate if the entire rest of the approach wasn't horrific, you know? Can Zerg 8 pool in Diamond? You can do whatever you would like to in Diamond. 8 pool's not very good, though. 8 pool is not very good. It is worse than 12 pool on the last patch. maybe TOS just need more time getting used to it. Well, yeah. Oh, it's innovation. But yeah, I mean, obviously, if you change how a race works, you probably are gonna need to have some more time to figure out. But the problem, I think the problem is that if you just think about it, it doesn't make sense, right? I think the idea that we've talked about a bit already today. Sorry if you've been watching all day. I repeat myself, but if you remove the main way in which a race works and give them no benefits beyond that, how are they meant to then be competitive? If the game was roughly 50-50 before, which it was, maybe not in the healthiest manner, don't get me wrong, I've bitched about TVP for years. But you can't just remove how a race works and not give them anything and think it's going to be okay, no? I think that is a lot of the issue, basically. Warpgate got a little bit of enough. I mean, the issue with Warpgate is that you basically take away any Protoss ground army play early. I mean, think of it like this. Anytime a Protoss attacks, right, it basically came with the idea that you can warp in, right? So if now you can't warp in without investing a serious amount of additional money into warping in because you have to morph them into warp gates and they cost money, every single fight you take as a Protoss is going to be harder to take. Because you're going to have invested a bunch of money into warping in, making warp gates, or you fight without the ability to warp in. Now, you can think warping is bullshit and it's crazy that they can just warp into a fight and whatever, but the entire game has been balanced around them playing like that for years. So when you strip that away, how are then Protoss meant to win fights when the game has been balanced around them winning fights with that aspect built in, no? Don't get me wrong, I think it's been nice a couple of times to have been like a Prism flew into the main base and it didn't warp in 20 Zealots, but at the same time it's like, it was also early game. Like, Protoss went warping in 20 Zealots early game before anyway, you know? So... yeah. It's, yeah. I don't know. It's tough. I think I think what I said earlier is close to where I'm very happy staying in terms of, like, to me, like, warping and stuff is like a core mechanic, but the issue is, like, certain parts of it are way too abusable. And the thing is, though, is like, nothing stops the Protoss from warping like 15 Zealots into the main base if they are late game and super rich and they morph 15 warp gates in anyway, right? Then it's just the same as before. So you don't even fix the core issue, you make it a little bit more difficult to get there, but if the Protoss is overrunning the game, they're still going to get there. But now they don't overrun the game, but they don't overrun the game because their early game's freaking tragic. So, yeah. Enough the Prism. I think the Prism's a cool unit. It's just when you have 15 gates and like 15 Zealots are super unkillable, like it's very difficult. Like, honestly, this is going to sound ridiculous. I think the issue is the Zealot. I think it's the Zealot. If the Zealot wasn't super busted in high numbers, we'd be fine, you know? Can you imagine someone warps 15 Stalkers into my base? I'll be laughing. I stim like 4 Marauders at them and they die. Thanks for the donation, bro. Meanwhile, they warp in 15 Zealots and I've got to basically build 3 nukes and drop them on my own main base to clean them up in any sort of reasonable time frame. I don't know. Just memeing a bit, guys. Obviously having some fun, but yeah. Like I say, like StarCraft's a complex game. There's a lot of different aspects to it. There's a lot of things to think about. So That's why, like, honestly, talking about the patch is still pretty fun because, like, it is fun to think through the theories. But I think it's very hard to. I think it's very hard to get behind the patch and defend the patch. I think the ideas don't even really make sense on paper. Never mind in execution. And now it's live, you know? We're up 5 Zelds and 16 gates on 9 bases this year. Yeah, exactly. So, but we didn't do anything to fix that, right? So,
新版本的这个运营节奏还是有些极限的，
Yeah.
前期感觉各种卡钱。
对，2期开局的话，一旦说打不到东西啊，会非常的亏。
二矿会慢很多。
Reaper on the way, Orbital's on the way up.
现在开局的话，你得先放 VF， 然后出火车才能放 RGD。
And we got ourselves ready to go into this. Pros need 9 bases with many gates sent down the Terran army. Yeah, that's why TVP is a messed up matchup. Because you know what? No Terran loves playing TVP because having to play defensive and getting shat on the entire game without being able to move out at all is not fun. But guess what is also not fun? Running your army headfirst into the Terran army for 10 minutes because you've got no other way to play as the Protoss player. Like, neither race enjoys this matchup, you know? Nobody thinks this is enjoyable. Nobody is sat there thinking, man, I love this phase of PvT where I get to build... I'm sure it feels great taking the entire map, but the prospect of having to break through the Terran army is still not ideal, you know? Describes how you feel in CVT? Yeah, I mean, it's the same idea. You take the map and you try and break through the Terran. At least, I feel like at least the Zerg army feels Zergier and is meant to, like, mass up and break through and swarm. But yeah, I mean, like, and at least a lot of the time in ZVT we have a lot more activity, but I mean, to be fair, like, we can complain about a lot of this. The game is still extremely well designed and still has a lot of very good positives despite some of these pain points, right? It just got to the point where I think it's been egregious in TVP, and these changes do nothing to help any of that, you know? Was it turn on the new patch? Yes. There's tournaments on the new patch. This is why we're ranting in the early game, because it's very difficult to pay attention when nothing's happening for 3 minutes. My ADHD TikTok brain needs action in the first minute, otherwise I start ranting at chat about the patch. I'm sorry, guys. Like I said, hopefully this doesn't come across me as just ranting. This is genuinely, you know, meant to be like a point of discussion, about, you know, meant to be like a, you know, like I say, like, obviously I don't feel good about the patch, but, like, I am trying to approach it with, like, a somewhat positive mindset and talking about the positives of what we see and, you know, potential negatives and stuff without just being like, it's terrible. But, because, yeah, I don't want to... Does FanTaSy just kill TY? That's very bad for TY. Save the Hellion! Micro! He microed. Ooh. Oh, Reaper and... Oh my god, the Reaper and the Hellion were both low. One Marine got them both. This map's really dark, though. I don't know if this is actually the case in-game versus... I didn't notice this in the TLMC. This might just be the settings on the stream. This might just be the settings on the stream. What happened here and why? Well, FanTaSy went to multiple Reapers and Hellions, and TY did not. He went for, you know, Marines much more quickly. So, TY essentially just got caught not with tech units, and then the units ran by the bunker and got into the base, so...
打神族的时候，这个渡鸦是不升锁的，但是内战这个渡鸦一般还是要升一个锁，基本上必须升这个锁。都是渡鸦坦克。TY这边很主动啊，占瞭望塔。
The game PvT is problematic. Yeah, that game PvT. I mean, I think most Protoss matchups have been a problem for a long time, but it's... Some of these issues stem back to changes that were made like 5-6 years ago, you know? It's kind of weird, but like I think they did a great job of breaking down the Protoss death ball in a lot of ways. But then Protoss became good in the early to mid game while still being an amazing death ball-y army at late game as well. It's interesting. Marines, Raven tank coming out, take a few moments to settle here as FanTaSy did some damage early. Work counts are still even, though army counts are still similar. Oh my god, Ellie's barking again. Why? Oh, door. I got BRB. Why is everyone coming literally as the game start? BRB, sorry.
这个情况该出门了，再不出门就晚。哦，他在防吗？这个很奇怪啊。啊，GD还是放下去了。
这个瞭望塔也是 TY 站的。这图其实瞭望塔还是挺重要的，你中间瞭望塔一站，基本上对面想从正面打过来是必被你提前看到的。
好，交换附件准备出围巾。TY 打的真的很主动啊，一直在外面游走。
TY 的兵营也先补，兴奋剂也要快一些。
给他一扫，FanTaSy看这个情况要不要推一波了，因为对面没有双倍围巾哦。
而且看到对手3基地已经造好了，都在变星轨了。
好，要进攻了，雷达这边也扫一把，其实也差不多啊，两边都是一个没有出围巾的开局。躲一下。
I swear, no one wants me to actually watch the games today. We have like 20 minutes of downtime. The moment the game starts, people ring the door.
TY 这边有点佯攻的意思啊。
哎呀呀！
他比较偷的，他这点兵也敢在外面晃啊。FanTaSy这边真的被吓到了，他在家里全防。
Nothing happened.
只有2个坦克啊。
Wow, that's TVT.
这不如果真被太子4、5个坦克推到脸上，感觉还挺危险的。
对，刚才 Coffee 就是抓住机会了，一波 A 过来就直接把那个 TY A 死了。
Didn't know there's such a big offline tournament. Feels the patch being rushed alive is somehow related to this tournament. Nope.
这个点如果 FanTaSy A 过去的话，很可能 TY 就直接死了。但他没动啊。
All the players for this tournament were practicing the live version of the game. They had no idea they were going to be playing on the patch. It has absolutely nothing to do with it. In fact, this tournament was completely ignored because it would have made more sense to release the patch after this tournament and after the Maestros of the game this weekend.
其实这个习惯不是特别的好。TVT 的话，你像刚才那一局 ，Coffee 打那个 TY 的一个渡鸦去骚扰了，导致。
That's why they changed to 8 workers. The commentator stands the doors.
就直接就一波打不过。
Yeah, yeah.
其实你过去丢炮台，如果别人
What's the premise of this cup? To win.
这里居然有个机枪。
So the super TLDR is that basically Maestros of the game is this weekend. Because the Maestros of the game top 4 was not decided until like a week ago. It's very late. Obviously, they didn't know who they could invite to China and who not to, because the Maestros of the game event took so long to play out, or played out so close to the top 4 being played live. So the Douyu Cup has to happen this weekend because it's part of a bigger thing. Because of that, TY is going to now stim in and win. But no, realistically, because of that, basically what happened is that they decided, well, if we can't invite any players because no one knows if they can come to China this weekend or not, let's actually invite a bunch of retired players and make like a retired legends kind of tournament instead. Because, like I say, all the top players were looking to play in Maestros of the game, but we didn't know who was going to make top 4 and who was not, right? So, yeah. TY killed a few SCVs there. He is going to get caught on the map. And we are going to see FanTaSy getting a good catch. TY is just like constantly dying to Matrixes. This is exactly what happened to him against Coffee as well. Just Matrixes getting good catches, getting a lot done. And TY not having a good time at all against the Interference Matrix. Now FanTaSy is going to be able to siege up on the other side. Get sieged, a couple of these depots begin to go down. And some trouble begins to form over here. We're going to get some matches other than TVT. So after this, we should have soO versus Coffee. And then obviously it's losers and winners match. And so the decider match is going to be Terran versus either soO if he loses against Coffee, or versus Coffee if Coffee loses against soO. So there's potentially a TVT at the end of the day as well. But it is TVZ absolutely after this matchup. Unless they decide to play 2 games at the same time again, which would be mildly disastrous. Because I would like to see more soO.
正面还也算扛住了吧？
这2个解放者很关键啊！
哎，想包，但坦克加起来了，包的还不错。
A bit of a fight, scrapping about. We actually gets around here from TY trying to clean up this army of FanTaSy, and he is going to clean it up.
损失惨重啊，坦克全倒。
Both counts are still even enough. This game's still very much so capable of going any which way.
后面这波包夹协同也是做得非常好。
A few more units just going to get gathered together.
这又打回来很多。
我解放者反架一波去进攻，这两个解放者看范太子怎么处理啊？
渡鸦能量应该不够去放减防，这边解放想先上吗？解放，坦克其实不太够啊，这边 TY 这边就2个坦克啊。
但是 TY 家里的4矿是已经运作起来了。
坦克架，解放架的很保
A
守。
couple of libs already sieging. Oh, you're going to see that Sun's Tower going down as well. A little bit of a catch for the moment.
范太子其实需要多线去了，但他没有去多线啊。
反倒是
TY 又来一个多线。
又抽了几船兵去范太子的主矿啊，3船兵，看到了，
但是家里面有一分兵，哎，走啊，
强投吗？
A little bit of a drop coming in. Auto turret's going to go down, but this is going to be in position. FanTaSy going to be able to turn TY around. TY is poised at the front, trying to push in with a couple of liberators.
范太子有东西打解放吗？这机枪是不敢上的，对手后面有坦克掩护。
操作还不错，坦克没有倒啊，正面在架，哎，不过送一个坦克啊，有没上？
Right, this Libera still coming down. Marines still stemming up. A few more Marines trying to step in. Good spread from TY. It's not the first time we've seen FanTaSy kind of get overwhelmed today. It was similar against soO. I mean, in the end, TY is going to get pushed back, but this was a very good trade for him, getting a good position. Very nicely set up.
2攻2防也已经升好。
没错。
范太子这边余了1000的气啊，但是钱还是比较紧张，4矿也是没有啊。
攻防来看的话，其实也差不太多啊。
TY 3攻3防在升。
范太子这边2攻2防。
Time sieging, Marines moving down, Medivacs as well. A couple of Vikings going to be there.
2防的 timing 吗
？TY 这边发现对面没有开4矿，其实不用太急啊。
你知道自己其实优势蛮大的。
对。
哎，2VF 出坦克补了2VS， 要转空军了。
TY Kill still keeping the position up. Is just going to set this.
感应塔还是很关键的。
哎，这个坦克位置，
这个 timing 能抓吗？
感觉有点扛不住了啊。
Actually going to try and just dive in once again. Doesn't have any matrixes this time, so he's going to eat a lot of tank shots. Makes this very dangerous. Has this edge, but is not able to break through just yet. 3-3 upgrades coming up from TY at the moment.
人族的坦克的防守还是很强啊，他强行来苟的话，还是能苟得住的。
这样看下来，这个版本 TVC 一旦打到这个中期，跟上个版本感觉差不多啊。
对，其实前期也差不太多。
Again, tank's going to reposition a little. Tank still in position.
人族其实没干什么东西啊。
Trying to see what else is going on.
确实，感觉流程什么的都和之前还差不多，就是神族变。
The Vikings are going to settle again. The tank's going to join up. Just going to see the SCVs coming through. The Marines are going to step forward. The tanks are firing. A lot of those SCVs going down. And if you're going to bring the SCVs in, you got to be really confident about the breakout. The Liberator is going to be good, though. The Marines stepped forward to clean it up, but it got denied with the tanks in reach. So FanTaSy will live a little bit longer here. One Viking at least pushing that Liberator back. This orbital is burning. TY already on 4 bases behind it.
TY 3VS 已经补好了。 范太子这边因为没有4矿，也是没有足够的经济资源去补充自己的一个多 VS 啊。
TY 这边也不着急啊，慢慢撑，慢慢撑。范太子迟迟没有开这个4矿。
Liberator going to siege again. The few SCVs away. He's going to be having a couple of Vikings still posing at the front. And the tank going to take position. The Marines coming forward. Just going to see a tank on that low ground getting picked off. Deep over here, as it's going to be seeing this Medivac going to get caught as well. TY is just shutting down FanTaSy on every single front. And it's looking good to take this opening game in this best of 3 on at Eternity's Edge.
TY 很聪明啊，他正面都兵全部撤回来了，就防了多线啊。知道你没开矿啊。想包？
这6个坦克真的敢包吗？这不止6个，8个坦克。 包不动啊！谁包谁还不一定呢。TY 家里后续的兵也是接着上来，
完全不着急啊。
Feet tanks moving around the right side. Actually, going to be seeing TY just going to commit in. Matrix is the tank in the back. Again, it's a little expensive, but he's got tanks to support, so the Marines of FanTaSy can't really step up. And every tank you lose as FanTaSy is a real step back in this game. You can't really stay in this if you're losing tanks like this. It's going to be extremely tough.
太烈了，实在是没有攻防也落后，经济落后，兵力落后，
而且 TY 空军也是转型出来了大量的一个渡鸦啊，来爆破，这个坦克给你爆破呀，不缺这几个。
打你的4矿很双面，就打你的经济啊。
坦克也是架住一个位置，杜亚索。
TY pushing straight down. I mean, this bit's gonna fall.
差的实
FanTaSy
在太多了。
He's not gonna be able to do much about this. This game got out of control. He had a good push initially, but it just got away from him.
还是这么坚持吗？
不想退啊，这败者组决赛了。
Still sieging those tanks, trying to push in a little further. Oliveira's gonna be in position. Push those tanks back a teeny bit further now.
是，主要他 TY 正面实在是太乱了。我觉得正面随便 A 一下就 A 死了。
人口都已经领先100人口了，
他一直不 A，
感觉他不敢 A， 他3攻3防打2攻2防，人口领先100，他不敢 A，
跟当年的他一模一样，是吧？当年他就是靠兜线把别人打死，
也是打的有点稳健啊。
Now the Marines, the tanks, the Ravens again continue to move. Raven, a couple of tanks, and the rest of this continue to come across.
就这波了呀，上了呀，
上了，这是。
I mean, we've just had FanTaSy being pushed back further and further for a while. TY will close this one up and take himself a 1-0 lead in this BO3. What's up, Nano Flower? Thanks so much for the 13-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you.
感觉FanTaSy好像发挥的好。
Does SC2 look less colorful today? Yeah, we're casting off a clean feed, so it's probably just that. I don't know if some of the maps are darker as well, but I don't think the maps are that dark in TLMC, so I think this is. Yeah, I think this is.
第一时间操作有点失误，火车打建筑去了，导致 TY 开局经济就比较领先啊。
对。
Yeah, I guess it's more a case of.
然后是他的后面的一个3杜亚开局，他也没。
Just the stream quality.
错失2个进攻的一个很好的机会。
对 ，TY 经济一直就是领先，攻防也快一些。
对 ，TY 打的算比较偷了，我觉得FanTaSy稍微勇敢一点啊。
Alright, map 2 will be Sanctuary. Going into this in a few moments. Get this ready to start.
在对手刚3矿刚要飞出来那波，但是他一波5个坦克，他都有2个坦克，但是他没有推。
对他那一波，他不光是没有推的问题，他还在加力防守。
是的。
TY 2个坦克在外面晃，瞭望塔站住，偷3矿，哇！
是的。
这个运营差太多了。
按理说你那波只要 A 过去，看到别人坦克，给他坦克一锁，基本上就正面是难以招架，3矿最起码是没有办法飞出来的。
没错。 后面的话 ，TY 发挥的真还是不错的，各种多线，然后瞭望塔视野控的也非常的好，
是感觉打的还可以啊。但是最近我在欧服包括韩服练习时候都没有搜到过这2个选手，很神秘。
他们2个应该是知道这个比赛以后就练了一会儿，可能就。
对，但是不知道他们现在是练到了一个多少分啊？
看下来，我觉得还是有至少是5500以上。
那肯定是有的。
有的，属于开局什么都没有太多问题啊，操作什么的也没有太多问题。
TY with that 1-0 lead, looking to stay alive in this tournament. FanTaSy on the verge of elimination. Wonder if FanTaSy tries to play some mech. He played some mech against soO in that first game of the day.
还是会采用一个死神开矿，还是一个2气开局啊？
我感觉他们2个从打完第一盘来看的话 ，TY 我估计还会打防守啊。 FanTaSy进攻性不太够，
感觉这时候有点紧张了，再输一把回家了。
但现在这个版本的话，2兵又放不了，你说放战术也不好放，只能说打的稍微的偏进攻一点点。再看FanTaSy准备的怎么样。OK， 比赛来到第2局，右上角蓝色的人数选手。
Let's see, we're just gonna come over and it's gonna be seeing ourselves in the top right side. FanTaSy. It's down a game in this best of 3. Bottom left, our red Terran is TY.
目前这个版本基本上没有人都会放2兵。
主要你开局只有8个农民的话，你一上来要拖2个农民出去，实在是太伤经济了。一旦是打不下来，没有取得很大的优势的话，经济落后太多了。
对，
这边 TY 先放房子，FanTaSy这边房子是一个12农民放的，慢了一些啊。
对，慢了很多啊。
Jibba's come up. SCV's on the way.
他打防守了，因为这个图可能2矿是一个高地啊。
这样一个开局的话，兵营会落后一些。TY 先放造兵营，还是一个不堵口。他现在 TVT 就是不堵口的。
他这样的经济会稍微好一丢丢啊。
但是我觉得像上一盘的话，你想如果他主矿是做了一个建筑学，30人2火车，火车就穿不上来，会不会更好防守一些呢？
你说的没错，我觉得应该一般还是要堵口。他这样属于还是比较偷的，
有点大胆了。2 2气开FanTaSy还是 TY 好像还是一个单气开局、啊。
Mech and DVT is terrible. I mean, surely it's better now because you can camp longer.
就看谁操作好了。
感觉大概率还都是会采用一个死神火车的开局啊。
2期的话就一套，就是3死神2火车，就这么一套。
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really a big believer in DVT either. Just in Mech and DVT either. Just these are guys who are not necessarily playing day in and day out every day and everything, right? So it's definitely a factor.
其实也没有快啊，我感觉差不多啊。哎，这么来看的话，范太子这边的
好像FanTaSy这样的开局会更合理一点、啊。
更合理一点，对，他农民多一个，然后科技没有满 ，VF 进度还。
These guys playing SG again. This is just a $20,000 tournament with kind of retired players invited. So no, this is not like your normal everyday event or anything.
也是有死神的。
哦，还是比较稳健。看野兵营，
镜像开局，先挂双倍挂件 TY。对的。 FanTaSy是接了2死神
，TY 打的还比较拼一点。双倍开局，其实如果对面第一个死神
Rebet Hellion on the way through. Just gonna see the reactor and the SCV and the Hellion continue to build as well. Just a 20k tourney. I mean, yeah, but it's not like it's just a normal tourney. It's not like something crazy or anything. It's just like it's a big tourney. It's just it's not like a charity match or anything like this. It's actually just a straight up normal tournament. Barely see Mech anymore. Yeah, I mean, Mech's just not good. You're playing the game's fast-paced and so on, and Mech does not give you the options to be as involved in the game as you can be with other styles, you know? I think that alone is an issue. I can still be powerful in the right maps, and Mech pushes can still be tough to deal with, but it's just not a style that's really developed well later in time.
他打得很主动。
刚才他2个坦克都在外面晃啊。
对。
家里后续接机枪 VS 科技挂件。
不过这个图2矿是个高地啊，想上应该上不去啊，但可以打个多线。
死神先去主矿，火车在伺机而动吗？
对，哎，不过这边有反应，反应很快。哎，还看进去吗？
死神不敢进，想点农民，这真的点得掉吗？
Oliveira's gonna fight. We are gonna see TY on the low ground. I mean, FanTaSy has a bunch of units early. Try and deal with this, try and push this back the other way.
死了一个死神，多死一个。他虽然亏了一点，但是就感觉 TY 打得很主动啊。
对。那主要FanTaSy这边打得有点太过保守了，
有点偏向防守的感觉了。
对他现在多一个火车也没敢进攻。啊，他本来3死神3火车的，可以进攻的，他没有进攻啊。
Yeah, but coming over again, Raven, a couple of Marines coming to bat, interference matrix coming through as well. Opposite high ground, Reaper comes in. The Marine's going to be there to hold. It's going to be a nice catch. Clearing up. Oh, little lag. A couple of lag spikes here and there today, but it is mostly keeping itself together.
渡鸦也在造，两边基本一样啊。FanTaSy这边枪兵也在不停的造，两边选择一模一样，没有人偷啊这盘。
我这两天打下来发现新的。
We have the Hellions still kind of staying on the map. FanTaSy, TY both just sitting here through this early game.
两死神，哎 ，TY 这边看到了。
FanTaSy刚开始升级渡鸦的锁。
And those units gather up, a couple tanks, the Ravens, the Marines all gathering in. We have ourselves the setup just continuing still. We take a bit longer to get going. It's DVT, it's a slow matchup. What's up, Hobbit? Thank you so much for the 63-month resub on the Prime. It's some first-person view here from FanTaSy as well.
不算快啊。
这隐藏了编队啊。
对，一般都会隐藏编队吧？
为什么？
就他可以多看一点点。哦。就下面那一条可以多看一点点。
有道理。
What year is this? I know. He has a treat being able to watch these guys play some SC2 again.
继续打。
正面一波接触，反倒是 TY 这边先开3GD 的情况下，又是先 A 出来了。
哎，这个节奏不对啊，FanTaSy节奏不对。他人口领先这么多，他不出门，也不开3矿。
感觉他好像判断不了这个局势，他并不能判断自己。
Marine tank, the Ravens coming through. Just gonna be seeing a couple of racks of CC and so coming about. We got the stim on the way from TY. FanTaSy taking extra gas. They're on location as well from FanTaSy, whereas TY will float his down. TY is kind of out on the map. Supply definitely in FanTaSy's favor. He has a lot of army here, and TY needs to be super careful. This is also a slow zone, so it'll slow your mobility a little bit. There's no way TY can go fight into this right now.
他不敢过这个减速立场啊！
天哪，都这么多枪兵，不过绕过来了，可以绕了一下。
其实 TY 正面基本上是没有机枪的。
雷达一扫，可以绕过去，哎，绕过去打3矿也可以的呀。3矿那个地方可以架那个坦克，架这个位置可以啊。
Pushing through, again getting in from the center. Just gonna see a couple tanks gonna be here. Scan comes down.
这个打不了的，根本打不了。坦克少太多了，兵少，枪兵少太多，枪兵了。
不敢架上来啊！一旦架上来，就渡鸦一锁。
好，这一波。
And a couple of Vikings gonna shoot. All command taking some damage. A few more hits coming into place.
这边人口暂时还是领先蛮多的，
领先20人口。
TY 3矿只能是往上面去飞啊！
哇，真你敢换家！
这是真艺高人胆大了，这别人都 A 到家门口了，居然他所有兵直接去换家劫后援。
换，那正面怎么办呢？
但是看到换家
One more pick off in the center here. TY kind of gonna be threatening the base trade, but then FanTaSy's over here as well. I mean, what do we do? Do we wrap around on this army of FanTaSy? How do we approach this? TY, I like his position because obviously he's got tanks on the lower left as well. I mean, FanTaSy may need to bring units from the upper right, in fact. Just gonna see a couple of Vikings shooting away. Marines in the cyclone gonna get there. Orbital very nearly going down. All hits coming through. Just gonna have ourselves the Marines and the Ravens gather up. Again, tanks the lib and the cyclone coming over. Additional Vikings will be pushing through in this army of TY, still looking to push on in. So TY commits to the base trading aspect of this. I think TY's defense on the other side is pretty good. He's going to auto turret this high ground and pick away at some of these Vikings, pick away at that one tank so you can push forward more aggressively, more quickly. This is a little bit of a question of how quickly you can get through and deal damage. There's an upgrade lead from TY as well. He has 1-1 compared to FanTaSy 0-0. Still just pushing up. Reactor Ryan Depot is taking some damage. Tech Labs auto turrets coming down. Depot just going to get caught. A few SCVs are going to pull through. The orbital command coming across as well. The SCVs are still pulling into this. Those tanks are still firing away. I mean, FanTaSy's losing a lot. The thing is, we've not looked across the map, but I'm pretty sure FanTaSy's position is falling to the wayside a little. Now, don't get me wrong, TY is stopped here. However, he has a good amount of stuff. He's down on army supply, though, and breaking out of this could be expensive still. Gets a full energy Raven, gets 2 full energy Ravens, gets the 3rd Raven! That is going to be absolutely massive. That's going to make it so tough, especially consider, remember, 1-1 done to 0-0 means that these Marines at TY trade so well. He's looking for the bust out. Here we go. Going to stim into this. SCV's leading the charge forward. We do stop to fight the Vikings a little, which obviously makes it expensive, but I think we're good to break out, and we are going to knock this all down. CC can come and replace itself to the natural. No CC on the natural of FanTaSy anymore. He does have the 3rd mining. Both players will be mining off 2 bases for now, but it's 36 SCVs to the 16. And again, in this new meta, in this new economy, we have a little bit healthier main and natural than we used to, so the bases will not mine out as quickly, right? So we're going to still have, you see 1 patch has gone in the main base. Usually by now we'd see a lot more of that. Obviously the time is a little bit off as well because we mine a bit more slowly at the start with only 8 workers. Yeah, it looks like TY is going to save himself from this elimination match and is going to get through to the decider with FanTaSy becoming eliminated. Unless something crazy changes. Marine's going to fight, Orbital coming through.
这传兵无敌了呀！再抹上来，哎呀 ，TY 这用兵还是非
I
常
mean,
的
TY just run into the main base of FanTaSy as his tournament might be about to be over. Legend of the game unfortunately falls as TY will survive to the decider matchup.
范太子这波就是在 A 组被淘汰掉了呀，对，也是有点可惜
And
啊。
we'll be having ourselves
还是打得挺好的。
TY playing the last match of the day as well. Look at the respect from TY there. Low bow to
下一
FanTaSy.
场比赛就是 A 组胜
者组的比赛，
对
对 ，Coffee 要对阵的是苏本。
GG's.
中国选手 Coffee 啊
，Coffee 目前还是很
Coffee.
但是面对
Coffee.
面对到重组，
Yeah, Coffee up next, guys. He plays soO in the winners
苏本
match.
的防守其实没有特别的好，我觉得 Coffee 可以考虑前期
So soO against Coffee in the winners match, and then we go into one final match today
这就是他的风格啊。
after that as well, which we know so it's going to be soO Coffee and the loser versus
TY 我觉
TY.
得刚才打了2局以后，我觉得他进步了。跟刚才打 Coffee 的时候，他当时反应很慢，而且农民补的也比较慢嘛。
那其实感觉有点镜像。他打
Oliveira is not an old player. Well, he's not an old player,
过
but he's retired.
抓住机会直接就 A
And
上
he's
去了
also
但是
been
范太子两波
eliminated.
在机枪有绝对领先的情况下，杜鸦没有选择锁坦克 A 上去。
对
He has
TVT
also
TVT
been
其实
eliminated.
这个选择很简单，你如果想打防守，你就停枪兵点3基地；你如果想打进攻，你就枪兵不停，坦克不停，杜鸦不停，然后往前 A。
Whereas Gumiho's not actually retired.
他枪兵坦克不停，他却
Still plays. I mean, didn't Gumiho just have a little bit of a run in GSL a season ago?
对 TY， 然后就是他停枪兵开3基地，他往外面 A， 打的。
Do I think this tournament could inspire any of the players to come back to SE2?
换了就相当于。
Yeah, I think a couple of the Zergs might be like, whoa, I can just win games right now? Sure. I mean, these guys quit for a reason. I don't think one tournament in a game that's hyper competitive is going to do much, you know? Like, realistically, like, if they come back, they're going to be levels below the guys that have been playing consistently, so...
刚才就是
在 Coffee 面前敢晃，他杜鸦一锁，直接就往你家里 A 了。
2局都是这样子，2局都是 TY 在外面晃，然后 Coffee 一波 A 过去 A 死了。
挺有意思的。
Yeah. I wouldn't hold your hopes for something like that. Don't get me wrong, it'd be freaking cool, and I'd love to see it, I just don't believe that it would happen.
姚哥那波要是你敢不敢上？
我必须上这个地方，你要只有这样才可以赢呀。
确实，主要一看自己那么多机枪，对手一看就2个机枪。
如果你不上也可以，你不上卡在门口，家里的兵不要出门，在家里面防，对吧？当时那一波也是可以的，防住换家也能赢。
这2盘 TY 都是3基地领先非常多啊。
Didn't Neeb just sign with Onside? I mean, he didn't sign with them. He was just... Well, Neeb was on Onside before. So the fact he's playing this tournament, they probably just asked, hey, do you want to represent Onside? He's probably like, okay, I can put my old jersey on. He didn't sign with them to actively play. I mean, maybe he did, and maybe I misunderstood this, but I'm 90% sure he signed up to... He just is going to play with Onside because, like, it's he's in this tournament. I'm pretty sure it's just for this event. What about Zest? As far as I understand, Zest has 0 interest in returning to StarCraft 2. I think the only reason Zest played StarCraft 2 for so long is because he was just really good. But, yeah, once he quit, he never even wanted to look back a slight amount. It's crazy. That's why you don't see him in any of these, like, legend matches or anything.
而且这个版本的话，重组基地也是回滚到了300，
对，
然后
女王也是
175，
175，
这个前期还是有点经济压力的。
对，女王肯定不能不停的造，对吧？
如果你要像以前那样多女皇开局的话，其实很卡钱。
对，多女王，反正现在。
There's a beautiful Chinese crowd. Hello, everybody.
重组可能补农民补的有点嗨，也有可能。他不停的补农民，农民重狼好多，然后不停的补农民，可能会出问题的，你知道？
是的。
Give everyone a wave.
PVZ 怎么样
？PVZ 不好打。
怎么个不好打呢？比如以前的这套。
This is a tournament for retired players? Yeah, pretty much.
我举个例子。
Again, the reason it's happening is because the Maestros event was this weekend, so this was meant to just be a big 20k tournament. But they didn't know which players from SE2 would be available and who would not be because of the Maestros event until too late, so they decided to run this event instead with retired players, essentially. Legends, as they like to call them.
不敢拖农民下去。
对，然后现在我如果是2千开局，第2个先知到的时候，他3矿已经满了。满了，对，满了，然后 然后每矿有一个那个防空，那你先知又抽不到，也就白造2个先知。
满了是不是过分了点啊？
真满了，真满。他只要是那种前期没有爆很多狗，他绝对可以满。
可以应该这么说，就是说你会觉得自己变慢了，对不对？但重组还跟以前一样，还是以前一样快。
对，就我如果是2先知开局的话，2先知其实只是为了我自己能够开3矿。
你比上个版本要慢个大概30秒、40秒，对不对？
得40多秒。
重组没有慢。
是的，
相当于。
I'm gonna go grab a drink, guys, while we're waiting here.
中期他不管是蟑螂狗毒爆。
Any thoughts about why they wouldn't just reschedule it? Yeah, because this was the weekend the tournament was happening. They didn't pick the dates and then were like, oh no, Maestro, like this the weekend that this tournament has to happen. It's part of the, you can see it's part of the 2026 Douyu Carnival. It's like a much bigger thing than just StarCraft 2. So, yeah.
好，那我们也是稍事休息啊，
等待下一场比赛。
Sometimes it's not as simple as just organize different. I wasn't joking. The wife can build. Did she try Powerball? No, we were going to play Powerball together. She likes to play stuff when it's more like 1.0 instead of just early access and stuff. But we were going to play Powerball together. We never got around to it. People build crazy stuff there. Sheila, I'll have to tell her to think about checking it out soon. Yeah, she's I love the guys getting signed. That's great. Yeah, no, she's freaking crazy at it, you know. She is freaking crazy at it. Yeah. The turtle thing is actually the craziest. Like, I actually because I actually watched the whole process. She just plays like handheld, so she doesn't like record as she goes and stuff. So like you don't get to see the whole process, but like actually like watching it step by step was nuts, you know? Actually crazy. Alright, let me go grab a drink, guys. I'll be back with a few moments. And I'll see you guys in just a moment. BRB. In between series is so long. Yeah, I mean, it's an offline event. They have sponsors and stuff they gotta do, and so on and so forth. They also have to, like, guarantee the tournament lasts a certain time. Which is why originally I imagine that's why they were doing one match at a time. But then later they realized, you know what I mean? Like, later they realized they could maybe do them one by one. But now they have to make sure it still lasts a certain amount still, so they still have some downtime. I mean, it's much easier for me to organize online tournaments. It's much smoother. Much smoother. There are 3 worlds inside of this turtle. Yeah, it's nuts, no? Like, it is genuinely huge. It's actually crazy. DreamHack years ago, dream matches would be 30 minutes. Yeah, I mean, so they figured out ways to speed it up. So one of the issues in the past was that... Because you have to get players on stage and play and set up, right? So no matter what, you've got to first of all get the previous players off stage, then you've got to get the new players on stage, you've got to give them setup time, you can't just, plug your mouse in and bam, you're going. Over the years, they figured out much better ways to do this. In the old days, they used to give each player like an SSD, so the SSD would plug into the PC, either that they were practicing at or whatever, and then they would go, when they went to the new PC on stage, they would plug their SSD in, and once you plug your SSD in, you just have like your profile and basically all set up, so at least then you're only setting up on stage. Obviously, some events still do this. A lot of events started adding 2 PCs on stage, on each side of the stage, so that people could start setting up a lot sooner. That obviously reduced downtime. There's a lot of things that they did. Like nowadays, they have someone to help pack the player's stuff away so that the next player can set up more quickly when the winning players go into interview and stuff like that. So yeah, no, I mean, there was a reason why it took so long in the old days as well, but yeah, it's something that they definitely worked on a lot. Yeah, so if you try Power World, hell yeah. Yeah, leave all the comments.
Think all the Pokemon.
Yeah, if you guys, I was talking about this earlier, guys, but the wifey has a YouTube. And she made a giant turtle in Pokopia. She also has a cute-ass logo, by the way. I wish the WardiTV logo was this freaking cute. Hello. Yeah, she has a better logo than me. Yeah, she turned this giant ship into... Oh, you'll see it in a second. You can see in the distance now it's no longer a giant ship. It is, in fact, a turtle. Which is pretty nuts. And the turtle has a big inside, which is like this giant shell. Obviously, shell and a belly. And then the turtle was finished. And it has a full-on passageway into... I mean, it honestly just looks crazy. I don't even know what to say. Having tried to design in this game, like... Yeah, it's nuts. She's wild. So, if you want to give Helen some love, I'll put the link to her video in the chat. If you want to just go give her a view, give her a like, would be great. I was saying this earlier, but basically she's fighting the YouTube algorithm right now because she started out with a different game. And she actually did pretty well, as you can see. She had like a few hundred views on each of her videos. Some of them didn't do as well, some of them did. But then now she put up a Pokopia video. And she's seen the realization, like, she's like, oh, my previous videos did really well, but now this one didn't do well because YouTube doesn't like it when you change games. So we haven't mentioned on stream before because she was naturally doing very well, but I think she deserves some love on the, I think she deserves some love over on her channel. Especially on the turtle build. Because the turtle is nuts. She's also never built anything in 3D before, like all the stuff before. She was playing a lot of like 2D kind of like top-down games and stuff and designing stuff there. But the cranking out a massive turtle is kind of ridiculous. So, like I say, links in the Twitch chat if you want to go give her some love. If you want the link on the YouTube chat, I could do that too, but I'm gonna have to open it on the other screen. So, if you want the link on the YouTube chat, let me know and I'll sort it. But yeah, show some love. She's like I said, it's kind of cool to see her little project doing well. Like I say, like today's the first time I think I've ever mentioned on stream or at least linked to it. So she did all of this really on her own. Just trying to give her a little buff on her latest video because she's been yeah, because turns out YouTube is in fact difficult. YouTube is in fact difficult. Who would have guessed? Who knew? It looks like an alternate Minecraft. Yeah, Pokopia is actually a great game. It's like the first Pokemon game in years that actually feels like fresh, new, and like fun. It's obviously not like a mainline Pokemon game, but like it's actually really good. If you didn't play it, I mean, the only downside is only on Switch 2. Me and Helen both bought Switch 2s because to play this game, it's our kind of vibe. Like, especially it's like the kind of game we can play together. So it was nice we played together for a while. But yeah. I mean, if you guys want, I can show you what I built in comparison. It's not even close. You're playing through Donkey Kong Bonanza. Is that the Switch? Is that the new one? The new Donkey Kong? I was thinking about buying this now. I have a Switch 2. Show us? Hang on, I've got my Switch here. I don't know if it's charged though. It might need to be plugged in for a little while first. Yeah? I think I'm gonna get this as well. It's my kind of game. I kind of like platformers as well, so... I don't know if my Switch is charged. Oh, it's gonna have to charge for a few minutes, but I can maybe show you guys between games. Me and the wife just started Pokopia yesterday. Started at 5 p.m. went until 1 a.m. Yeah, it does that to you. Yeah, I got to the point where I stopped playing because I started playing RuneScape Leagues for a few weeks, and for me now the game is kind of like I really enjoyed it, but now it's kind of more about like just building what you want to build or like completionism. And I'm just not really sold on doing all of that, especially like going back to it. But it was an absolute blast. I loved it. It was a great time. It was a great time. Don't make you unfollow with my build? Oh, my build's terrible, mate. This is why my build doesn't make it to any YouTube channels. None at all. What do you think happens first, guys? This game begins or my Switch charges enough to show you? Yeah, my build is very unimpressive. It is very, very mid. Especially in comparison to Helen's. GTA 6 releases first? Oof. Yeah, that has an actual date. You can actually pre-order GTA 6 now. Crazy. That's going to be the first game I actually play on my console in so long. Just out of the pure nostalgia of like... I mean, for me, GTA 5 came out when I was at uni. And GTA 5 was like the game we would sit and play like... Me and my friend Brody would sit and like play like late at night or like... I would come upstairs at like 1 a.m. He'd be chilling. We'd be like, GTA? We'd be like, GTA. We'd like order fucking like food at like 3 a.m. in the morning playing GTA. Yeah. We'll get GTA 6 before we get a WardiTV. I am not making a turtle, mate. I watched her build this thing. It was insane. I also had to help her with some of the counting, like to try and get it all symmetrical and stuff. My favorite part is if you watch the video, she talks about like the water. So she spent like literally she spent ages first of all sucking up the water and digging out the water so she could build, you know, the bottom of the turtle. And then she spent like legitimately like a week putting the water back in. And now they just announced the first DLC of Pokopia is going to be like you can build underwater. Oh, she was furious. Her face was like she actually turned and looked at me like so like she was like actually like I will murder somebody, like what the, because she legitimately must have spent like 2 weeks, like, you know, a few hours a night, 2 weeks legitimately moving the water back, building this massive thing around so she could build the turtle in the middle of the ocean, and then removing these walls so she could put the water back in. It's kind of funny, but it's not really funny, but it's kind of funny. It was wild. She was building like layers upon layers of like bridges to be able to suck the water up. It was actually nuts. It was actually nuts. Should have been an engineer. It probably would have been easier than playing with the water in Pokopia, to be honest.
火车找书本，就是农民刷多了，狗不少了，找个机会往里一钻。
I really thought the first Pokopia DLC was going to be like a wintry snow map or something. They waited for it to finish to drop the patch. It's funny because the reason that she put the turtle video up this week is because she was like, huh, if I put the turtle video up now, it'll show everyone I did it before they made it easier in the DLC. You really want one of the t-shirts with the Zerg symbol? Yeah, I want one of these t-shirts as well, man. But alas, we do not currently have access to these.
以前在自由之翼重新之心的时候打比赛，我记得经常可以打到4人图。现在到虚空之翼发展到现在之后，大家都越来越不愿意打4人地图了。
对的，4人图太多的变数了，而且太多的那些中间野兵营啊，那些各种战术也会比较烦。好，比赛马上开始了。
看书本这两天练的还蛮多的。
Alrighty, guys, I'll have to show you my beautiful Pokopia build after this TVZ. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. You don't want to miss this. You don't want to miss this.
Coffee 最近也是，我最近每次上韩服、上欧服在练的时候，我看 Coffee 都在练。
肯定的。好，比赛开始了。
All right, and the top left-hand side, we got some TVZ on our hands. It is going to be soO. He's actually one of my favorites to win. I think the current patch is very powerful for him. But not just is this patch powerful, I also genuinely think that he's just one of the stronger players in this tournament straight up as well. I think soO and Scarlet actually have really good chances in this event. It's going to be fascinating to see how the groups play out tomorrow as well. Obviously already today in Group A, we had the advancement of our first 2 players to the playoffs. Yeshi beating out Trap, most notably, and Oliveira again through in first place. A big deal as well. I have to wait for the SCT to be over. Not just the... No, we just have to wait for this series. The SCT will continue after that as well. soO my goat? Hell yeah. Funny how much money was left on the table because Blizz in the West wouldn't let us use SCT logos and stuff on merch. Yeah, I know. Because you remember the old school, I mean, you'll obviously remember these, James, but like the old school shirts that were like, what was it? It was like, it had like the text on of like builds or something. It was like 4 gate proc, like, I can't remember, was it like 1 gate and then it was like crossed out, 2 gate crossed out, 3 gate crossed out, 4 gateways or something like that. I can't remember what it was. I can see these shirts, the ESL shirts, but I can't remember what they said. It was something like that though, right? Where it was like, it had like some of the builds crossed out. It was like 6 pool. Was like the one that was like left on. Yeah, that's crazy. That they wouldn't let you use logos and stuff. I feel like all the cool StarCraft t-shirts I bought were actually non-Blizzard shirts. They were just like things I found at like Katowice side stores and stuff. Like all the Blizzard shirts were just so dulling. Like there were some cool ones and I bought some. I bought a bunch of BlizzCons and stuff, but like my favorite ones that I still sometimes wear today are like the Baelings one, where it's like some Baelings rolling in and they're crashing into stuff, and it's like, this is how we roll. Like, this one was really freaking sick. I have like a Terran Heart t-shirt as well, very cool. Meanwhile, Blizzard released the SC2 emoji t-shirt, which is like an SC2 logo with the in-game SC2 emojis filling the SC2 logo. Oh my god, it's so lame when you say it out loud. When you say it out loud, it's like, oh my god, this is... You have that one? Yeah, I think I have a couple, because I have one signed by a bunch of players. It sucks, I know, doesn't it just? Oh, that's funny. That is funny. I never really stopped to think about how bad the merch we did get from SC2 was, but like, it actually sucks, no? That's wild. Who's the guy on the right? Sorry, is this a question of who's playing? Or who's casting? The guy on the right on the player boxes is Coffee. The guy on the left is soO. On the caster desk, I didn't actually see who was casting. Sorry, I'll let you know between the games if you ask me again. I'll let you know. Marketing team not sending their best. Yeah, no, absolutely true.
本这波卡了下人口啊。
对他为什么有钱？他300块钱存款，他没有放基地啊。
他是不是被这个死神压制在家里，感觉攻锋不太好出去啊？
对他重组存款一直太多了，他补2个房子啊，卡人口了吗？原来是
40-40，刚才他没有注意啊，卡了好久。
那这个地方失误比较大啊，这个重组，3基地刚刚放。
Patch coming about. It's going to get settled. We are going to be seeing a few drones still building up here from soO. The 4-minute marker. A couple of Reapers actually going to get shot down. Not sure what Coffee wanted to do here, but that was not quite it. Loses one of the two. Not ideal. I mean, I made a WardiTV logo that I really loved that never really kicked off, but maybe I can find it. WardiTV. Oh, why would this be? WardiTV, LA 2022, 2022 revamp. Was it before 2022? 2020? Oh my god, I forgot. I can't believe I had these graphics since 20. Oh no, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it was this one. I had this logo made, which I've got a couple of t-shirts and a hoodie with this on. I think it's freaking cool. The only downside, it's got my stupid face on it. But I love the Marine and the little Ling fighting. I also thought they were really cool. One's a very cool little design we had. If you guys want new merch, by the way, new merch is available. Exclamation mark merch in the chat. We've got WardiTV infested logo stuff available, so check it out. As we do have our Hellions looking to try and get around. A couple Queens and Lings move around. Just going to have the Overlord moving up the right. And again, Stimpak, Cloaking, Banshee, all the way through. Additional racks in the engineering bays. Building as we go, just for the moment.
3矿重组一开好，基本上就是一个满农民。
对，确实啊，我们看6分钟不到，他农民快补到60个了，跟上个版本没有太多区别。是的，但是人族明显，
现在是8农民开局啊。
对，人族明显慢了，人族慢了很多。
Coffee 这边
养女
妖出门，
但是重组其实看在眼里的，防控不好。
外面也
Let's see those couple of branches moving about, trying to see what else is going on.
毒爆直接升速度，毒爆速度很快啊。
这个局面已经进入书本的节奏了。 目前人族已经劣势了，什么都没干，就已经小劣了。
这波不行，先点个女皇。
Yes, those two Banshees going to fire. Hatch taking some shots. Queen's going to be gathering up.
眼虫怎么也来了呀？哎，重组为什么又有2本，又有攻防，
还有4矿，
又有这么多经济，
然后还有毒爆速度？
对呀，怎么全都有啊？这个。
You can see those Lings still chasing a few Hellions and Reaper having to pull back for a few moments.
没有攻防，他有攻防啊。
那怎么办？练出来了。
而且狗又这么多。
女妖再切到主矿，
没有一点机会啊！哎，一个完了，没有上到的机会。
摇头了呀，靠费。其实我觉得刚才看到3个女皇，其实点个女皇其实有机会点掉。
Lings is going to gather in the center. The amount of actions getting out of hand is makes you, buddy. I know we've been playing Zero Space, but this is StarCraft 2. We play at a different pace. StarCraft 2 is the official RTS for old gamers nowadays, so we got to calm it down a bit in the first few minutes. We can't all be microing a hero in the first 10 seconds of a game like you know. Please be respectful of the rest of the community, you know. Douyu hosting on PTR is criminal? Well, this is not the PTR, mate. This is the live server. So, you know. They're not. They can't really help playing on the live version of the game. Because this is Blizzard sanctioned, which means that they have to play on the live version. I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to play on the. Pretty sure you're not allowed to play on the on mods. This is the new patch. Yep, new patch is live. Yep, live is patched. The patch is live. Did they just change the workers this patch? They did everything that was on the PTR. Work account, Protoss warp gate, all that stuff. Everything went through. Not a single thing didn't make it, actually, which is pretty nuts. They just full sent it. They were like, this set changes, was it? Bam. Yo, Coffee's microing pretty well. Talking to some Banes, lifting up, getting out. He's been some snaz on this early game. Queen cost didn't make it. Yeah, they changed the queen cost. This is more of like a panic moment because, well, I'm actually impressed they changed something. To be fair.
毒爆送你几个又怎样？正面一波推进，右边5矿位置刚好是没有军坦的位置，这边绕的狗也被女妖看到了。可以，
细节很好，而且房子开视野也看到了。
这波推进有说法，机枪。
Yo, what's up, Debelica? Thank you so much for the 3813 sub.
但这个地方有一个加速力场，毒爆一旦近身的话会很危险啊。
看书本是打算正面接，还是绕一波去包夹啊？
想包吗？一定要包这个地方。如果从正面上的话。
What is that tank doing? The tank dance on the top of the screen. Oh, you never sieged. So he's going to swarm this position. Now, I don't think one extra tank splashing would have changed much here, to be honest. That's a hell of a shutdown by soO. People hosted tournaments on the EVA mod. So, I'm talking about big events. This is like a $20,000 offline tournament. Because of the scale of it, and it being offline, you have to have Blizzard permission. Especially in China. Because there's a lot of funding that probably came from like some of the, you know, there has to be agreements in place basically. So I'm pretty sure those agreements don't let you, they would very much so go up against Blizzard's, well, visuals. If they basically allow a tournament to happen like that of this scale that they, you know, basically have an agreement with. Obviously, Wardy events don't have an agreement with Blizzard. We just operate under the community license. But the community license doesn't say you can't run on mods, you know? So the community license doesn't say you can't run on mods and stuff. But for like bigger events that have to be, that do get like the permission of Blizzard and license and stuff, then yeah, they probably will have to actually run live no matter what, you know? I don't think they have much of a choice there. So yeah, for like a lot of community level stuff, SE Evo, like it doesn't matter. But yeah, big offline events like this, they have agreements with Blizzard and so on. And when they have agreements with Blizzard, there's no way Blizzard are going to say, yeah, play on a mod that's not with it. Yeah, Comeback TV, the Maestros of the game will play on the old mod, but that's again, it's under the community license. Community license doesn't say anything about playing on mods, so it doesn't matter. Hey, thank you, State, for the raid. How you guys doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. So yeah, Maestros of the game will not be played on the live patch, I'm pretty sure. And from what I've heard so far, Home Story Cup will not be played on the live patch either, which is actually pretty crazy. We already talked about this a bunch. I'm in two minds. Personally, I don't think it's smart to split the community on like live versus patch and whatever, but someone asked about the casters. Oh shit, I forgot to look at the casters. It was God damn it. Hang on, let me just rewind on my own YouTube stream. The casters are oh, it's Yeshi and XY. Yeshi is the guy in the pro shirt on the right, and XY is the guy in the Terran shirt on the left. There we go. Thank you for reminding me. Home Story Cup 2. Yeah, so I think the problem with Home Story Cup is that players are not actually really willing to travel to play on a patch that is so untested. Like, so it's like, it's a weird question mark, right? Where it's like, is it fair? Is it fair that people are going to travel to play on a version of the game they didn't basically agree to play on? Like, some people might actually prefer to stay at home and just skip on it. Or do you then just play on the mod or the patch? Like, I know it's kind of tough. Like, I don't really know what you do there. I think the consensus earlier was it's like, I mean, there's no winning, right? Home Story Cup's still going to use new maps? Probably. I don't see why we wouldn't use new maps. But you've also got to think, like, Home Story Cup happens twice a year, and they have to do what they think is best for their tournament. And if they think their tournament is going to be... If they think their tournament is going to be better with the old patch, and they think it's going to have better viewership, I actually don't think it would be better viewership, but it's kind of weird, because here's the thing, right? Imagine you play the old patch. You might get less viewership because less people are excited about it, but you might get better games, which create more viewership. If you have a bunch of viewership, which is like, yeah, the patch, but then all the games are bad, and people just don't stay tuned because you're like, oh, this isn't worth watching. So yeah, I think new patch will draw viewership. Me too, I think new patch always draws viewership, but we've also never had a new patch that's sucked and been actually so horribly balanced. So, you know,
这版选择一个什么样的战术啊？
we've never had a new patch that's been so controversial, should I say? Let's put it like that.
两矿不农民，不满
So,
不满
yeah,
后
I don't know.
后面的情况
Like I said, I think it's
稳稳的这
interesting.
样运营3矿，然后刨冰再开4矿，感觉无懈可击啊。对呀。以前
Horribly
期感觉你要
balanced.
打一
It
波
seems
就
fine
上
to
一
you.
张冲
You
潮
having fun
然后
laddering
打到
state?
不是一爆张
You like your new
直
builds?
接换毒爆冲潮。对。
房子往前飞，
I kind of like some of the stuff. I've talked about this non-stop today, but
人数还是不要特别开
I
启
think some of the stuff's fun, but I still think some of the core issues of the matchups is. I think all the things that could have actually been fixed have not been fixed at all.
打法比较稳的， 默认的放上
I
张
don't know.
对吧？
是的。
你真打一波还不一定打得进去啊。
I tell you what's going to be fun is sitting on the couch at Home Story Cup and having to deal with all the players that want to complain about the patch as well.
死神没有补掉，
哦
枪兵，
机枪速重攻了。
I can't wait for
这
this.
机枪一摁的话，重攻其实是没有前兆的。我在想，能不能就先重攻后摁这个机枪呢？
不行不行，因为这个点可能会绕狗过来。
Man, I just still can't get over this
没
first.
有绕狗了，所以这个枪兵已经没有办法。
I just gonna sound like a broken record, but man, like I just watching these first 2.5 minutes and just nothing happens, all for us to get set up in the exact same place we were at
六条狗也是很尊重啊。
with 12. This infuriates me so much. The inefficiency of playing this extra minute out for no reason. Like I don't have a good explanation as to why it makes me so mad, but it really annoys me.
节目还是非常的好。
Like it's irrational how bad I feel about like this. Like it's whatever. I'm just gonna talk to chat or whatever for an extra minute. It doesn't matter. But like I'm talking to chat and I look back at the screen and we're still in the phase of nothing and I'm just like, oh my, like this, it makes me really mad. Like I actually don't know how to explain why I feel like this. Oh, lag spike.
OB 卡了，没关系啊。
没关系。
Like I say, it's just like it's silly how upset it makes me feel, you know?
好，书本这盘就
'Cause it's whatever.
果然是失误了。
I like the 8 workers doesn't change the balance, but man does it make me pissed off, you know?
哎，3开放下去了。
It's just
上一盘
stupid.
错了上一盘，哇，上一盘全错的情况下，运营还这么好。
如果不错
It's
的
a
话
Neb self-sabotage. Yeah, I mean, maybe, but like,
我都不敢想啊
like I don't know how to contain my feelings about this because I already had a fucking Reddit meltdown about this once, and everyone hates me on Reddit now. But like, I don't know how to keep it in. It's like it's infuriating to watch. I can't help
但
it.
这套没有什么。
I'm trying, but I just can't. I just need to like take a breath.
便宜吧？
对，而且这波骚扰是一个房子用的。
Has to make it a little tougher as a solo caster. Oh, it's okay. I don't talk about the game anyway, according to 90% of people. Which is true, but I'm going to talk about the game even less when there's nothing to talk about in the first minute. So,
先死神火车出来定位一下重组女皇的位置以及房子的位置啊，出来侦查一下3矿。
usually not much happens for the first 3 minutes regardless. Yeah, but now nothing happens for the first 4 minutes.
火车女妖
Like, yeah, there's always going to be a time period of nothing happening, but if you make the game slower, that's going to extend that period, right? Like, it doesn't matter
这把书本目前还没有
what the
交易
number
到
is, it's going to be longer.
过来打房子，而且
So,
一般看到这一船兵就不会想到
Used to like the
这
dumb
个
early
直接
game
回
filler
合
banter between Tastosis.
这套的话
Yeah, and that's great, but like, but you know, my favorite thing is that people get mad if you try and banter and have fun at the start of games nowadays. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to say I can entertain like Tastosis. I absolutely cannot.
毒爆重
But
潮
哎，时间点
But like when I talk to chat, and we go on like tangents and we talk about things. People get mad that we're not talking about the game, and then people are going to be mad we're not talking about the game when nothing's happening. You know,
哎，不过看到了，这狗看到
So-
了，出去接火车了。
like these are meant to be fun new builds, but it's just It's just Hellbat Banshee.
会被占了很多便宜啊。
It's just Hellbat Banshee against Ling Bane, but a minute later, you know.
风一摁，
房子往前飞，看到科技附件。
Oh, sees the barracks is moving to a tech lab.
20个靠背这波正面
Cloaking gonna finish soon. Hellbats are here. Coffee on the push.
运输机没有血
Series morphing Banelings, which feels very good for this. If you've got Banelings ready to deal with this, this is going to help a lot. You're going to see our Hellbats and Nine Marines press forward.
变好。
So in we go. Just going to see one medevac going down. A couple of Banelings going to get cancelled before Banelings are available. We're going to get through. Marines get blown up. That's a defense. A couple of Hellbats are very low HP at the end. We might be able to grab one Queen at the back, especially with a couple of extra Hellions. Nope, transfusion is good. We're going to be there. That defense is made.
蓝车已经没了，这两
And that's going to be the Hellions getting pushed away.
是啊，农民
You're gonna switch stream? This is too negative. Go out. The cranky ducklings are live. Highly recommend them. I'm gonna talk about what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the patch. Like I'm not gonna bullshit. Like I'm gonna say how I feel about the patch. I'm gonna say what I experienced. Like I've never been a fake caster. I've always been extremely transparent, and this is just a continuation of that. So yeah. Wardy, I'm betting the over on the Wardy Yap at Home Story Cup. If it's warm, I would definitely bet the over. If it's warm and I'm gonna zone out while players yap on, yeah, absolutely. To be fair, I don't yap a lot at Home Story Cup because the players, if we're trio casting, I just let the two players talk, you know. My job is just to be there to make sure we throw in and out of games, you know, effectively. Sometimes when we're trio casting, I talk a lot more, but some pairs of pros just don't need me to be there, you know. Three-way casting, I always thought three-way casting was silly. And obviously my role generally is to fill the gap that's needed. If like two people that don't cast well are there, it's my job to kind of smooth it over. Some people don't need me to do that job, you know. So, yeah. What do I think a good adjustment would be for the patch? I think you go back to the old patch and you completely reassess everything. Like honestly, like that might sound dramatic, but I actually just think that would be better to start again and actually come up with some ideas that would actually address not redesigning Protoss, but fixing the actual actually focus on fixing the parts of Protoss that are problematic. Not redesigning Warp Gate, but maybe redesigning some ways in which you can warp in like tons of zealots at once and stuff like this. Or you know, give Zerg a little bit more love for the early game, give them a little bit more fun in the game. I don't know. I'm not a game balancer at the end of the day. Like I've never come up with my own ideas. I like to yap on and stuff, but I'm not someone to actually come up with ideas. I'm not good enough at the game for that. So, yeah, I don't know. Old patch, I didn't work it. Honestly, I think if you actually just wanted to shake up the game, just throw three new units in the game. Oh, Lingbane? Not gonna commit. I think, I honestly think this might be a nightmare, but I would much rather we just give everyone something fun, and that fun being everyone gets a new unit, and we just see what happens. I actually think that'd be much more fun. Like, that'd be exciting, you know? Maybe these units are crap, maybe they're busted. The fact that new units will create endless amounts of content for a while. So, endless amounts of content, endless amounts of, like, fun for people who like to kind of mix things up and see stuff differently. Stuff like that, like, yeah. soO just swarming, by the way. I mean, he defended that early attack very nicely. Can they add new units? Thought the issue was implementing new skins. I mean, hey, maybe they can't, but if they can't, like, that's not my problem. I'm just saying what I think would be fun, you know? Yeah, I mean, it's a complicated game. You know, at the end of the day, it's a complicated game. So, soO gonna go 2-0. Comfortable. Felt like he was gonna be a favorite coming in. He looked good. Coffee. Guys, I don't think we should talk about balance in this tournament in general, because realistically, these are players of all different skills, and you also don't know how much someone has practiced versus the other guy. Realistically, I don't think any of us should be making balance claims from what we're seeing today. Like this. Take this over the grain of salt. You can say certain things look like this, but comparing Coffee and soO's economic position at minute 5 is very, you know, like, Coffee might not have touched the game in like 3 months. I don't know, like, you know what I mean? Like, soO might have practiced his butt off. I've seen soO ladder and I haven't seen Coffee ladder, and you know? So, yeah, I don't know. I don't think we should, people are using these games to make points and stuff, but I don't think that's very fair. I don't think that's how we should be approaching this. And yo, SK Min, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs. Thank you so much for the generosity going out to Health Wrangle, William 2, Kiwi King 68, X Shugo Yasha, and Patatas Caldadas. Thank you so much for the generosity. If you guys are enjoying, do consider supporting. We have been live for 6.5 hours already. We've got one matchup left today. Yeah, it was a super early start for us, guys, so we only have one best of 3 left. It's going to be a TVT Coffee against TY the rematch, right? FanTaSy out, so Coffee TY the rematch from the second match of this group that Coffee won 2-0. We'll see if TY can bounce back this time around. Yeah, I really don't think these games are like, cause outside of like even right now it's like very early, but like realistically as well, like these guys, you don't know how much one. It's not like these guys have both been playing SC2 non-stop for the last few weeks, you know, or months. So there's disparities. We don't really know that. It's, like there's a lot more variables to if we're say watching like Clem versus soO. Like at least in Clem versus soO, you know, Clem and soO have both been playing the game a crap ton and are trying to compete at the highest level on a daily basis. Coffee might just be here because he fancied seeing his buddies, so he played a few games beforehand, you know. You know, like I say, like we don't know what the situation is, so. Coffee played ladder while soO stopped. I mean, I saw soO laddering 2-3 days ago, so, or 4 or 5 days ago, I should say. I mean, everyone's obviously probably played a little bit coming in, but you have no idea what the different level of practice is, you know. Is this a new patch? Yep, new patch is live. That's why today has been, it's been a great tournament to have with the new patch being live because there's so much downtime. We've had all the time in the world to talk about it. It has been a banger. It has been a banger in that regard. A banger, I tell you. Yeah, if you did tune in just recently and you want to see the rest of the games, the full VOD is up on Twitch, but also on YouTube. If you want to check out the archives, you'll be able to go back and check it out. Plenty of time for people to celebrate the patch. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay.
好，那我们也是稍事休息，一会儿给大家带来今天的最后一场比赛啊。
Alright, guys. Do you want to hear my... Oh, first of all, I was going to show you guys my Pocopia. Oh, yeah. Huh. Hang on. Alright, so for the people that wanted to see my Pocopia build... Is my switch turned on? What are you doing? Oh, my controller's not charged as well because they're freaking... Ugh. My controller's on charge because my Switch has been on charge for so long. This seems a lot smaller than the FanTaSy tournament. Well, it is, yeah. The entire budget for this is much smaller. But yeah, so I actually had an idea. Okay. I don't know how to pull this off, but I feel like it's possible, and I feel like it would be cool. You guys remember when Fear Dragon did, like, ladder heroes? This is a really cool concept, right? What I was thinking, right, is that basically the thing about StarCraft 2 nowadays is that there's less players, and so most players play on the European ladder pretty much all the time because they can just queue into a game, right? So they just queue into a game because Europe's the most active server, so pretty much everyone ladders on Europe, okay? So what I was thinking, okay? What if we made, like, a ladder via, like, say we have, like, a Discord server and we make a ladder, okay? So there's, like, a bot, and you can queue into the bot, and the bot will match you into somebody else that's queuing. And you basically just host, you know, it randomly selects a map, and then you queue it, then you load up a custom, right? And you just play with that guy, and then you submit the result. There's some sort of MMR system, and you submit the replay, right? If you get directly into the custom, well, you can't get directly into the custom because that's impossible. But what I was thinking was for like the pros who are playing on Europe anyway, we could create like a new way for people to queue, and we could like monetize it a bit and give people like and then the best part is we get loads of cool replays constantly incoming because people are playing and essentially just laddering, but we get a bunch of the replays. That'd be great, but it dilutes the player base. Well, it's not really designed for like your everyday player to play. It's designed for it would be like a pro level ladder, I guess. The idea is that we like basically allow maybe like GM up or so to queue in it. Right? Because I'm not looking to like dilute people off of the SC2 ladder. It's just that people are laddering on Europe, and so I'm just thinking of a way we could make it so people have a more constant way to just find random matches and just get practice in. And then we can basically like also generate content so that all the YouTubers and stuff don't run out of content and stuff. Captain Hair, thank you so much. This is 76-month resub, not 6-7. It'd be like creating a new social media where as the startup issue of people won't join unless other people join too. Well, yeah, we just run there's so many things we could do, like to make it like populated. We could do like literally like power hours or something where like for 4 hours the player with the most wins, or for 4 hours every win is worth like $5, you know? And we basically just jump into games when people get queued into each other, and we just jump into the games and we cast, you know? And we could cast it live, and then like it also runs beyond that, but you know what I mean? Like we could do like incentives where like during these hours people can just queue heavily and we pay them or something, you know what I mean? And then there'll be bonuses overall too. I don't know, I'm just spitballing here. I just had some rough ideas, so just I just thought I'd throw some ideas out, guys. I don't know. I thought it was fun. Is this on new patch? Yes. Wouldn't that just be copying the idea SCP Evo people had and did it for their second Discord server? Yeah, someone mentioned that StarCraft Evo does this already. I had no idea, so I had this idea because I saw it in my I had this idea because I saw it in my I saw it in a Riftbound Discord that I'm in. It definitely needs to alternative ladder if I want to. Oh no, I'm not looking at running on a custom balance patch. I just thought it would be cool, to be honest. How hot is it in England right now? Why does it sound like I'm talking shit? Is this thing working? Oh, we got some B-roll? What's going on? Why is my capture card just not working? I'm just doing all the games way too fast, guys.
之前他们在小组赛的第1轮是打过一次的，这个破费是2-0，好像2-0还是2比2比0，应该是2比0，好像是拿下了全太阳啊，所以。
So the SB boys are there. I'm really confused what the opening matchup was on a different stage and stuff for. I'm so confused.
因为全太阳是一个，我觉得他是一个比赛经验非常丰富的选手，在刚又打了一场范太子之后，他的 TVT 能不能找到感觉，这个很重要。
对他比较
拿了很多世界冠军，然后他的能靠自己的经验，对吧？找回一些状态。
Because this event is not only SC2, so what they started on a different stage for SC2, and then it moved over. I mean that makes sense. I'm just confused that they did Oliveira trap on this big intro outside, and then they cast from a studio, and now they're on this like inside stage the rest of the day. I knew there was other stuff going on, but it just seemed kind of weird that they changed up for one matchup. That makes sense. That makes sense. Anyways, it's not that hot where I am.
估计去创业去了。
哎，对对对。
Yeah, it's not that hot right now.
不是号称他有这个什么公交车司机的证吗？不知道有没有去开啊？
Alright, I've got no idea why my capture card's not working. It was literally working yesterday when we recorded Helen's stuff on it. Now it just doesn't want to work. Technology. Technology.
电竞比赛，你觉得看一天都好像不是那么累，但是在这种展馆里面看比赛，
有点其实还是
累，真的
Can I plug Helen switching down here? Does it work?
挺辛苦的，因为我们背后的那些舞台，它有其他的。
I'm so confused.
把那个就展馆你懂的，就是每个舞台它都会把自己的音响拉得很大，
对，拉得很大，很杂。
Do I even have a thing for this setup otherwise?
在这个吵
I feel like I don't.
你在这种环境里面待一天，那确实是有点累。
Technology, I know, like.
但是看的还是很爽。我觉得今天比赛。
Why is technology so hard to make work?
对，而且主要是新版本，对吧？大家其实战术没有那么的统一，每个人都有自己的想法，打得很千奇百怪。
我觉得这种新技是好看的。对，这种新技是比，就是大家如果再打个半年、打个一年，把这个流程化了之后，要好看很多。我觉得就是新技就是缺少这种大的改变，就是他经常来一次这种，我一直在给他们提意见，你知道吗？我就说你没事就加点兵、减点兵，用赛季制。对，我就提的这种意见，就是赛季制。叫什么叫赛季制？就是比如说我们半年或者一年，我一个赛季，这个赛季就是这一套兵种，然后下个赛季开始，就比如说你把虫族，你就把感染虫删了，然后再加一个别的。
Like OBS is just not being my friend.
你把飞蛇也删了，你再来个其他的什么兵种。是的，只要你把兵种稍微换一换，扔一扔进去，我觉得就千奇百怪。一年一次嘛，因为半年可能会太快了，就很多选手还没练好。对，刚适应，哎，又没了。就是你这一年里面，你可以调一些小的平衡性，就是你把这种什么属性啊这种稍微调一调，但是一年就是这一套兵种，然后下一年我们可能换一套，那这样的话选手也就很多选手会有一個感觉是什么？就今年我就算打的不是那么好，明年我还有机会。
Well, it's kind of turned on now.
靠我的这个创造力，对吧？
对。
Is this gonna work?
在这个版本初期的时候，可能
Is it gonna actually work though? Oh, cool. So it works with Helen's switch. If I take Helen's switch out and put my switch in, does it still work? Is the question. At least it's detecting the thing now. Oh, it worked there. Oh, yeah, Ellie, baby, it's so warm. I can't have you snuggling up to me, babes. Do you need to go out? This is the slowest attempt to show people stuff ever. Needs to update. Oh, do you need to go out, Ellie? Why does everyone keep doing things when the game's about to start? Baby, we've got one best of 3 left and we're done, okay? One best of 3. You really need to go out. Oh my god, I gotta go sort Ellie out, guys. I'll be right back. I'm sorry.
他实力应该也是6000分6100啊，像书本刚刚应该是2.1的，对吧？啊，对，至少应该是在6300、6400。书本就这个版本很适合，只要傻爆就不可能弱。主要是虫族它没有太大的改变啊，对吧？虫族第一没有太大改变，第二是虫族在就是你知道上个版本或者在上个版本的时候，虫族太考验基本功。对，就是你这个助卵啊，就在再大的压力下你助卵要好，在现在就不用考虑这些问题了，就傻爆就完事儿。是的。好，我们来看一下出2位，这边蓝色的人族选手就是全太阳，出现在了右下角的4点钟的位置。左上角红色的人族选手就是 Coffee， 出生在了10点钟的位置。今天的第2次交手。看 TY 啊， 展现 TY 这个大赛的经验的时候到了，他看到能不能在之前的一个 BO3找出 Coffee 的一些
漏洞。
对，特别是 TVT， 其实内战里面只要有1到2个细节，战胜了对面就会非常的好打。
对，但上一把说实话，这个Coffee 打就是全太阳打范太子的比赛，Coffee 一直在下面看的。所以他应该也看了不少这个东西，要怎么野兵赢吗？
这个版本我说实话，放大招的话，
机会其实挺多的。
它主要是惩罚很重，就是你打不到东西，就是必输无疑。
但是打到可能就赢了呀，野兵
很难
来
呀，
了。
现在啊，他只要探路，这个不好说。
现在舍不得农民探路太少了，上来8个农民，
对
8个农民探路。
一般在这个版本，一般很难舍得一个农民探路，因为你探路的经济会差很多，它只有8个农民。
来了啊！
双气开
还好，不是单兵开矿还好。
2兵营跳死神，
单兵营开矿基本上就没了。
对，其实农民就少2个，他只要杀到3个以上，就其实还可以。就是从这个农民数量上面来说的话。就看能不能杀到2个到3个了吧，3个以上啊不亏。如果1个杀不到的话，就
没了，基本上就没了，
基本上没了。不像上个版本，就算1个没杀到，还能回去运营一下。
对，因为现在你经济太差了。
经济太差了，就农民采矿的这个数量太少了，前期不能让你第一时间饱和。
已经回去了，赶紧回去把矿先采起来。我记得以前好像都不回去的，
以
前就直接去他家了。
对，以前是死神配农民上去打的。就是用农民上去扛一下这个输出。
哦，这边是直接挂了双倍挂件出去，
看2个
在找
有没有机会，
没找到，回去。
野的位置还是其实挺远的。
他在等啊，他要等到2个到3个再，3个再2个就去了。
直接上去。
这个可能要摸到点东西哦，因为双倍。
可能要打到2个3个农民喽，他死神刚刚出去。
来了。
再出火车，要拖农民了。
火车在戳，火车出来的时候应该有3到4个死神。这个死神不能死，死了可能要被打伤。拉得很好，接2下、3下，最后差1下。哎，摸死了。好，那这样的话，一个火车打不过3个死神哎。一个火车怎么打3个死神？
他是拖农民硬打，
那你死农民啊！
要这个
死神，而且有可能会被秒。好，看 Coffee 能不能4个 Coffee 怂了。
已经赚了，没事。
其实 Coffee 当时如果狠一点的话，直接上去甩，有可能甩死。
现在是一个小优的局面 ，Coffee 再看能不能把优势再扩大吧，杀4个死神能不能再进去打？
这个很难的，5个死神你也打不过2个火车2个死神啊。
现在出去，
没有防全太阳，他没想到这个阵型可以 ，Coffee 阵型守路口可以，
直接从这个客场变成主场了。
对你来。哎呦，被炸了一下。
3个火车，3个火车，
来可以下去拼了，
还有2个火车，好像打不赢了，
不好说，拉一下不好说，拉得很好，漂亮。红血的拉一下，漂亮，再上去再换，全太阳又在这个位置又被秒一个，但这样也换掉了。
卡斯也哎呀，
但是这样的话，怎么来个
怎么有个机枪兵啊？
怎么来个枪兵啊？这什么东西啊？
还只要现在回去运营。
Hi guys, sorry. Ellie needed to go out. Literally. You know, the moment the game was about to begin. Apologies. Coffee Proctoroxed? How much did he do? Doesn't look like a lot. He's up in workers, so maybe he did okay. It was a good defense. I was gonna say it's hard to know with the new patch. I'm not super tuned into exact numbers and stuff, right? So hard to say out of nowhere.
全太阳就想靠现在的这点兵力，看能不能再占点便宜回来。
那样他有导弹车啊，你这个过去就是送兵。好，运输机，他等运输机。
而且 Coffee 也看到你的2GD 的时间了，对，知道自己现在2GD 快。
Maybe Helen going to come across the map then, so we are going to be seeing obviously the TVT.
2个导弹车，那根本不怕
Getting into a very TVT stage, but Coffee has not got map control now. It's TY going to be able to take advantage of that.
你干扰就干扰，你不用造机枪吧？
对啊，我也觉得他就是造机枪干扰一下，这个他想打这农民吗？那造好吗？打1换1啊，不农民1换1吗？真的换到了这边在操作。
I love that Marine as the units jumping on the other side. The medevac has to evacuate the two cyclones. Tank arrives. Maybe it's time to lift up and get out of here as TY. He can save a few units. The cyclone's low. Good micro from Coffee. Oh, what a defense from Coffee. What a defense from Coffee. Everything lives. Wow. Locks onto the medevac. Chasing. Looking for the kill. He's going to get it. Everything goes down. Coffee with the defense. Ooh, baby. Oh my goodness. Now that was something. That was something.
那这样的话 ，Coffee 的整个经济是占很大便宜的。
经济、科技，
对，经济科技都是占便宜的。
另外，咱们好像是生死。
Couple cyclones will move over with this medevac. I mean, this game will settle. I can't believe we did so much there. That was more easy business.
卡一个位置，坦克。看来把这个坦克架哪里啊？应该架这个拐角，应该是。
应该想卡一个位置占便宜。
Again, Fiends gather up. Medevac coming over.
还是要压正面嘛？正面好像被截了，这样先躲一躲，先拖回来。他现在主要是把部队拖回来，在正面被看到了。
A couple cyclones gather up. Marine going to take some damage. Just going to be seeing the medevac coming back through. Cyclones going to get in after some of these SCVs. Three workers going down. A couple Ravens going to join up, hit the interference matrix onto the medevac. Now we lose everything. Coffee's micro earlier was great. Now maybe not quite so much.
但现在还是领先不少哎。 45个农民打38个农民。
对，而且他的3基地非常的快啊。
对
，Coffee 这边嘛
，Coffee 只要3基地开起来，这个全太阳就很难打了。
对。
我看有弹幕在说不如鸟哥，你们在如鸟吧？
Let's see TY pushing on the map, but once again, it's Coffee's supply lead. Work count in his favor is the advantage right now. Marines and the Ravens continue to come across.
鸟哥1杠4，还赢了1小分。
他赢了1小分吗？
Stim pack on the way. The couple of Vikings coming out continue to bring a lot more of this into place.
也别笑他，明天你不要0杠10啊！
我明天一定要比他多赢1分。
就明天你的目标是2杠8是吧
？2杠4、2杠8，我要输多少人呐？
就反正你2个小。
Don't know what they're saying on the Chinese commentary side, but they're making everyone have a good time. All right, well, we're going to see TY is going to be poking on forward. He's going to be able to hold a position here, and this might give him a chance to establish a third base a little bit more easily. What I'm scared of is that Coffee has got the upgrades finishing up a little bit sooner here. Stim and Combat Shield nearly ready. And that's going to give him maybe the chance to move out as well, which could be a big factor also. So there's something else for us to think on that one. Let's see where this goes. Clean up over here for the moment.
他是这样的呀，傻包蟑螂就可以了。这边Wolfie怎么
Auditor's a nice, wow, nice kills from TY. He's getting a lot of value here. Coffee trying to break out a little bit too soon, it seems.
什么情况？被3个渡鸦锁烂了。
打住位置。
我们还在讨论赛的明天能不能赢1小分呢？
没事，稳住，稳住。
我已经摇头了，这个地方被卡住位置了。不过趁着这个渡鸦没有能量，还能够想点办法。
Well, the Raven count is good, and TY is still going to hold this position. What does Coffee do then? I mean, TY now finished up his own stim pack, no combat shield, but has some of the upgrades that will help him along the way. About to kill off the reactor on the starports, just going to be able to push that back as well, taking that away immediately.
他感觉他有2船兵，有1船兵出去了，然后他觉得要拉了。哎，怎么截渡鸦？截不了，截不了。能不能截围巾？哎呀，什么都没截到。
A few more Marines coming around, just going to have our army of TY starting to head back. There's going to be, again, this attack going to be deflected well to Coffee. Not going to be able to get in and do too much over in this position.
那就现在是劣势了。你别看农民多，其实没什么用了，现在已经。 他主要
没有渡鸦，
对，没有渡鸦，他这个科技领先太多，他这个3个渡鸦等一下满蓝了以后，又过来锁这个坦克。波菲这边是没有渡鸦的，其实 TY 这边打的还是比较有点复古。
Combat chill again done from Coffee, but not for TY, so it's going to be an interesting comparison. You're going to see TY obviously taking the supply lead from that previous play. We'll see what happens next.
要拉吗？要拉吗？感觉
TY 好像没盾牌，TY 没盾牌。
没有，跑了。
TY 没盾牌，不太敢接啊。这个。
We see another tank finding a way, some damage being done. The Ravens coming over as well.
这边坦克架好了，也能打点外围的建筑。 TY 人口标得很高，
别慌，全太阳他还是有风格的，他正面比较软。
Marines going to stay. Medivac's coming through. Just going to take a couple moments again. The +2 upgrade started from Coffee as well, but it will also start from TY again as he finishes up combat chill. At least that will be a major thing that's kind of against him that goes a little bit better for him at that stage. So working on that right now. Marines the tank still pushing through. Medivac's gathering up. The other Medivac's moving out. Again, making some moves for a couple of moments. And we do see, again, 2 upgrades plus 1 vehicle weapons all coming into place.
你的坦克架的其实他
要被锁了，要被锁了，人
锁吗？他要锁吗？不锁。
收了，赶紧溜了，拜拜。
那你溜的话，那我就打你这个运输机啊。
Yeah, looking for fights, obviously. TVT gonna be a little bit slow going at times, figuring out what our next stage of this is going to look like. See who's going to... I mean, this map as well, definitely, I explained this earlier, but you get a lot of bases without expanding towards the opponent, right? So it's going to make this very difficult to see this game continue in a way that's going to be promoting aggression, especially in the TVT matchup where tank lines can be so heavily defensive as well. Going to stem up, the Ravens, the Vikings pulling back.
这个打不了了，全部中了减甲。
对的。
Coffee 现在，但是 Coffee 现在必须要。
Couple of Viking shots going to get there. Medivac goes down.
他现在游走。
Seeing this army threatening at the front, a few Vikings are going to be right there. TY is owning well. If he can get down this ramp onto this force, that'd be great. Or maybe Coffee comes up into him. Coffee sieges where TY does not. The Liberators are going to siege on the back of this. We drop 1 Matrix. Oh, I mean, it's going to work for TY. It's going to work wonders. It's going to be fine. But I felt like that was a little scary, just for the fact that obviously we're very slow to siege the tanks. / didn't siege the tanks. I mean, TY takes this supply advantage, takes it across the map. Going to push towards the high ground. Obviously, slow siege of tanks here going to be tough to deal with, especially with the Liberators backing this up as well. TY will take a moment to knock down the rocks, open up some space, and give himself a chance in the position here. He's just going to push. Again, a few more Marines pulling back. A couple tanks are sieged. A couple more shots. Medivac's taking damage. We are going to be seeing the orbital lifting off. The other Marine stepping forward. Tank goes down. And these Marines are still trying to press through. Tank sieging once again. Libera is still being sieged here. We are going to see the Marines coming through. Coffee knows that this one is gone. Game 1 goes the way of TY.
前期打的还是非常的秀的。
前期占了优势以后，他其实也应该上毒呀。
哎，全太阳真的是啊，就是这种世界冠军级别的选手，就是有经验啊，就是第一场输给你之后，马上就能找到一些能够战胜你的办法。他可能基本功并没有你们好，就是
的。
比如说刚才我们看到第一波2个人的这种近距离的操作啊，这些明显 Coffee 的手还是更热的。但是就是在这种情况下，全太阳选择了3个渡鸦的这个压制的 timing。 包括他这3个渡鸦的处理，包括后面的几波，就是 Coffee 想强拉他的这几个这种站位，我觉得做的
非常的好，他很有经验，拉扯也很好，就是不给你。
Alright, guys, waiting for game number 2 here. Coffee.
主要是渡鸦保存的太好了，这个就是胜负手。
对，
Not gonna try and find magic that he found in the first series of the day, try and get that back going.
那第二场的话，就要看 Coffee 怎么去处理现在这个局面。Coffee 是一个适合打顺风局的人，逆风局 Coffee 我没有什么印象 ，Coffee 逆风局翻过。
他主要是心态有点急，一旦逆风的话，他很容易打一就是直接 all in 了。哎，对，然后就送掉了。
Alright, guys, take a second, but game 2 will be loading. It's our last match of the day, Coffee vs TY. Yes, this is a new patch. Again, if you guys missed any of the games, the full VODs are available on YouTube. We have stream everything on YouTube nowadays. You can check the YouTube archives out very easily.
但他就不想了呀，这 Coffee 有时候就会出现这样比较极端的办法。
他不想慢慢的转型。
Thanks for the support, guys. Again, appreciate you all being here. Again, sorry, I'm losing a bit of energy. It's been a long one, just especially because we had a lot of downtime between games, so apologies. And if you're here earlier, we were, there was like 25, 30 minutes of downtime between some of the early series, so, yeah. Will I be cutting the first 3 minutes of the VODs on YouTube? Yeah, probably not. That's not how I do things. The YouTubers are the ones that really win here because they just start the game 3 minutes in when they record. They just do that intros 3 minutes in or something. That's crazy. Yeah, they get the good deal of this.
现在前期必须得调农民，这个影响还是非常大的。这种调农民还是
No, I mean everything. I always
调不好。 王哥，你调吗？这种农民？
调呀，上来肯定要调的。
Yeah, I always think like my YouTube channel is more like a VOD channel, so I think it's untrue not to just put the very start of the game up all the time as well. You know, it's not like I know what's going to happen at the start of the game either, so it doesn't really make sense.
这个很费操作。
Who's the favorite to win the tourney? soO, maybe? Scarlet?
那种细节就是没那么。
Yeah, I'm not sure.
对，现采镜的视频框就前
I
面。
think soO or Scarlet are both pretty good options as a guess.
很大的，很大吗？至少要多个10块到20块，就会比你快。
那就那么回事儿呀。我打重组的感受。
Anyone Zerg? Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, am I crazy? I mean, if I look at the lineup, okay, I already know Oliveira and Yashi advanced, and soO. When I look at the other groups, I don't know who advances out of Group B, but I kind of like Impact's chances playing ZVP, but maybe he doesn't play much right now. I look at Group C. I think Scarlet, man, like, I think Scarlet could do well. Innovation could be an absolute beast as well, though. Yeah. I mean, Scarlet was playing, Scarlet still somewhat actively plays SC2, so I feel like she's got an inherent advantage right there straight away, you know? So I feel like that's one of the factors, right? It's like, you already have the advantage as Scarlet of being this more active player, you know? So I think if you already have the advantage of being the more active player, that's kind of a big plus. So I kind of had Scarlet. I think soO's the same. soO's one of the most recently retared guys. So no colors. I think colors good as well. I actually do think this patch has an impact on the prediction, though. You know. TY gets a Reaper. That's huge. So you see Coffee's reaction. That's really bad for him. That's kind of rough. Obviously, it's a big tournament, guys. $20,000 on the line. Making top 8 is a $500 jump already. So pretty big deal. Pretty big price pool difference from just winning this match. And obviously the chance to play for so much more as well.
不能压了，感觉得放弃了，不能这么打。本来是现在是2死神1火车，现在他是1死神。
那 Coffee 要输了，他
Yeah, it's hard not to predict Zerg right now. But I might also be buying into the balance complaint hype train too, so.
哦，那倒是，这个场馆里面真的好多展台啊。
No love for Oliveira. He beat Zero twice in the ladder not long ago. Got a little streak over Lambo in the new patch as well. I don't think Oliveira looked super convincing in his matches earlier. I mean, obviously, like anyone can win. Like, it's high-level StarCraft 2. If you ask me to pick a favorite, I'm gonna go with the highest odds right now.
对，就是死神伏笔了，不是这个死神可能上来就打穿的，直接基地打飞。哎呀，这么细吗？阿矿都抢龙面吗他？不是什么情况，扣飞？打这么专业干嘛
What was Oliveira's old name? Time? Yeah, Time.
一般阿矿基本上没有那个精力去搞了。
星际一也不会那么细吧？
你看。
One of the most successful name changes we ever had in StarCraft. How did soO FanTaSy look? One-sided.
还是说他就是发现了这样的一个秘密，就是新版本这样调的话会好很多。你看全太阳就随便甩的。
因为龙面少的话，肯定就是踩最近的呀。
啊，对对对，这个会让你经济好一点。但因为以前可能真的是农民多，所以大家不在意。农民多不调的呀，就懒得调。你上来12个农民。
Did we see a fancy GG timing? Not super badly, like a little bit. Not super badly, though. Yeah, Neep plays tomorrow. Neep's group's pretty fun. That second group tomorrow is banging though. Innovation, Scarlet, Dia, and Killer Zer, I think is actually really fun. Super excited to see Dia. Man, Dia is such a great player that kind of disappeared from nowhere. This is one of these guys who I just never got to see much of as well. Like, he never really played WardiTV tournaments, if I remember correctly. He's been gone a long time. Yeah, he left in 2020. Huh, one of the last official match Dia played was a War Chest Team League match. Oh, that's crazy. That's actually wild though. The last thing he played was the War Chest Team League. Huh. Damn. That's so sad. Yeah, Dia was very good. Wait, why does Oliveira only give a certain amount of matches per page now? Oh no, what is this? Oh, that's crazy. I'm trying to search Wardy events, but I can't control F it because Oliveira splits up. This new Oliveira site works really well, but I don't love some of the changes on it. It's fast, and that's like the one bonus I found of it so far. It's fast.
那你是武汉人呀？哦，你也是回家住的是吧？我不，我住酒店。啊？怎么了？我住酒店不行。啊，可以。成都。
Maybe put my camera on the right of Coffee's camera. Why would you guys want to see me when I'm casting?
我就想今天晚上，如果你回家，你住家里。我家还是你这里有点远。
Did Dia just not return after military? Yeah, I guess not.
就算就只要。
Kind of insane that was so long ago. Yeah.
你在光谷，你都要过来是吧？
How did this tourney even happen? Douyu Cup is the main streaming service in China, and the Douyu Cup is part of like a big series of events. There's like other games going on as well. But yeah, it's basically just because of that. But they also this event was going to happen, but they couldn't get the players to play in it because of the Maestros of the game tournament. They didn't know who was going to be away this weekend for the Maestros event. So they decided to do like retired players or legends instead, which is a cool way to do it if you couldn't get everyone else to play. So yeah. Coming with a big attack in, I mean, TY's got the army supply, the auto turrets go away, he's going to be able to retake his third in a second. This did not do much here on lockdown as we have Coffee not really locking down TY, and like I said, TY's army supply looking good. TY has stim against no stim. Okay, stim just finished from Coffee. Whoa, Medivacs. Oh, that was scary. Oh my. I don't like this from TY. Running up into the natural feels questionable, no? Like, before you had so much space, now you have to run down a ramp. I mean, we do have the double drop going across the map. Yo, the orbital, TY. Can you not repair things in Brood War? Now he's gonna show up. Oh my goodness. This is a thrown game by TY. The timing of all of this was extremely just out of sync of what it needed to be. I have no idea why he ran up into the natural. I have absolutely no idea why he ran up into the natural. Like, TY had more army supply and a good position, and he just, like, couldn't deal with the Vikings. I feel like running into a natural is the worst thing you can do, though, because then running into the natural doesn't provide an answer to the Vikings, right? So, like, running up into the natural just makes it worse. Yeah, I don't love that one. I don't love that one at all from TY. I think that was a misplay pretty heavily. By time, I mean, I guess it made sense when he was like looking to drop across the map, but like he was up in supply though on the low ground versus he was on flat ground up in supply. I think he just engaged. Like, this is actually the dream scenario. Your opponent wasn't siege. I think this is the moment where you just engage. Like I said, I think that's the dream scenario for where he was at. I think he just should have held his ground and fought if he needed to fight. Like don't let the Vikings pick you off. But if he commits, like I say, the Vikings having to land is a good thing for you, right? Yeah. Tough one. TY and Coffer. Going to a game 3. Decided match today, guys. Winner is going to advance. Loser will be eliminated from the Douyu Cup. Here on day 1. We're back tomorrow, same time for day 2. Make sure you're here for it. Going to be a whole bunch of fun. Looking forward to bringing you guys those games. All right, game 3 in the top left-hand side. We're going to have ourselves the blue Terran player, TY. Coffee on the bottom right. Last game of the day. Another game, Coffee POV. Can we get the t-shirts? No, I don't think you can, sadly. I think they're only selling them in person. Getting the double sounds, it's kind of funny. Chin ching, ciao ciao. Well, couple minutes. Yeah, I want the StarCraft t-shirts too, guys. I don't even remember the last time I got I think the last StarCraft merch I got was probably Well, I got some like little figurines that they did, but like the last StarCraft T-shirt I got was probably a WTL's
还
T-shirt.
是早了，还是早了。
早了。
It's crazy. Patrick coming up, CC, SCV, Marine on the way.
上把的教训。
Get ourselves settling.
走就行，走就行，追不上了，没事。还要去吗？
Reaper, I'm gonna come around after the other Reaper for a couple of moments, and we are gonna see a little bit of back and forth.
需要踢完，他觉得他感觉像
Just for a couple seconds.
他不敢挡就跑，他把对面第二个死神过来了，走了，第二个死神过来，这个时候他就不怕了，拉了一个农民。
对，2个死神就有容错了，反正我在这里给你晃就好了。
对，应该可以吃一个农民吧？
操作一下。 吃不了，但是可以把你压。
Douyu is gonna try and fight. Actually gonna get up here.
哎呦，是个农民，
舒服了，
这舒服啦。
哎，
还要上。
Oh.
哎，这个有点冲动，但是
Coffee gets the other Reaper. Has a chance to get some SCVs now and extend on this damage. This is gonna be nice. Gets a few workers. Wins this fight early. That's gonna be great for him.
他上一把其实就是一个死神的问题，这一把他没。
好冲动啊，打的。
判断准确，
平时看他打中单也没那么冲动啊。可能平时对的人不一样。好冲动！抢进来，
这个火车好像要被点。
走，
It's gonna be seeing the
好像
couple units going through.
但是农民已经3个了，不错了。
It's gonna be seeing a couple Hellions coming around. Have a couple of moments.
完了，没事，别慌，
可以读 rape。
星际争霸可以读 rape 的，你别慌。他说什么死机啦？不知道。
He's like, it wasn't me.
没错，他就是死机了。哎，这个有点断他的
节奏啊，主要是对断他节奏。
有点断他手感，死机了。
能读 rape， 我觉得
I didn't break the game.
这个技术就是读 rape。
对，星际争霸最好。
Lagging at the offline. Yeah, it does. There's been a couple of lag spikes today, guys.
是独一无二的。
哎，其他游戏有读
Chinese server new.
DOTA 能读 rape 吗？
有吗？
英雄联盟没有。DOTA 能读，
但是可以重连，DOTA 1可以重连，DOTA 2可以重连。
重连死机哦，死机的也能重
连，对，
重连，它不能读 rape， 它能重连。
对我们这个新价就是它不能重连，但是可以读 rape。
对，那这个容错好像性价高一点。
是的，
就无论什么情况下，只要有 rape，
对，无限读 rape。
哎，对，只要有 rape， 我就能一直读。重连进来，万一又出点什么问题就没了。
是的，
对吧？那重连其实也是一个比较好的这个功能吧，我觉得也挺有用的，
非常好，
也挺有用的。 反正这个读 rape 吧，反正。
Alright, guys, just waiting for this to get sorted out. Looks like it might take a moment or two.
挺热的情况下，
对，
你突然一下
心态可能会有一点微妙的变化。
哎，就下来如果手冷了，就会出点问题。
本来这一波可以打死的，但是因为读 rape 的话，
不好在是，不是在刚才上高的时候就冲动了那一下，
而且
不是那一下死机，如果那下死机可能就影响就大了。他至少是在。 已经吃掉了对方的部队之后，已经进入到一个平稳期。Coffee 的这个死神和火车已经压到对方2矿的地方。
对，
但没交手的情况下死机还好。
他只要不是在就是双方交火的这个情况下死机都还好。
啊，对。
他可以重新在
交火的时候死机，一般来说会，在星际的比赛里面会。
I think Oliveira will win this tournament.
不会再继续赌这个交火的这个时间。
Some good belief.
这个其实很少出现这种。
Yeah, I'm excited to see how good everyone's doing. It's nice to see.
因为如果在交火这个时间点，你再读瑞布进来，双方的选手都可能会出现巨大的失误。
See, kind of old face is doing well. I mean, Oliveira is obviously not super old face, but like, it's nice to.
那如果5秒之前，如果就是我把你兵都杀完了，应该不会吧？
He's still doing well, having some belief in the fans.
对，双方就是他，如果就是
Tony doesn't have a single EU player.
对，
Yeah, I mean,
回退5秒，大家都能接受。
who would you bring? Stefano maybe?
就最好是就是
It's obviously a lot easier for them. Obviously, Chinese guys are very easy to get there. The Koreans pretty easy to get there as well.
裁判可能会去找两边选手，比如说我们协商一个时间点，不一定是5秒，可能就比如说我们回退
1秒钟、2秒钟，
反正就是回退1分钟都可以，只要大家能协商好。
对，
你说 OK， 他 OK， 双方可能当时都有点虚。
是的。
也不知道像形式是什么，那就行吧，回退1分钟，我们就当这次。
Old? They are not old, dude.
是的。
I mean, they are older players from StarCraft 2 that do not play anymore, so.
大家选手之间如果商
I
量
mean,
好了。
you know what I'm saying. You don't have to be. We don't have to fight over the exact phrasing of this.
这个肯定是赌当天。
对，当天因为双方没有交火，
因为是刚才交火占了很大的便宜。
就现在这个时间点上没有交火，
他绝对不会同意什么交火钱。
我已经赚你这么多便宜了，不可能再回退了。
对。就所以这个他重新来赌一个这个时间点的话，对于 Coffee 来说。
Innovation's always old too. I think Innovation will have some very good builds, but I do think if people get past his 2 base timing or so, it's going to be pretty tough.
我现在占了多少便宜？先仔细想想。
我应该后面怎么打？
后面应该怎么打？
能不能稳的拿下比赛？因为他现在肯定是优势还是比较大的。
这个对星际选手来说，就星际选手，因为它是一个非常高强度的，在短时间要做出判断的游戏。就你当时你占了很大的便宜，你可能。事后你想得很明白，但是当时你可能想不明白。
是的，
这个掉线其实对他来说有一个长。
Looks like they're having to do a full restart or something here. This is obviously taking a little while, guys, coming out of the little issue. Nope, looks like we're good. So looks like we're gonna get ready to go again.
不用数321，他本来也有321的。好了，来了。就是这个时间点回来卡住，
好像还是回了几秒钟，1
秒钟。
Alright, so yeah, a couple of Reavers and the Hellions from Coffee putting himself in a good position and able to sit here, put some pressure on. But now TY shows up, a couple of Hellions come through, come back along for a couple seconds.
送一个，看送谁，把孙哥卖了。
买孙哥，
孙哥跑了，哎，没跑掉，完了。
哎呀，孙哥这个。
I just love listening to Chinese commentators in the crowd, like they just have such a good time. I have no idea what they're saying, but it just makes me smile, you know? Just listening to them, just sounds like they're having fun. It's nice.
这个回去不好吗？为什么要去啊？你还过来，你这个扫兵。
Raven Hellions continue to gather together for a couple moments, so take a second.
还行吧，现在后面农民稍微多一点。
这边是卡人口了。
哎，现在这个版本这个感觉很容易卡，
很容易卡人口。
他提供的太少了，特别打神族，我跟你说，现在我神族巨卡人口。
我一直在卡人口，就没停过，感觉就只要开始造兵了，我就在卡人口。
特别是现在造兵又快。
是的。
你感觉那个人口瞬间就满了。
又卡人口了吗？要。
Again, Deeper coming around, just going to have ourselves the Raven, a few Marines coming up. TVT going to take a few moments to get going in the early few seconds.
这边空投4个火车，
来看一看啊。 4个火车有防守，问题不大。哎，这边占个便宜，但现在火车其实影响也没那么大。
Let's see if Hellions unloading, so we're going to have a chance maybe try and do something with these. Not much yet. TY is pushing the rest of these units out onto the map. How am I dealing with the heat? It's not that hot today. It's very reasonable. It's 22 right now, so. It's going to be, apparently it gets to be 24 in a couple hours, 26 a bit later on today, but it's not like hot. It's been hotter the last couple of days, but I wasn't working, so. Well, me and Helen actually went on a day trip yesterday, and we had a lovely day. We went to Edinburgh for the day. It was lush, just nice weather to walk around and outside, you know. Because it was also not like hot there, it was like 24, 25. Oh, the Hellions going to get a bunch of SCVs. Meanwhile, TY loses out in the front. The Hellion drop does well. The main attack does not do so hot. Maybe the Hellions have a chance to do a little extra. TY still moving units forward on the map. Coffee gets another Cyclone lock on. He's just hunting units down. Should be able to deal with this on the other side. Did that Raven go down? No. The Viking will, though. These Vikings need to just land and deal with the Hellions. They were chasing the Medivacs. There's a reason they didn't do it straight away. Oh, we're just going to send it. Order turret's going down. We're just going to commit in. One of the tanks unsieged. Was he expecting a Matrix? I'm not sure what he was expecting. The repair is actually going to be okay, but the natural of TY must be evacuated. Coffee, meanwhile, has lost 24 SCVs. Up in the main base of Coffee, he is still losing workers, but he's got an army supply lead. Can TY hold on against the air control of the opponent right now? So TY's Ravens are putting in the work, apparently, but that means he doesn't have Ravens over here, but he does have himself the Vikings. Air control is massive, and if he can get rid of the Ravens of his opponent, that would be huge as well. Coffee not watching. Gonna lose one. Gonna lose two. Ravens down, and Coffee... Uh-oh. I mean, like I say, having the natural siege is a big deal. However, he's not killing much right here. The SCVs will repair, and TY will get ready for a bust out soon, you would imagine. Coffee is not minding a lot, just now getting back to gas. He does have a third CC to work with. Down 23 workers in this game, and has map position. Is that good enough? The burst sieges is going to be good enough to push away. We're going to get a kill in the process as well. Another tank getting hit, and we will be able to retake our natural. Pushing this back, a couple of Marines stepping forward, but there's going to be another tank over here. And yeah, Coffee's going to realize he has to back away. The 20 worker lead from TY. Looking to continue to power through in this next little bit.
感觉刚才是双线崩了 ，Coffee 在双线的操作上面没压住。对，这个就是全太阳的经验强的地方啊！正面被捅成这样的情况下，背面还是敢骚的。是的，
他这个骚扰双线直接打出一个缺口。关键是骑虎难下，关键你的渡鸦也被吃了。对他现在回去运营也不行，运营不了了，一波也打不下来，因为他有解放者。哇，这么多解放者，2个了吗？他现在要续围巾，然后7个围巾打4个围巾，他围巾数量现在是有。
Floating over, we are going to be seeing TY trying to get on the map a little bit himself just to take his own third into position. Obviously, Coffee would like to put his own third in position in the next few moments as well.
靠坦克还是不行啊。围巾数量是有优势的，全太阳开不出3矿。
Coffee 这边也没有3矿，其实全太阳这边可以不用这么急的开3矿，他慢慢的稳住，把枪兵续一下。
Viking tank around that left side. It's going to be moving up. Scan coming around already.
修也行吧，修一下围巾，顶住位置。全太阳有点慌，有点慌。这个时候他强行打，被炸了一炮，挥一下，再把解放者点掉，可以占着点便宜。
这边全太阳开始抢制空，其实人口已经追上来了。站在人口上面来说的话，
主要是看围巾数量。Coffee 现在
We've seen the Vikings still taking position. Coffee back up to this top side.
这边围巾也干不了什么事情啊，左上他没有枪兵，该怎么打？当枪兵用吗
？Vikings land to try and play cleanup. Coffee trying to break through this position. I mean, he doesn't have much of an edge anymore. And TY Stars the third in position. These Vikings obviously lift up and get out of here. But if they do, they're going to fly right into the Vikings of the opponent. 2, 3 of the 4 go down. And TY gets some good value out of that in the end. Marines actually going to show up on the other side. TY putting pressure on the third base. The third base is actually going to go down. Oh no, Coffee. Felt like he was pretty committed anyway, but now he's definitely going to be committed. TY with 1-1 upgrades on the way to help him. Get rid of this dumb APM counter. Yep, it is 0-0 from Coffee still. So TY going to hit the 1-1, going to get into a better place.
TY 的这个防守反击非常的猛，
对，这就是他 TVT 最强的一个经验的东西。
Marine tank Viking pushing up, just going to be seeing this army stepping through. Anti-army missile to help us engage rather than a Matrix. We're going to land the Vikings and just send it. TY pushes Coffee away, and obviously with the third base down, Coffee has to type GG. TY is going to go to the playoffs after a bit of a grueling TVT. Few efforts. Definitely think TY is going to struggle a bit in the round of 8, but see how that turns out for him on Saturday.
太可惜了，2个渡鸦上面1个渡鸦还是2个渡鸦？2个渡鸦，2个渡鸦，
他所有的渡鸦都去了。
关键他家里面是有这个
他是有
防守的，
有防守，
他应该是崩的，就是当时他正面捅的时候，他没有注意家里面。然后
Alrighty, GG's guys. 7.5 hours. Well, I'm glad they started doing one match at a time, though, because originally going 2 matches at the same time kind of sucked. So I'm kind of hoping this trend continues tomorrow with a little bit more speed, maybe. I guess we'll see what they do. Maybe they can leave the PvPs playing at the same time. Prioritize a little bit, you know? Prioritize. Yeah.
他只要架住你的出兵点，这个你就必须要拖农民出来打。对，拖出来你的，就算你死30个农民，你也赢了。所以这个胜负的，这一点点细节，最后决定了胜负的成败。我觉得对 Coffee 来说肯定是很不爽啊。但没办法，全太阳确实是一个世界级的选手，在这样的一个比赛经验。
Obviously, we'll watch the outro for the day here.
啊，也是拿到了最后的一个出线权。 这边我们来看看这场比赛的一个精彩回放吧。
可惜了，第一把也应该赢的。
对，第一把也是有点急，我觉得 Coffee 还是就这么多年了，还是这个心态问题啊，就是一旦有劣势或者有点这种小操作失误，他就会急，一急可能就会输掉比赛。
Obviously, here the highlights. Those are honestly pretty fun TVT, in all honesty. Pretty fun TVT.
其实一上来看他操作还这几波，对吧？我都仿佛看到克莱姆附体了。
这波操作真的有点好，红血。
对，全是红血的这个导弹车，而且还吃掉了全量所有的部队。
Oh, I'm ready for a nap. I don't know about you guys. Finishing my stream 2 hours after 7.5 hour stream ending 2 hours into when we'd usually be streaming is definitely a bit off schedule. Definitely a bit off schedule. Jeez.
就少了一个死神，就每次我觉得他输全太阳就输一点点细，
对，一点点小细节，还不是就是很大的一个失误。
哎，那话又说回来，全太阳能赢 Coffee， 那说明全太阳也有6000多分啊，对吧？ Coffee 其实韩服也有6000。
That orbital going down was wild for TY. This entire game, I mean, this game was fine. It was this just the move up to the high ground. Like I understand he couldn't fight the Vikings, but man, he had so many Marines running to the high ground and just giving up space. Like what's gonna happen if you? I mean, are you scared? Maybe you're scared of the Ravens if you just siege the tanks on the low ground. Maybe that's fair enough, but yeah, was this the last game of today? Yeah. It was. 2 more groups tomorrow, guys. 2 more groups tomorrow, same start time.
就这波，我们看看这个红血坦克，就这一丝血呀，就差一下 ，Coffee 都没顶上去。如果顶上去，可能
I thought this was TY being doomed right here, but TY's freaking Ravens on the other side of the map to getting 24 kills is just huge.
你看孙哥被杀100个农民都不急，他被杀30个农民就急了。
When did it start? 8 a.m. European time. Yeah, 8 a.m. EU. There was a show match at 7 a.m. EU, but I'm not gonna wake up for the 3v3 show match, guys. I love you guys, but I'm not waking up an extra hour early to cast a 10-minute show match and then 50 minutes of video intro. Douyu and Maestros of the game Saturday back to back. Yup, it's gonna be a day, isn't it? I am gonna be here for the. My prediction is it's going to be like a 16 to 18 hour stream on Saturday. There or thereabouts. Into the 6-hour sleep, into more Douyu Cup. This is what happened in the first group of the day. Trap fell to Yeshi. Trap looked good in a lot of his games. He looked like he had a pretty good idea of what he wanted to do in PvT as well, especially, but he fell to the PvP. Couldn't quite get his edges there. Unfortunately. And soO, one of our favorites, makes it out in first place. And TY gets out in second.
好，那明天的今天的比赛，我们就是2个小组打完。明天我们也是会在下午1点钟在这个场馆在武汉的国际博览中心 A3 馆啊，这个场馆我们会进行 B 组和 C 组的比赛。是的，这个比赛对于大家来说的话，就 赛的反正明天是 B 组是吧？你上来
Just wondering if they're going to show any more graphics or anything, guys.
先打碳基，然后呢？
然后再打利布跟 iPad 的败者，也可能是胜者。
万一你把鸡哥干了呢？
也有可能是胜者。
我跟你说，单兵。
Just give it a couple minutes, see what happens.
单框4比0是吧
？4BG 带他走。
其实我说实话，有说法，真的有说法。
我们已经在密谋4BG了，鸡哥你等死吧。
是的，
明天我们就一招3BG，一招4BG就带他。
但是明天1点钟也有表演赛，李培南带黄哥，还有孙哥。
明天1点钟上来是表演赛，是李培南带我和孙哥打卡拉苏尔嘎姐尼布。
对，主要有一个喜欢裸双又喜欢跳科技的选手，
李培南。听完这个之后问我为什么
Innovation D1, yeah, no, this tournament format, this tournament lineup's really sick. I'm excited for tomorrow's game, as I really am looking forward to that group with Innovation D, Scarlet and Colors. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I think it's going to be really, really exciting.
但孙哥的虫族只会，
他很喜欢玩那个人族，
不是他玩人族就算了，他那个虫族只会虫洞狗，要不然就会跳飞龙，他多维多怎么打？
他那个虫洞狗也行，反正你别让他玩人族就行了。他那个人族真的是又菜又喜欢玩，真的看不懂。
好了，那反正不管怎么样吧，明天这个中午的1点钟啊，我们在武汉的国际博览中心的 A3馆，我们会继续进行我们新一争霸的比赛。这个周末都会。
Yes, I just waiting to see if there's any final things coming up here, guys.
如果你在武汉或者在离武汉比较近或者过来比较方便的观众朋友们，都是可以到现场来。观看我们比赛，当然你也可以在我们的电脑前啊，在我们的斗鱼的3484啊，在直播间也可以全程收看我们这一次的这个斗鱼嘉年华传奇赛的比赛。那今天的 A 组、D 组的比赛，第一天的比赛也就到此结束了。我们明天再见，各位观众，拜拜，
拜拜，
拜拜。Video? Something cool? Anything? No, I was just waiting for the outro for no reason. Sag. My friends, thank you so much for watching. I'm gonna go take a nap, chill out. I will be back tomorrow with you guys early once again. Again, we start at like... we start super early. So I will see you guys later. Thanks so much for watching. Appreciate you all. Thanks for some subs and support today. Hope you guys have a great day, and I will see you guys tomorrow for more StarCrafts. Set of ads on the outro, because why not? And yeah. Like I say, if you want to watch the full VOD, if you missed it, it is live over on our YouTube. You'll be able to check that out already if you want to. Ciao!